Love is in the air in Weissenhaus. A very happy Valentine's Day to chat, but there's going to be no love. There's only fierce competition as it is Elimination Day in the semi-finals of the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. I'm International Master Tanya Sachdev. Alongside me, Grandmaster Peter Lecco. Peter, do you think today the players might be feeling a bit friendly, or you're not expecting any of that?
No, not at all. Knowing that yesterday we had 4 resultative games, so it means that Abdusatov needs to bounce back against Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. The same applies to Fabiano Caruana. Against Levon Aronian, no friendship here. I'm expecting very fierce battles.
2 players have to win on demand in the semi-finals. Fabiano Caruana and Nodirbek Abdusatov. There we have it. We had 4 decisive results on day 1 of the semi-finals. Magnus Carlsen winning a topsy-turvy battle against Nodirbek. Levon, the dominating player in the game, managed to convert it in very classical Levon style against Fabiano Caruana. Meanwhile, in the lower bracket as well, we've got Dingler and Gukesh fighting on their last life to keep the games going for a higher finish. And Peter, we've also got the breaking news and a confirmation today that for our next Freestyle Chess Go Challenge, it will be the players who finish in the top 5 this year at this event. So there is a lot to fight for in the lower bracket as well.
Wow, this is huge. Yeah, this is really breaking news. We know that, yeah, we already have 4 players then guaranteed in the semifinals, but that 5th spot, that will be contested. That will be contested to the maximum. At the moment, clearly Vincent and Alireza are having very good situation. They both had won their games with the black pieces. But we have seen there is no safety here. You can't play for a draw. You just can't try to secure things in Fischer Random in freestyle chess. So no guarantee yet that we're going to see a match between Vincent and Alireza. The Ding and Gukesh will try everything to bounce back.
The only guarantee is that it's going to be a lot of fun and a lot of entertainment for us from the very first move. And before we jump into our action of this final day of the semi-finals, let's rewind and take a look at how we got here.
Already day 5 of full concentration and dedication. Today is the start of the semi-finals of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge in Weissenhaus.
Today we have a very exciting semi-finals first classical game. I think the chess community has welcomed the tournament warmly, actually. We don't have too many freestyle tournaments. It's an exciting event, also the way it's organized. And I think with the support of Magnus Carlsen, this format will be also more popular, I believe.
Have you ever wondered how large the chess community is? One of the largest chess fan bases is in India. Gukesh Domaraju is one of India's most famous and youngest grandmasters. He, along with all the other grandmasters of this tournament, is the reason why the ChessBase India team is also here to follow the games.
In this tournament, 30% of the people who are following are Indians, but 70% are outside India. They are from all sorts of different countries. I think it's a global content because these are the biggest stars in the world of chess. I think the entire world is wanting to know what's happening.
On the first day of the semi-finals, Vincent Keimer and Alireza Firusha win in the battle for 5th place. Particularly, the game between Ding Liren and Alireza stands out.
He's not in good shape in this tournament, so this blunder is very obvious, so it just shows that he's not at his best. I didn't think about it so much, I just played the logical moves.
In the battle for 1st place, today both Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusatov, as well as Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian, are playing against each other. Levon has been looking forward to facing his opponent even before the start of the semi-finals.
Fabiano is a person who's extremely curious. He loves to analyze. He loves to find new ideas. So I think Chess 960 is ideal for him. And he loves to calculate. He's extremely tricky. All of the qualities of a perfect Chess 960 player. But, you know, I think I can still surprise him and pose a challenge to him.
Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian have won their games, bringing them one step closer to the finals. But can they sustain this success? Stay tuned for the upcoming matches at the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge in Weissenhaus.
We see the players in a fantastic mood there, but the two players for whom it's going to be a big battle, Nodirbek and Fabiano, the good news is that they do start with the white pieces as well. And it's always so fascinating, Peter, that for these players, there can be no actual preparation for the round. You can't really prepare your openings. You have no idea what position will be drawn. The position's revealed 10 minutes before the start of the game. So with all that in mind, I think the most important thing for the players is to be fresh and to feel happy.
Exactly. Having a good sleep is the main preparation here. So having a good walk, because we have seen the players are getting extremely exhausted. These games are very tough, very challenging, very demanding. You can't really play one single routine move relying on your 20, 30 years of class. No. Here everything is new, everything is different. Yeah, there we have the format. Yeah, we are talking about the classical time control with 90 minutes for 40 moves plus 30 minutes plus 30-second increment only, however, only from move 41. We are talking about 2-game mini matches. And Tanya, what's in store for us if the players would be bouncing back?
Absolute madness. Because then we go into freestyle chess with even less time on the clock. The players will play a mini match with just 15 minutes as starting time, base time, and a 10-second increment for move 1. If that ends in a tie as well, we've got the Blitz, then the Armageddon. I really want to see an Armageddon before the end of the event, but it's a far, far way off. But you know, Peter, I'm going to predict at least one of the matches to go into a playoff today.
Yes, one, I believe that this is kind of automatic. Well, actually, in the semi-finals, we have bigger chances, right? Because the players have the white pieces. After all, trying to grab the initiative with the white pieces when you know that you have to bounce back, that's very desirable. In the lower bracket with the black pieces, you don't know, do you go berserk? We have seen that what Alireza did, e4, h6 against Magnus. It heavily backfired, but it's just a very big challenge.
That game of Alireza against Magnus in a must-win situation, Alireza felt he was on absolute tilt in that one. And I think that goes on to show how important it is to just keep your nerves even in these kind of starting positions where you really don't want to go rash. You want to stick to some opening principles of standard chess, focusing on the most appropriate way to get your pieces out that at least you can envision.
Yeah, but I had a very funny conversation with Vincent that, yeah, he was saying that whenever people claim that this is almost, it's very similar to classical chess, like the usual chess that we know. No. There are always some differences and you can never rely on any of your classical education. We did see, however, that both Magnus and Levon did some fantastic strategical masterpiece because it kind of moved towards the classical structures. Yeah, the players very much understood how to handle those positions to perfection, and we saw real magic by them.
We're going to see more magic as we're getting ready to reveal our positions, and there's a surprise on the stage for the players.
When you're ready, let's go. And 926. Thank you so much, number 926. Back to the studio. Thank you.
Yeah, we have seen already this rook a1, king b1,
Yeah,
rook
we've
c1
seen that
combo.
several times already.
On one side.
Yes, but it's a new position because
Usually the bishop is on h1, yeah, in those positions.
yeah, bishop g1, bishop f1.
Oh,
Yes.
Peter and I just dive straight into the position as it comes up on our screens. Chat, it comes up the moment you see the position for the first time is when Peter and I see the position, and the players actually. For the very first time on the stage, we also saw the trophy. So the trophy to the first Freestyle Chess Go Challenge is in sight for the players. That's extra motivation. It's right there. And Peter, it's going to be what I like to call a rotating trophy. Jan Butler, he envisions this event. He is the man behind the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge, behind Weissenhaus, and he wants to have this event every year. So the trophy will stay here. The winner's name will be added on every year. And yes, it's going to become a global tour of freestyle chess from 2025, with each of the continents having their own rotating trophy.
Wow. Okay, this is some sensational news. I'm still stuck only with the tournament. Yeah, I'm focused on every single game, on every single new position. It's such a highlight. We are getting thrilled, we are getting fascinated in battles. And then when we hear this news that the organizer, the audience is so happy about what we are witnessing here, and there will be a follow-up, even a bigger follow-up with the Tour 2025. This is sensational news.
Yeah, I want to give a big shout out to our audience and to our chat, because it's the kind of feedback and it's their interest in this format of chess that we've all come to enjoy, be entertained with from the very start of the game. So keep that feedback coming, keep loving it, and we're seeing the tour expand, freestyle chess expand, and right now we've got to get to our position, Peter. Because when it came up on our screen, the first thing that we thought was it looked a little familiar. Of course, there's a new position, a unique position for every round. But we've seen the theme of the 4 minor pieces on one side and the king between the 2 rooks earlier on. And I think it was in the round robin stage that we had a similar concept.
Yeah, we had that one was similar, but also between in the Armageddon, not Armageddon, in the rapid playoff. When Alireza played e4 h6, that also had this rook a1, king b1, rook c1 combo. Yeah, so it's kind of intriguing that knight on h1, we have seen them, Magnus going e4, f3, knight f2, knight d3, but the knight was on f1. The knight was not on e1, so actually both knights are kind of going towards the d3 square or hinting at the d3 square. Well, it will take, once again, some true mastery to find the perfect harmony of the pieces.
And the one piece that is in the standard chess position is the bishop on f1, and actually 2 pieces, and the rook on a1
and
as
the
well.
queen on d1.
And the queen,
Yes.
actually. Not just one, it's not just 2, but it's 3 pieces from a standard position. And we see one of the knights already in the center of the board. So very often we see ideas of the d pawn moving forward, the knight eventually jumping to d3 as well. And we see the players. Can we get their audio as well? I believe they're looking at c4 as the
Oh, but
starting move.
isn't this Levon alone, or? That is Levon. Master Levon.
I think he's analyzing with his friend.
Yes, but look at this. He's playing from black side, but he's sitting from the white side. And I think this is absolutely correct, because you have to assume that how your opponent, who is trying to play for a win against you, will play the most challenging and most aggressive way.
Levon will be playing with the white pieces against Fabiano Caruana. And the approach he's taking is he's trying to think what will be Fabi's approach, what will be Fabi's starting moves in this position. So he's thinking from the white side so that he can be better prepared, facing that first move surprise.
Yeah, the big strategist, yeah, Mr. Levon Aronian, very, very instructive, yeah, that how he adjusts to the new situation. Yes, I'm playing from the black side, I want to be solid, I only need a draw, but there is no stability, no solidity at all.
And I just saw a really long move, picking up a piece on h8. And is that a bishop or a queen? It's probably the queen that went to h8. Yeah, I see the queen has gone all the way to h8 in Levon's analysis.
Yeah, but we already know it from Levon, yeah, that he always tries to inspire himself in the pre-game analysis. Yeah, he just likes to discover some crazy ideas, but then when he sits down and the clock is ticking, he suddenly makes a completely different move.
Peter, what do you think? We can only see Levon on camera. The other players, are they also by themselves, perhaps in their own booths, trying to understand? Because usually if they're around in the playing arena, we get some visuals from there.
Yeah, could easily be, because I also talked with Vincent, yeah, that it's kind of a tricky situation. He has won his game with the black pieces, yeah, so he actually needs completely different strategy compared to Nodirbek and Fabiano, who with the white pieces needs to go all in right from the start. But I would actually caution everyone to think like we have to go all in, because this is much more common in the classical chess, when we know that if we play the normal kind of lines, the opponent will neutralize us here. Nobody has normal lines. Nobody knows what to do, and just play a good game is probably what's required. Yeah, you don't need any craziness at all.
Now we see Levon switched up the opening, the first move with white here. He wants to start seeing what happens if Fabi approaches it with the king's pawn move, 1e4. Also, we do have the audio, but the players are just analyzing in absolute silence right now. They're diving deep into the position, and we see the approach of that e-pawn moving forward to e4. I really like the fact that Levon is actually going deeper into the position with the white side, even though he starts with the black pieces.
Yes, exactly. He just wants to get a feeling that what kind of first move leads where, and then based on these feelings at the board, he will start to think from the black side. Because how do you prepare with black? It's impossible. Because
in 10 minutes.
White makes the decision, yeah, that do I go d4, e4, f4, whatever. We have seen Magnus yesterday playing g4 all of a sudden. Anything is possible. I did not even mention the move c4.
See him quickly set the board back. It's almost reaching its final couple of minutes before the start of the game.
Yeah, I think maybe it's not the right time also to include Nicholas, ask his kind of vision. What do you think, Tanya? Isn't it the right time?
Yes, I think as Levon digs deeper, let's bring in our co-commentator, Grandmaster Nicholas Huschenbert. Nicholas, did I butcher your last name?
You're fine, Tanya. Thank you. Also from me, a warm welcome to the second round, to the second game of the semifinals here. The players are ready almost to get into their game, and many of them have to bounce back today, win on demand. And here we see Vincent discussing with Fabiano and Nodirbek, as so often the three of them are analyzing the position together, but we don't really see the board so well. We have it up here. We see one important factor is, Tanya always likes to point this out, no pawn is undefended. They're all defended by the white pieces. So this is an important factor. And then Levon was looking at c4 and e4 from the white side. I believe there's also the move d4, which makes a lot of sense. And I'll bring it back to you. What do you guys expect as the first move here?
So many interesting approaches in this position, given the piece setup. And what's also very interesting is that Fabi is playing in the semifinals bracket, and we see him stick to his core group of analysts with Vincent, Fabi, Nodirbek back in action there on our cameras. They're discussing, even though they're fighting in the different brackets.
Yes, also Nodirbek, Fabiano, they need to go all in. Yeah, they need to win at all costs. Yeah, Vincent has a completely different situation, but I'm curious that, okay, and Magnus means business. Look at his hair. Yeah, everything is under control. Yeah, everything is under control. Yeah, no surprises. I'm ready for any challenge. Whatever first move Nodirbek will come up with, I'm ready. And Alireza from the white side, also fully focused. I think that if Vincent, Nodirbek and Fabiano haven't had all that success already together right from the beginning, they would maybe also split. But you have this saying, yeah, never change the winning team, and it has worked quite well for all of them.
Especially for Fabi. But Fabi has to win on demand today against Levon. He has to level the score to take it into playoffs. And we see some players together analyzing. Levon sitting on the board alongside his good friend Thomas, who's visiting him here at the Weissen House. And then we see Gukesh, Magnus, Alireza by themselves, ready to go. And I think, Peter, in just a few seconds, we will get the answer to Nicholas's question, that what will be the first moves, as now the players sit opposite each other. Vincent ready to go, Nodirbek against Magnus with the white pieces. And I fully agree with you. Magnus is in business mode today. Yes. He is not wanting to give, at least from his the way he's just showed up for the game, he doesn't want to give Nodirbek any chances, but he knows it's going to be a tough fight. This is freestyle chess. You get a game no matter what.
Exactly. And look at, yeah, Magnus. Did you ever see Magnus before a game working so heavily already? I haven't seen him. In classical game, there is no reason to do that, but even here in the freestyle chess event, and the handshake and all eyes on Nodirbek.
Yes, and is Nodirbek going to take his time, think about everything that went through his mind in those 10 minutes between the reveal and the start of the game? or will he just he goes for it? He immediately goes for it. So it was a pre-decided approach. And Peter, I think we'd alluded to it at the start, the idea of the D pawn moving forward. And the other concept that we've seen recurring is knights behind pawns. In this position, when you want to develop this knight, you move the D pawn forward, the knight jumps on the D3 square, and it will feel a lot more safe, gaining a big stronghold in the center. D4 feels like one of the most natural moves in this position.
Yes, absolutely. And the reason why I also feel quite happy with D4, that let's just, for example, assume black plays D5. We might develop the knight to D3. Let's just try to do the symmetry with knight D6. Then white could eventually follow it up with F3. If black follows and suit with F6, this extra tempo, for example, knight G3, knight G6, and then white going to break first in the center with E4. This is something to think about, yeah, because the very first question is what happens if black keeps on repeating, yeah, and mirroring. And here you see that, okay, mirroring does not really exist any longer because there is certain tension in the center right away.
And we're learning so much about Fischer Random freestyle chess in these games. One of the concepts that again come to my mind with this is that playing copycat chess, mirroring your opponent's move, while it makes a lot of sense because, you know, your pieces find their right place, but very often it backfires because white's the one that strikes first in the center. White's the one that gets the first break in. And when it's no longer possible to mirror your opponent, you can end up in trouble, and we see D4 on the board. Nicholas, is this a move that was on your radar as well? And I see you've got some more updates coming in for us.
Well, I was just checking how the different players started their games, and we actually see 3 times D4. The players that analyzed together, Vincent, Nodirbek, Fabiano, they all opted with the white pieces for 1D4. The only player who didn't analyze with them and also is playing white, Alireza, he opted for E4, and he's been playing E4 in a lot of different games here already, no matter what the starting position is. But D4 and E4 definitely make a lot of sense. You open up the queen. You also, if you play D4, let's go to the Nodirbek game, you have the square on D3 for the knight, as Peter pointed out, and you have this pawn already protected by the queen. Both moves make a lot of sense. I think it's a bit a matter of style, as it is in standard chess, whether you go D4 or E4. But of course, here we have a completely different situation. We can see Magnus taking his time on the first move, because as we emphasized so many times, especially the first few moves are of really great importance. So Magnus considering if he should play mirror chess here, or if there is any other approach. Peter, do you see any other sensible way for black besides D5?
Well, we already have seen quite a lot of times that the Dutch defense was appearing against D4, yeah? So F5 is certainly a move that comes to mind, opening up, yeah, let me make then the move, yeah? So F5, creating some unbalance, the bishop on G8 is activated, but it does not fight for the center, and the reason why F5 kind of Dutch spirit feels so much more natural when black has a bishop on H8, because you play F5 and then you play G6, and then suddenly the bishop from H8 and bishop on G8 are already perfectly in the game. Now that bishop on F8 will not be so easily developed.
There we have it.
And there you have it. Yeah, Magnus goes for F5, and I want to highlight that Magnus isn't in a must-win situation. Yeah, so he is trying to make sure that he gets as safe as a position as possible, but still he felt like maybe F5 is the best move. Tanya, what's your take on all this?
Firstly, how safe can you really get in freestyle chess? It's always a challenge, and that just goes on to be proven by the results, the decisive number of games that we've seen in the tournament from the round-robin stage. I think at some point it'd be great to have the stats on that. Then how many draws have we actually had in this event so far? And Peter, it's definitely got to be in the single digits.
Well, I also have the feeling around 10, maximum 10 to 15%. I'm with you, yeah, that's extremely low. Usually in some linear super tournaments we had those kind of percentages for decisive games. Yeah, it's very interesting.
So Exactly. When you have these kind of positions where there's no opening preparation and players have to decide on their own with their own minds on the first move, on the first couple of moves, we see them spending such a lot of time for the first 10 moves. And that is the correct approach here. Because once you get to a more standard chess position, it's already headed towards a path. There's already pretty much a clear evaluation to the position. So it really starts from this moment on, and for Nodirbek, it's really important to try to get that early break in as quickly as possible. And Peter, the Dutch, as we like to call it in standard chess, it's on the board. I do like that bishop from G8 has been opened on early. Once again, the knight from E8 might find itself on F6 for black this time, behind that F pawn, also targeting the central squares. We might see that bishop from F8 being developed on the long diagonal, but this is where it gets tricky. Whichever positions in the freestyle chess we've seen with the knights on the edge, the big question is, how does this knight get into the game? And we had this yesterday as well, in Nodirbek, Magnus, in the boards games that we had, with the knight at the edge. You've got two squares out. The moment you make the move G6, sure, you're getting your bishop on a really nice diagonal. But the big question is, what are you going to do with the knight on the edge then? So you have to answer all these questions in your mind before playing a natural move like G6.
Yes, exactly. One of the situations that I envision here, let me just make some moves, I already draw some arrows, that, for example, white plays the move C4, quite an energetic move, occupying the center. Black goes, for example, knight F6. White plays knight D3, activating the knight. And if you continue in the logical spirit like a Leningrad Dutch, yeah, G6, for example, E3, bishop G7. In Leningrad Dutch, usually black is trying to set up some D6, E5. That's why it was kind of natural for me to play the move H3, small little move. After D6, I put the bishop on H3, and I'm envisioning some F3, G4, and then only after that I'm gonna develop my knight, depending on the situation, to G3 or to F2 and try to get this harmony, making sure that black will not really be able to challenge me in the center because of this monster bishop hitting on the H2 B8 diagonal. That's one of those strategical ideas that I envision right away here.
Very nice. And then for black, again, the question will be, where are you putting that knight? The knight from H8, if it goes to F7, it's coming in the way of its own bishop. The G6 pawn doesn't allow knight G6. So definitely this will be something that perhaps Nodirbek is also thinking about, because once you get H3, bishop H2, you're really looking at a game then. You're really trying to fight for that opening edge with white. Let's bring up our bird's eye view to take a look at the overall picture, the different approaches. And as Nicholas pointed out, that we've had D4 on, we've had D4 on 3 boards in the starting move, and now we also saw D4 happen in the Ali Reza board eventually, but he started with the king's pawn opening.
But please ignore the positions, yeah, because this is...
Yes, we're going to update that.
This needs to be updated. These are completely wrong positions. We can already see the moves, yeah, so D4, F5 happened in Abdusattorov Carlsen game.
Let's pull out of the bird's eye view, Peter, because this is a standard chess position. The moves are correct, but the setup is totally wrong.
Yes, already the semi-finalists' positions are correct, and also the lower bracket situation is clarified. So actually now would be the right time to go back to the, and let's see. So Fabiano, Levon Aronyan game featured D4, D5, F3. Yeah, I also very much like this F3 move because white is trying to go E4, occupying the center. The knight can jump to D3. The knight from H1 can jump to G3 and then support the E4 advance in the center. I'm loving it from white side. What do we have in the other position? It's a Scandinavian, right? This is a Scandinavian between Alireza Firouzja and Dingley. And E4, D5, E D5, Queen D5, D4. Wow, a stunner, Scandinavian. We haven't seen that happen yet in our tournament.
And it's a really, it's quite crazy, right? Because in the traditional standard Scandi, we've got white's knight, which is on the B1 square where the king is right now, and it jumps into the attack of the central queen. And I'm just wondering if in this particular setup, that queen on D5 perhaps doesn't feel as vulnerable as it does in standard chess. Sure, you can hit it with a move like C4 at some point, expanding the center, but in that, you also open up a diagonal for a potential check from the H7 square with the bishop eventually. So it's still a very interesting position. I don't know how much you can actually compare it to our standard chess Scandinavian.
Yes, I think you can't really compare it at all. Only that this ED Queen D5 D4 structure is Scandinavian, but White's knight on E1 and on H1 not really doing that much. Yeah, as you said, yeah, normally knight C6 is a tempo. If you put that knight from E1 to F3, then you lock down the bishop on G1, but that bishop probably anyway will be developed to H2. We already have seen that theme before. Very intriguing, and there we see a completely different story between Vincent Keimer and Gukesh. Yeah, there we have seen D4, D5. I don't know if it was knight G3 or knight D3 first, but in any case, yeah, knight G3, knight D6, knight D3, a very classical position. It was also one of the first moves that I highlighted while showing some moves. Yeah, White wants to go F3, E4. It might also, no, I wanted to highlight that it might transpose to Fabiano's game against Levon, but Levon immediately opted for F3, G6. What a sneaky move, because against E4, Levon is putting bishop H6, trapping that rook on C1. Probably we should bring it on our big board just to highlight, because that would be winning an exchange just in 3 moves. Nicholas, you have the position?
Yes, we can bring it up here. So D4, D5 was played between Karana and Aronian. F3 to support to push E4. Play in the center makes a lot of sense. And now the sneaky move G6, trying to answer E4 with bishop H6. And this rook suddenly is trapped on C1. You cannot put any piece in between, so you do lose an exchange here. Somewhat surprising to me that the engine still evaluates this as equal, but you still don't want to do this with White. So after G6, you have to always keep this idea in mind. On the other hand, look at this knight. This knight is really a difficult piece in this position, and after G6 it doesn't have any squares. So maybe you can develop knight G3 or knight D3 now and delay the push in the center with E4. For now, you can also think about a move like C4. So G6, while being tricky, I'm not sure if it's the best long-term way to treat this position, Tanya.
It sets up a trap that has to be watched out for. Really interesting stuff there. And I don't believe that Fabi is, despite you saying, Nicholas, that the position's fine for White and you've got the compensation, Fabi is in a must-win game. I don't believe he wants to sacrifice the exchange on move number 3. So bishop H6, at least for now, not allowing that e-pawn moving forward. Peter, something catches your attention?
Yes, yeah, it catches my attention, but now things have settled, because Levon's heart rate was showing 36, which I felt like it's just impossible, and then it jumped to 86, which already felt less, especially if you have closed your knight on H8. Let me just highlight that knight one more time. If you logged out your own knight on H8 with this very committal G6 move and your heart rate is 36, then something is definitely wrong. No, that cannot be true.
That's just a whole different level of keeping poker face, setting up a trap for your opponent, but no, that's not possible.
Exactly, and I want to say one very interesting thing, strategically speaking. We have seen Levon, and we have been so impressed by his play with the white pieces against Vincent and against Fabiano. But those were with the white pieces. And Levon has this tendency to do some artistic, something special from every position. And I have the feeling that in freestyle chess, that might actually work very well with the white pieces. But to do that with black, it's very risky. Yeah, it's very risky. And giving up the fight for the center with G6, yes, we do see that, yeah, there is a trick with E4, bishop H6, which Fabiano definitely not going to fall. By the way, yes, we know from computers that you can sometimes sacrifice the exchange. And here I want to tell you, reveal one big secret. Our main organizer, Jan Wüttner, was asking me, Peter, do you have this feeling, one of the days, do you have this feeling that you can maybe sacrifice the exchange for a minor piece, for a bishop in opening phases? And I said, Jan, come on, don't be kidding me. You are telling me that you don't understand how chess works? Yeah, if he already gets this feeling from these games, I was truly stunned.
Yeah, and we know bishop is worth 3 points, a rook was worth 5 points. So in standard chess, it's really a sacrifice that you don't want to think about unless it's way on in the middle game or something that gives you concrete compensation. So again here it's really surprising that the move e4, giving up that rook on c1 is possible, but given the mat situation, again, it's just taking way too much risk for Fabi. I think he's going to play something a lot more solid. Peter, let's bring up our bird's eye view and see if more progress has happened on some of the other boards.
Well, c4 just happened by Abdusattorov. It was also the move that I highlighted. I felt like it's very natural. Playing against the Dutch, right? d4, c4, occupy the center, go then knight d3, this h3, bishop h2. I'm somehow feeling that we're going to see that. It just somehow feels very natural, yeah, handling this position. Also in the Dutch, d4 and then bishop f4, e3 became kind of a mainstream setup against the Leningrad Dutch. Knight d3 played, also following the classical principles. Let's first develop the slow-moving piece, yeah, and we see this team in the freestyle chess even more because often the bishops are already well placed at their starting positions.
Yes, and we see the first few moves how the players are developing, and I think the next question that often comes up in freestyle chess is king safety. Where do we envision the potential kings to actually end up? Are we seeing it across the boards? Are the players thinking about it that perhaps the long way to shot side castle? But I feel that's really difficult to achieve, especially with 4 minor pieces along the way on the king side. We see the 2 bishops still on g1 and f1 on most of the games, that even if you think that the king can go shot side castle, it's going to take a lot of clearing up to do. But then, that said, Peter, if you keep the king on the queen side, the bishops are ideally placed to try to create counterplay on that. So those are also dynamics that can be extremely critical in these positions. For example, especially in that Nodirbek Magnus board, once d4, c4 is committed, where do you actually keep the king safe? Because we can imagine the 2 bishops landing up on the h7, b1 and the h6, c1 diagonals.
Yeah, I believe that in this position, for the moment, White is not really worried about his king safety. It's much more than Black has to watch out for, yeah, because the king on b8, like this, that White has already occupied d4, c4, and knight coming out to d3, and we talked about h3, bishop h2, some more pressure there on the king. That could be unpleasant. One other thing, let's just highlight that in a classical game, normally when someone is in a must-win situation, then we see him taking enormous risk, and then the question is, does it work or not? And on move 10, 15, we normally judge it that, was it a good strategy? Does this player really have a chance to fight for a win or not? Here, if you look at this position, Fabi already has a chance, yeah? So he can forget about the result. He just needs to focus on this position because he really has something to play with. And all he has to do, play a very good game, and certainly will have this chance.
And in must-win games, we often talk about risk, and I think for most people, it's a very black and white situation. A risk means going all out, playing extremely rash, and trying to get a chaotic position from the start. But when we talk about risk at a deeper level, it's also what risk you want to take with your approach, because there are 2 different ways to play for a win, to try to get that must-win. One approach is to try to get an imbalanced position early on, the way Ali Reza tried against Magnus, you know, playing something completely non-standard, trying to get your opponent in murky waters where anything can really happen. But the other risk, the other approach, which is also risky, is that you play a normal game. You decide to develop slowly, you decide to get a normal positional battle, and you say, you know what, let's play chess. We keep the position, we try to make the moves that make objectively the most sense in the position, and then we see who makes the last mistake on the board. So it's not just always about going all out in a must-win situation at the top level.
Yes, exactly. Playing on your opponent's nerves, keeping the tension as long as possible. Often when a top player is challenged right away, then he's so much more happy. He knows that he needs to solve those concrete problems, and if he solves them, then actually things are clear. I want to highlight that this G3 move, I don't really understand. I can only feel like I can make one kind of explanation for it, that Fabi was impressed by G6 and he thought like, okay, if Levon does this to me, I'm gonna do it to him. But we mentioned that, okay, this knight on h8, the knight on h1 are not feeling that happy. Was there any need for White to play such a slow move? I'm a little bit, it's not because of the ever bar. The ever bar could show clear plus for white like it did the move before. I would still be having exactly the same feelings. It's a bit of a slow move.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a slow move, and maybe we can turn to Nicholas to see how he can explain what's in mind of Fabi.
Nicholas, we're surprised by this. Take it away. Break it down for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I cannot look into Fabi's mind.
Yeah, I just cannot help myself. Today again, I didn't participate in any of these discussions, so it was a bit surprising to me that almost everybody ended up playing 1d4 when that move was not obvious to me at all. And f5 just seemed a bit more interesting to me than going d5, even though I didn't feel that there was anything particularly wrong with it. And now you guys know me, so if he takes the pawn, I'm not planning to take it back. I'm planning to go e5 and make it a gambit as soon as possible. But I kind of like my prospects there. I feel like my pieces are springing into life a bit earlier than his. So yeah, I'm generally quite optimistic.
Well, unfortunately here in the studio we could not hear a single word that Magnus said. You guys at home could understand him, I hope so. All I could tell was that he looks very slick and that he'd probably cut himself shaving. Other than that, we have unfortunately no idea what he said, and we hope to get back to that later. So we'll stay focused on the Fabiano game against Levon. We were just talking about the move G3, and it is a move that was not approved by the engine. Probably Fabi also want to have the option to develop the knight to h3, maybe having the option to play f4. I'm also struggling a little bit, and Levon played fairly quickly the move f5, which is a good move to have better center control, to stop e4 happening, and reminding us somewhat of a Stonewall structure, where black puts the pawn on d5 and the other pawn on f5, having a lot of center control, but what's the downside? You weaken the square on e5. However, black has ways to fight for the square, putting the bishop to g7, putting the knight to f7, and if you can push e5 yourself at some point first and get rid of this weakness, then black would be completely fine, and it would remind me a lot of the game that Caruana was playing actually on the black side against G.O.A.T, where he equalized easily in the second game of the quarterfinals. And I think this last move, G3, F5, that was really a good sign for Aronian, maybe something that Caruana wasn't aware of so much, the Stonewall structure, or that he maybe underestimated that black could play like this, Peter.
Yeah, I was kind of really worried for Levon that just by simple measures, simple means, Fabiano will get the upper hand right out of the opening, right after a couple of moves. But after G3, F5, I feel like, okay, black should be perfectly happy. As you highlighted, black's knight from H8 can go to F7, we'll cover the E5 square, the bishop goes to G7, we will be threatening with E7, E5, white should never let that happen. Usually, how does white fight against the Stonewall? By placing the knight on D3 and another one on F3, but that knight from H1 is unable to reach the F3 square. And another kind of idea would be to activate that bishop, bishop E3, bishop F4, to re-establish the control of the E5 square, but that might run into knight F7 and then G6, G5, kicking that bishop away from F4, so we are simply unable to set up that lovely control on the E5 square, and if we don't do that, then just like in every kind of such scenario, if we ever have to push F3, F4 to stop E5, then we also give up the E4 square and the position will get very static. And if you are in a must-win situation, that's certainly not a scenario you would love to bring the game in.
who gets the first central break in, and that's what this fight will be about. And it looks like the way it's gone that Levon Aronian will find it easier to develop his pieces to the accurate squares to get that e5 in. So for Fabi, on a win-on-demand game, it's not the ideal start, not been able to break either with e4 or really control the center as we saw it. It's going to be an uphill battle. Let's bring up our bird's eye view and check in with the other progress in the games. And we've seen the storyline with Nodirbek and Magnus. They have been playing taking their time in these first few moves and playing it really slow, Peter. And we see that Nodirbek on that extreme left board, actually Nodirbek and Magnus both, we don't see any piece out right now. It's been a bit of a pawn game, with Nodirbek taking control, trying to take control of the center with that last move e3, not only defending the d4 pawn, but also opening up that bishop on f1, controlling and defending that c4 pawn, which was under an indirect attack. Meanwhile, in our lower bracket, we also see Vincent against Gukesh, and this is so similar. The position is so similar from the black side to what we're seeing on the Fabi setup if Black was to play the move f5. But then, Peter, we come to that point that we get that fixed center that you were talking about with the move f4, f5 in. Black has control of the e4 square, white has control of the e5 square, so we might be seeing the dynamic in that one. Meanwhile, Dingler, and it has been such a difficult tournament for him. He's playing against Alireza, has to win this one. With the black pieces, we once again see Alireza as the one who's got more space in the center, has managed to push that d5 pawn. That bishop on g1 will open itself, pushing that flank h-pawn up the board and placing it on h2.
But isn't this some kind of a world record that the queens are traded off?
A world record in freestyle chess.
In freestyle chess, but even in a classical, we even have to get there just to see on which move did they trade queens. Yeah, this is something very special. Let me bring that game on. Okay, we know that Alireza actually does not mind the draw because he has won the first game. And it was move 6. Wow, okay, in freestyle chess, in Fischer and Dom, certainly this is the earliest possible trade of queens. Yeah, let's just quickly see what happened here. We already talked about the Scandinavian e4, d5, e takes d5, queen d5. Black activates the queen, but whenever you activate the queen too early, it becomes a target. So it's a very double-edged sword. White occupies the center, d4, knight g6, knight f3, nice development, f6, yeah, setting up, activating that bishop from g8, and then white played the move c4, challenging the queen, and if the queen starts fooling around, then white will get a lot of extra tempi. So yeah, black found a good spot for the queen on a5, the typical Scandinavian spot. And now Alireza said, you know what, this queen is a little bit disturbing, and all I need is a draw. Why don't I just challenge? Whoops, we had also some big development by going long castle immediately, but let's just see how the queens got traded. So queen trade on e1, takes, black pushes c5, white pushes d5. Now black has to break out because you can't get stuck with that backward pawn on e7. So black temporarily sacrifices the pawn with e5. After d takes e6, en passant, rook c6, long castles, and black plays long castle. This is stunning development because one has to even understand that this is a legal move, right? The long castle here from black side.
You put the king on c8 and the rook from a8 jumps to d8, and right there, maybe we'll do a slow action replay of the move because just aesthetically, it's not something you get to see in chess. And here, watch carefully, chat, what happens. It's magic, Peter. As you're pointing out, rook d8 was a threat, and it's combated with
long castles. And we have to highlight that in classical chess, if black's king would be on e8, it would be a forbidden move because you can't cross the d file if the king has to cross. But here, the king is on b8, so the king is not crossing. That's the reason why this is legal. Dinker then thinks that anyway I'm gonna win back the e6 pawn whenever I want, because luckily for him, okay, not luckily, he has foreseen it, that the knight on g6, bishop on f8 are covering the e7 square, so white can't really push that pawn forward.
But are you in time? I'm looking at these ideas and I just really quickly a basic threat, but just to point out for our newer audience that you can't really take on e6. We're highlighting this diagonal. Rook d8 would be an absolute killer check. So long castle is not just about getting a king safety, but it was a necessity at that point. You're pointing out this pawn on e6, and I'm just wondering, can white actually look at perhaps a move like the g pawn moving forward? I want to get my bishop on h3. I want to also control that f4 square with the knight. I see that I hate that my bishop on g1. Not only the knight on h1, but my bishop on g1, knight on h1, I'm coming on the way. But and he does first trade. So I think g3, bishop h3, even if you end up saving that pawn, you're basically playing down 2 pieces, and you never want to go into those positions.
Yes, and anyway, black already with rook on c6 and bishop on g8 is ready to capture that pawn on e6 immediately, so I even don't really see the way to... You wanted to play for tricks, right? That g3, rook takes d1, king d1, bishop e6, rook takes e6, and then bishop h3.
I was hoping for that, but I also wanted to make the point that very often it's not about saving a pawn, even if it's for tricks. The idea that you've got these 2 pieces locked up for the rest of the game, that's going to come and haunt you a lot. I don't know, Peter, if the tricks work out or not. Of course, you never take with the rook because the bishop is coming onto h3. If you take with bishop, you might have to calculate what's happening on lines with rook e6. It may or may not work. But even if it does, do you want to trap your own pieces on the corner of the board?
Yeah, here I think the answer is very easy that, yeah, it will anyway not work. Let's just highlight quickly. Yes, that first of all, after g3, I will start by taking on d1.
d1.
You take with the king, I take with the bishop on e6. You take rook e6, I take rook e6, bishop h3, and I say thank you very much because I can play both king d7 or knight c7, and I will get perfect harmony, and with black, you can start playing for a win. Yeah, all of a sudden, yes, it's symmetrical, but the knight h1, bishop g1 construction, this is a total nightmare. So yes, no, clearly this is not in Aliza's radar. There had been some moves. Let's just get a no.
He traded on d8.
He traded, but Ding is not at the board. That's why he has not captured the rook back, which is kind of automatic. We can even probably put it on the board.
It's gonna happen.
Yes, it's gonna happen. And now the big question is that we have seen Alireza deciding on the moves that he has played based on the match situation. Yeah, because he knows that draw is enough. But is this the right strategy? Isn't this giving Ding, for example, some confidence that, okay, my opponent is only playing for a draw? Maybe I get a slight chance to start to put some pressure. And I would like to highlight one thing, that if white just plays moves like knight g3, even if we were to trade all the pieces, let's just trade. I see some scenario that black's king gets to c6, the knight gets to d6, and black starts with a6, b5. Black's pieces are so much more harmonious, and then we hit on c4, and if we ever force the trade c takes b5, a b5, then we'll already have the structure on the queen side to play for a win. Knowing Ding's mindset that he had been suffering throughout the tournament, he will be very relieved that he might get a position where he's perfectly safe and can play a long game.
All right, so this is looking like it's going to be a long endgame grind. Let's bring up our bird's eye view, and I want to also bring in Nicholas at this point to take us through perhaps just the evaluation. Nicholas, we've got our bird's eye view up, and the one game that you'd want to jump into and take us through.
Well, maybe we can take a look at a game we haven't really featured yet so far. It's a game between Vincent Keimer and G.O.A.T. from the lower bracket. Here we have it, and we see some developments here, quite interesting. So let's start from the top, how we got there. Let's remind ourselves, Vincent won the first game, so he only needs a draw to win his mini-match against G.O.A.T. It was d4, d5, knight to g3, knight to d6, now knight to d3. Makes a lot of sense to develop these knights. Those seem to be the natural development squares for those two. g6, and now f4. So we see Vincent going for this Stonewall approach here with f4, taking away squares in the center and also opening up this bishop. Quite an interesting approach. And here we see h5. Whoa. Going for h4, pushing this knight away, which doesn't have a lot of squares. You don't want to put it back on the corner square on h1. So Vincent went e3, which was a, let's say, normal move. There might have been even the option to sacrifice a pawn here with e4. but maybe also given the match situation, he opted for the calmer e3, and now bishop g7. We have caught up to the game. This is the current position, bishop g7, and well, white has somewhat developed the pieces on the king side. Now it's maybe the question what to do with these pieces. One could consider to play a4 to maybe involve the rook in a way, grab some space there. And other than that, maybe one can still think about pushing e4, prepared with a move like queen e1. This also looks quite sensible to potentially force black's hand to either push f5 or h4, but h4, this would just lead to a loose pawn here on the h file. So, interesting moment here for Vincent. He has made a lot of more or less natural moves, and now he has to figure out how he continues his development. Tanya.
Yeah, this one's heating up as well, and we know with the h-pawn advancing forward, with the threats combining with that those bishops lined up on the queen side and threats on the king side. Gukesh is also, of course, looking for his opportunity to make a real game out of this. Peter, I want to take us back to the Nodirbek Magnus board. We have seen just a few moves from the opening, and I am getting an update. We could not hear Magnus in the confessional booth, but let's just take it back from this moment onwards. And Nodirbek started with d4. Magnus, after a think, decided to go for the Dutch setup with f5, and Nodirbek taking control of the center with c4. And now Magnus goes c5. Nodirbek responds with the move e3. What Magnus said in the confession, because chat, we couldn't hear it, so I'm just going to say it out. He said that, you guys know me, if he takes the pawn, I'm not planning to take it back. He's pointing at the c5 pawn.
Yeah, then let's just put the pawn back to e2.
Let's do that. I just want to finish what he said, Peter. So he said, if you take this pawn, I'm not planning to take it back. I'm planning to go e5 and make it a gambit as soon as possible. So he's saying no more rook takes c5. He wants to go e5, open up the diagonal, bring the pieces out. Magnus really looking for the fight. He's trying to get his gambits in. He did that yesterday as well against Nodirbek with the white pieces. He was sacrificing the pawn on d4. Nodirbek eventually declined the sacrifice, did not end up taking it, and it was perhaps the best way forward. But this one is a different story. I think it's really scary for white to actually take on c5 and allow the construction with e5.
Yeah, well, let's even take a look. So what do we have after e5? Black is threatening to capture with the bishop, yeah? So then everything will be harmonious. So white can't just simply protect the pawn with f3 because then the pawn is falling. Let's just put that on the board. So bishop takes c5, bishop c5, rook c5 already looks quite... Hang on, then I have knight d3, hitting the pawn on e5 and the rook on c5. I'm not sure that Magnus would have played like this, no? So after f3, we might have seen him still insisting on something. Okay, very interesting, but he's certainly in a gambit style mode. I also would like to highlight that when we talk about d4, f5, this is like a Dutch, and then after c4, c5, it seems like some hybrid kind of banker, Dutch, Benoni kind of stuff. The typical banker and Benoni stuff is when white plays the move d4, d5, when most probably black even can consider some moves like e7, e5, and okay, how do you avoid this position? It just looks like an absolutely normal position for black. Clearly d takes c6 is not a move to worry about. After black can put the pawn to d6, or maybe can even do it fancy with putting the knight on d6, enjoy that lovely square and then develop the bishop differently. All in all, seeing all this, I can perfectly understand that Nodirbek decided I'm going to ignore this, I'm going to play e3, and now Magnus just came at the right moment. Magnus replied with d6, a quiet little move.
Hinting at e5 perhaps?
Probably, but also it stops white, this whole c5 sequence stops white of placing his knight to d3.
And let's show the reason for that as well.
Look at this, knight d3, suddenly black can take on d4, and the c4 pawn is hanging. So after he takes d4, black can take on c4 with the rook or with the bishop. In any case, it's a dream scenario. And that knight, we often say that whenever you play d4, you would love to place that knight on d3. So if that knight is getting developed, then maybe it should go to f3. I'm still dreaming of my little idea h3, bishop h2, just to get this bishop active on the diagonal.
And I'm wondering if Magnus, because there are two approaches for me for black in this position. You either want to strike in the center with e5, kind of trying to get white to take a decision in the center, or develop that dark squared bishop. I would love to place that on the h8, a1 diagonal to move the idea, the plan g6, bishop to g7 comes to mind as well. Also with long-term ideas against the d4 pawn. And Peter, as we were highlighting, that for white, you really want that knight on d3, but you need to keep this bishop connected to the c4 pawn. Nicholas, we are trying to dive deeper from a human perspective in this position. Magnus's last move, d6, what do you make of it? And how can Nodirbek try to keep his chances in this game?
Yeah, there are many different approaches here. Let's maybe also point out, so far only 3 moves have been played. And Magnus has spent 26 minutes already, and he only has 90 minutes until move 40, when the players get another half an hour plus 30 seconds increment. Then until then, there's no increment. So you really have to manage your time well. But the first few moves are so critical, are so important. So it's important to spend a lot of time. How can Nodirbek continue now? There is this potential move e5 looming in the air. So one move that can be considered is to play another pawn move. So far, only pawn moves have been played is to play f4 to control the center more. It is a committal move because you also weaken the square on e4. And I think from a human perspective, maybe not the move that Nodirbek will choose. What else does the engine suggest? Well, develop the knight. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Hit the pawn on f5. But the question is, what do you do after g6? And once again, not obvious what your follow-up is here. Maybe f3, maybe f4 now.
It's pretty solid. I was actually thinking that first e4 was the most dangerous move, and I really couldn't figure out what to do against e4, because e5, d4 I was not a big fan of, and d5 by itself is looking dubious. So when Fabiano played d4, I got a bit happy, because I think after d5 is not the end of the world. It's not so challenging. Another dangerous move I thought was c4, but yeah, I think c4, I calculated some e5 and then some ideas with the knight being trapped on h8, I mean with the queen being trapped on h8 and knight on h8 used to lure the queen there. So, but right now I think the position should be more or less equal. It's not a full symmetry because my bishop is on h6, but I don't know why my bishop is worse there on f8. So, and in closed positions, symmetry is not so scary. So, unless I'm blundering something, I think it should be okay for black. But we'll see.
We heard Levon there in the confessional booth talking about his game, so should we head over there, Tanya, and take a look at what he said? So first of all, he mentioned in the first move, he was much more afraid about e4, the move that was chosen by Firouzja, because he was thinking if he just mirrors here, the move d4 is happening, which makes a lot of sense and is quite challenging for black. So Arjan wasn't sure how to react to this. He was thinking about d5, but it also looked a little bit murky. That's the way actually that Ding played in the game against Firouzja. So after d4 already, Levon was happy to see this move. And coming back to the current position, he was saying that it is a symmetrical yet close position. So symmetry is not a very important factor. And just when he went to a confession booth, actually Fabiano is breaking the symmetry. He's taking on e4. And, well, you cannot take back with the e-pawn because, once again, the rook is trapped on c8, a motive that we've seen several times already. So the only question is, do you take back or do you actually try to keep the symmetry by taking on e5? And actually, that it seems to make a lot of sense from the match perspective because Aronian only needs a draw to advance to the finals, and now taking off all the knights? and potentially having more piece trades. This looks like it's heading towards a draw at least. Peter and Tanya, what do you make of it?
Well, be careful with all these symmetry positions. For example, here if we just let me also make this moves: knight takes e5, d takes e5, d takes e4. Yes, on one side it's kind of scary that we are trading pieces, but white is the one who activates that bishop eventually first to c5, and if somehow I get bishop c5 and then follow it up with e3, then all of a sudden we are talking about two very active bishops, and that bishop from h6 will not really be coming back into the game easily. Whenever black pushes later e6, black's bishop on g8 will be stuck. Yeah, so I perfectly understand Levon that he captures d takes e4 first. He does not want to get into this direct symmetry, allowing white's bishop to be activated instantly to c5. The pawn is now on d4. But now there is also this other question that is, for example, from white's perspective, first of all, a question like trading the knights and then playing this disbalanced position, eventually going then c4, try to play somehow. But then again, for example, let's just highlight that if we take, then suddenly white has the same problems that whenever I push e3, the other bishop will be out of the game. If I don't push e3, I cannot develop the bishop. So from f1, that's why I feel like knight takes f7 is absolutely no-go. It would be a strategic mistake. On the other hand, now black is already threatening knight takes e5, and I'm not having my extra move bishop c5 in. Does this mean that maybe a move like knight c4 is possible and try to keep that knight, and that knight comes to e3 and then we go c4? But that looks very special. Fabiano goes queen e1. I like this move because he's setting up some rook d1 ideas, and let's not forget about this, that eventually after the trades you go rook d1, rook, you activate the rook, and then you castle long immediately. And what about that king on b8? So it's not the classical chess that the symmetry is forever. If we castle and black's king gets stuck, it's a completely different scenario.
I really like the move queen e1 because it forces black to understand that the position is changing now. For example, if you try to not go into the trade of e5, white is also potentially setting up some ideas, and I just want to point them out, Peter. If you try to improve your knight from the d6 square, this queen from e1 at some point can actually land on b4, and suddenly you see the power of this knight. You've got threats on the board. I'm going to make the worst possible move in the position. I want to attack your queen. That's walking into a checkmate in one. Just trying to show the kind of concepts that can exist with the move that Fabi just played. Queen to e1, ideas of rook d1, as well as activating the queen from a really nice b4 square, which eventually can also start targeting e7. I don't know if it's going to be now or a move later, but I don't believe that Levon can let the knight on e5 stay for too long.
No, this knight needs to be traded.
It needs to be traded. Yes. And the one more thing I want to say, that once it's traded off, and let's just make it at this point, again, a strategic point that I want to make from Levon's side is, white needs to always watch out for a move like g5. I want to start targeting your pawns. If you take, you really make the e5 pawn extremely weak. And if to keep the structure as is, you play e3, you better make sure that that bishop on g1 is not stuck on g1, but you manage to get the time all the way to c5. With these points made, Peter, I'm just wondering, is there a possibility? It would be something that would be on my radar. If I'm playing black from this side, I don't want that knight on e5, and let's bring up our live position. I don't want this knight on e5 to stay for so long. I'm already calculating the direct approach taking. You can't take with the f-pawn, it's pinned, and we don't have a move yet. You take with the d-pawn. Can I go directly with g5?
Yes, it's a legitimate question, but from the white side, I'm not worried at all. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna start hitting the queen with rook d1.
Let's sidestep to e8, I would say.
Yes, probably you go to e8, and now I also have the chance of putting my bishop on e3. I don't know exactly. Yes, I do block the bishop, but if, for example, after bishop e3, you're going to trade on f4, and I take back with the pawn, of course, I will never trade the dark square bishops. I want to keep as much tension as possible in the position. And this does not concern me at all so much. No, because I have a4, a5 ideas. I can try to set up the long castle. I still feel that there are enough dynamics in the position not to worry about. And I do believe that Levon, we heard him, he is thinking like, okay, this is a symmetrical position, this should be equal. I believe that there is much more poison to this position than it meets the eyes at first.
I'm going to play the devil's advocate here. I hear the points you're making, but I also feel that once the pawn reaches a5, maybe I can stop your threats with a6. I'm looking at ideas for Lev as well to get creative on the king side, trying to attack your pawns. Yes, it's risky to take your pieces all on one side of the board. I think it's just going to be a really fun battle. And we do see Levon, he's thinking about this because knight takes e5. It is a very big decision on the board. You are changing the complete structural formation in the position. So queen e1, whether Lev decides to do it now or a few moves from now, I think we're going to see a trade on this. Peter, should we take this moment to jump onto some of our other boards as Levon is deciding what approach he should go for?
Yeah, and I think Levon understanding that this is much more tricky than he thought. This is a very scary position because if you get stuck with your king on b8, this can be a decisive factor. Yeah, so forget about the symmetries, forget about all the pieces getting traded off. No, there is still a lot of tension as long as white does not push the pawn to e3. There is tremendous tension. That's why at all costs want to make sure that whenever you try to provoke me to play e3, I better bury that bishop on f1. I don't need that bishop. That the bishop doesn't do anything, but all my other forces will go and target your king in the long run.
Alright, it might be a race on Lev trying to get to the queenside pawns, trying to keep the bishops intact, trying to keep the bishops inactive for white, while Fabi might go for a full launch on the king side. These are all middle game ideas that the players definitely have in mind. These are the 4 positions that we have in front of us. On our extreme left, we again see a long think from Nodirbek after that last move d6. So he's still not certain how he wants to continue with development. We've done a deep dive on the Fabi board. Meanwhile, Alireza in that endgame, it looks extremely level to me. But for Alireza needing only a draw, it's hard to imagine black actually creating winning chances out of this one. I do see that the black's pieces seem slightly more active, but I just don't believe it's going to be enough to get that win in to level the score. Meanwhile, extreme right, we do see that white has been very committal, placing a lot of pawns on the dark square, some light square weaknesses on the board that Gukesh can start thinking about. Nicholas, I'm going to hand it over to you. Which board catches your attention the most and where do you want to take us to?
Well, it's a process of elimination, I believe, because we just looked at Fabi against Levon. In the Magnus game, not much has happened. So it is between this endgame, and maybe we take a look at this endgame after all, because maybe it is not as harmless as it first looks for different reasons. Yes, the pawn structure is symmetrical, but there are some trumps for black. One is being this knight, still on h1. And not in a game. And also, black has the better bishop. Why does he have the better bishop? You see, these pawns are fixed on the light squares, on the same color as the bishop. So theoretically, in the future, this bishop can maybe target this pawn chain in one way or another. And the big question is what to do about this knight. If you play knight g3, well, you can do this. Yes, that's true. But you do weaken your pawn structure a little bit. You have a double pawn now on the g-file. So a tiny edge for black here, and I think it's quite uncomfortable. And Peter was pointing it out earlier. Ding is probably very happy that in this game he has not only reached a solid position, he has reached a safe position where he can try to play for a win. Yes, of course, it's not the ideal position to win with the black piece, because after all, it still is fairly drawish. But if you compare it to his last 2 games, where with the white pieces he was pretty much lost in about 10 moves, this is a big step forward. And who knows, maybe he can mount a comeback here, winning, grinding out this endgame, Magnus style. We'll see. Peter, how do you evaluate the chance for Ding here?
I'm with you. I perfectly agree. I feel like this is also very much Alireza playing against his own nature. Yeah, this is uncharacteristic, going for the early queen trade. Then against e5, he went en passant with d takes e6 just to kill the game. And then, if suddenly black will get the chance to play a long game, and I would like to highlight one of the pawns that really attract me, that pawn on f6. Yeah, this gives also kind of a very nice little difference to the position, because eventually black can start advancing on the king side with g5, h5. For example, if black gets g5, h5 in, fixes some more pawns to the light squares, as Nicholas very nicely highlighted, that white's bishop on f1 compared to e6 looks like a very passive piece. The knight from h1 will have a big question. Do I jump to g3 and along knight takes g3, f takes g3, another ugly kind of transformation of pawn structure? There are some ugly questions that white has to answer. And why on earth did white play like this? And I see very much the same thematic in the Vincent Keimer Gukesh game, where Vincent, with the white pieces, knowing that he only needs a draw, has completely lost his usual way of playing. Yeah, he's unsure what to play for. And if we turn to that game after realizing that, okay, Ding will have chances to grind this game out, then let's just switch there for a moment. I really believe, my intuition tells me that Gukesh has everything to play for in this position, not only because he's up on the clock, but simply his pawn structure is so much more flexible. And look at this h4, f4, e3, d4, c3. What is this? Yeah. It's absolutely not Vincent's style. If you ask him afterwards, he said, no, this was terrible. It was only played because of the match situation.
Yes, and we were looking at all the drawbacks of this pawn structure that you're talking about, the weaknesses on the light square that eventually cannot... It's not only the bishop that can start targeting it, but that knight from h8 at some point can land into more active squares, better pastures through f7, h6. So fully agree on this one, Peter, that for Gukesh, it's an ideal opening outcome. With the black pieces to get this position in a must-win game, I think this is the kind, with all the pieces on the board, of course, it's far from any kind of a big advantage to talk of, but there's a lot of potential for this long-term being better for black, I'm sorry. I still want to go back for just a moment because for me, it's really interesting, the points that you and Nicholas brought up in this game. And I think I still feel that draw is a very likely result, but the more that you break this down, the more you understand that it's far, far from over. All these potential ideas that you're talking about and the concept of why the black bishop is stronger than the white bishop in this position, purely based on the pawn structure, a long-term concept, and the more active knight. The fact that black's knight controls d4 far better than the white's knight will ever jump to d5. The flexibility of the pawn structure on the king side is really interesting, that actually this might be Ding's first chance in the tournament to get the first win in. It's also the most stable position, as we've been talking, that Ding has had all tournament. He has been struggling right out of the opening in most of his matches, most of his games. Even though it comes at a very late point, but I think he's breathing. It's a sigh of relief for him to get this. Ding will try to grind this down. But all the points you made, it might be actually a good idea for Alireza to take a very committal decision. Try and get a set of minor pieces off the board. Yes, you spoil your pawn structure. But this knight on h1, it really worries me, especially not there. That's a knight move, especially if the black pawn comes to h4.
Yes, of course, that would be a total nightmare scenario. On the other hand, it's a typical scenario that if you play knight g3 and afterwards you hold the game comfortably, people will tell you that, yes, knight g3 was a very nice decision, but if you end up losing the game, then people will that how could you have played knight g3? What are you doing? Yeah, so this is a very tough spot, and he's taking his time. He's burning the clock, not feeling happy. Ding's heart rate has stabilized. We have him always seeing 120 as minimum. Now he knows exactly that this is very much classical chess, everything under control. I have the better pawn structure. I have suddenly a chance to just play a normal game. And one thing I would like to highlight, I think one of the biggest challenges in freestyle chess, a part of playing good chess, is that if things are not going according to your liking, then you can very easily feel like Fischer random chess is not your friend. Everything works against you, while the players who are playing well and winning games, they are enjoying the moment. Yeah, look at Alireza is not feeling happy. He's thinking like, how on earth did I get into this position? Why was I so much focused on shutting the game down?
Yeah,
because
he had a smile on his face, but that wasn't a smile out of happiness.
Exactly.
I think it's that moment when a chess player realizes, and this happens at all levels, that you feel that this should have been fine for you. But the deeper you get into the position, you feel uncomfortable with every next move that you have to make.
Well, I even have the feeling that he might have blundered long castle. Let's just go back to that moment, because the move d5, e5 happened, and well, white has a lovely connected pass pawn. Yeah, c4, d5, yes, black is about to set up a fortress on d6, but white has many different ways of dealing with this kind of structure. So d takes c6 by no means necessary from white side. But he did opt for d takes c6, and after rook c6 blitzed out the move long castles, and all of a sudden black also castled. It was one of those questions that happened in the players' meeting. Yeah, Magnus was also asking certain scenarios that, yes, just to make sure, just to make clear, is castles allowed in this position? And yeah, we kind of clarified many positions. But you never know, the players are also very exhausted, or he might have felt that, okay, yes, long castle will be played, but this is... On the other hand, you know, he's a super player. He feels that this is not a dead draw, because all of a sudden, you already have this, that the pawn on f6, the knight on g6 versus these pieces. This is slightly scary.
But explain that confusion a little bit, because Alireza made long castle in exactly this position, right? So, of course, it's in his radar that it's a possibility. Are you saying that the confusion came in with the d file, the d8 square being blocked?
Of course, yeah. This is because in normal chess now long castle is impossible. Yeah, you played long castle, you have king on e8, you cannot castle long. Yeah.
So
these are the confusing moments.
A potential confusion in his head that we're not, of course, sure about it, and maybe we'll ask if we get a chance. That did he feel that long castle was legal for black in this position or not? In any case, this happened, and black landed up with a really nice endgame, Peter. Quickly going to go through the moves, and we're still in this position. Alireza in a big think. To many of us, another idea that might come into mind is to push this pawn, get this knight out of here, and then put the knight on g3. Peter, I would be hesitant to play this move because I'm leaving behind a really nice square for the knight to f4. But I think a lot of our audience watching, and maybe even in a blitz game, it's something that you do think about. But why, for Alireza, I think also it's a hard move to make, is because long term you leave a really nice post for the black knight.
Yes, you can only play a move like g4 if you're really completely sure that after g4, knight d6, you have king e3 covering the f4 square, because if it would be very tempting to develop the knight to g3, but then black already jumps to f4, king e3, g5. Black sets up this defense on the f4, this grip on the f4 square. Okay, one could argue that knight e2 is possible. Let me just show some bishop takes e4 almost winning after knight e2. Yeah, it's probably not, but look at this. Bishop takes c4, knight f4, g takes f4, check, wins on the spot. And b takes c4, knight takes c4, check is almost checkmate. Luckily you have king e4, and it's just a perpetual, which is not good enough for us. But just to highlight that seemingly there is nothing, and almost we are getting checkmated.
Yeah, and look at the way this knight takes control of the two squares and the pawn controls on d4. And if Ding Liren was the one who was up a point in this match, this would definitely be a tactical idea that we might have seen on the board, or a concept that would have appeared. For Alireza, it's not as easy as it appears on first sight here. White still has questions to answer. It's not a completely level endgame as what seemed, at least to me, at the very start. And you can see it in Alireza's body language as well. The amount of time he's taken at this moment, just how difficult and complex this is. While he thinks, we're going to zoom out, bring up our bird's eye view and check in with what the players have decided. And I see that there have been decisions on that extreme left board. Nodirbek Abdusatrov decided to go f4, and we see an f4, f5 fixed structure that the knights are developing. The one key difference I see in the position for Magnus, he does have the e4 square vacant, a long-term outpost for his knight. Meanwhile, his pawn on d6 controls a central e5 square. So Nodirbek without that outpost. On the other hand, we see that on the extreme right, not much has happened. Gukesh still looking at those light square weaknesses. Peter, should we jump back to our Magnus-Nodirbek matchup?
Yes, for sure. And looking at the clock situation already tells the whole story. Yeah, that how complex this position is. Both players had already burned more than 30 minutes on their clocks. They are under an hour. And the players are feeling already, yeah? The players feel very much that all these first couple of moves are so vitally important. Look at now, we see Nodirbek fully focused. He did play the computer move that Niklas suggested, that computer says that f4 is kind of a good move. We were kind of speculating that it's not exactly a human move, but Nodirbek, after spending quite some time, probably got into the essence of this position and understood that it's all about the long-term e5 square and making sure that black will never ever get that freeing e7, e5 move in the center. That's why he weakens the e4 square, but makes sure that he will put the knight on f3 only once his pawn has already reached f4. A very interesting and combative position. Knight f3, g6 on the board. Now slowly the times are coming when we feel that the knight from h1 should probably get into the game. Is knight f2, knight, but still knight f2, knight d3 always runs into the same idea that the c4 pawn is weak. So that's not, if we can't really jump to d3, then already we don't want, yeah, he's about to make a move. He plays knight f2, yeah, okay. So knight f2 is played regardless. But what is the next move? Yeah, it will take again some time to understand what to do next in this position.
And it's also the ball is in Magnus's court, right? Because now he has to answer what is his next move as well. If he does play mirror chess, then white will have the opportunity to go knight d3 because the bishop is blocked by his own knight. On the other hand, do you want to put your queen on d7? I'm not so sure about that as well, Peter. There might be eventual ideas along the d file. Is that a square you want to position your queen on? To me, the most natural looking move in this position, you know, you've made the move g6, bring your bishop out to g7, and then ask the question that where exactly is this knight headed next? You don't really have any breaks currently, but it might be time to start thinking about that and planning them, trying to get a break in. I'm not sure how easy it will be to achieve e4, which brings me to the point that could it be an idea to actually strike on the flank with h3, g4?
Yes, it's an idea I highlighted right from the very beginning, but I wasn't sure also now the pawn on f4 changes things, yeah, because before I wanted to get that bishop to h2 and I was highlighting that diagonal is now blocked already by the pawn on f4. One other intrigue in the position I would like to highlight that, for example, we have seen, yeah, Magnus plays the move bishop g7, no surprise there, yes, bishop g7 played, that if, for example, white tries to play something like rook c3, queen c2 with the idea of going long castle, yeah, just to make sure that he activates that rook. He, in long terms, I don't know exactly how, but just to highlight what I want to say, something like queen b6, rook c7, and let's not forget that, no, sorry, if the rook moves, then I can already only play long, no, with the rook on c8, so this is very important that the queen moves, and somehow the bishop moves, and then black could potentially short castle. Yeah, and if you already fix your king's position on the queen side, and
h3, I think he's going for this plan.
Yeah, it's the logical plan. h3, g4. If you don't want to do anything committal yet with your king, yeah, if you are not in any rush of clarifying your king's position, then h3, g4 makes perfect sense.
Yes, because once you've developed your pieces, you need to start looking for getting that pawn break in, which resolves the situation in your favor. With e4 out of the question, I think it makes a lot of sense as well, Peter. I want us to just dive a little bit deeper into that, again, the castling situation, because for many watching, that can be a little confusing. And you pointed out that queen b6 or queen a5, two very natural looking moves. Black can decide where you want to place the queen, but going into that concept that once you move this rook, once you moved it to any square, black loses the right to go short side castle.
Yes.
He loses the right because the rook of the king side, in some ways, has made a move. So the only legal castling option after that would be to go long side castle.
Yes.
And that's, anyway, I don't know how desirable that might be with the rook placed on c1 currently, but very, very sort of complicated, this understanding and keeping it in mind that you lose the right to go short side castle the moment you move the rook. So black actually cannot short side castle with this rook on the board.
Yes, the point, what I see, however, is that the reason why short castle isn't such a big strategical threat, that there is nowhere to place that bishop from g8. That bishop on g8 is parked beautifully. You don't want to put it out on f7 because that blocks the knight. Besides, it also runs into some knight g5 jump. Yeah, the bishop on e6 would have the same problem. Yeah, so because of this fact that you know exactly that you don't have anywhere to place that bishop on g8, you might not be thinking about how do I get my king to the king side. Yeah, that's we have seen Magnus in 2 of his games in the round robin rapid portion use it against Dingley and also against Gukesh. Those both moves were shocking, but here I don't see that to be decisive.
Yes, and we're talking about Nodirbek's next natural move, g4, and then eventually at some point he can decide whether he wants the bishop on the f1 diagonal or he wants to place it on g2. You have to be a little careful, of course, with threats along the c4 pawn with the rook and the bishop eyeing after a trade on d4, but in general g4 is desirable. So we might think that, one second, can Magnus actually stop it with the idea of h5? And Peter, I hear you, but the point that I was trying to make was that yes, you stop the idea of g4, but you again leave behind so many dark square weaknesses. From the g5 square, the knight will be super happy. Maybe you might even land on h4, targeting the g6 weakness. So you have to be so careful in chess, whether it's freestyle or standard, making pawn moves.
Yes, exactly. Just the team that is there in Vincent's game against Gukesh, yeah, we are just not happy at all with Vincent's play because it's not his style. He is normally always making sure that he has a harmonious position. And when you play a move like h7, h5, for example, here, it just breaks all the harmony. Yeah? Weakening that g5 square forever, it's an absolutely no-go.
It's a no-go.
You don't want to do that.
All right, well, we're trying to get into the depths of this position. Nicholas, let's turn to you for what really is the path forward.
Well, it's Magnus's move right now, and it seems to make a lot of sense to involve this knight into a game, bring the knight from AH8 to f7. Another idea that I would like to highlight, which is quite interesting, is to say, well, my king is somewhat safe here. The only problem is the rook. The rook on a8, the rook on a1, they're not in the game. So how about we change that by playing a move like a5, then rook a6 and maybe rook b6 and involve the rook in this way. So this is actually an idea that the engine suggests in many different positions. So for example, now white also plays a4, black goes rook a6, rook a3, and now maybe even go rook b6 here and line up against the king. And suddenly you have a safe king on b8 and you have also activated your rook. Quite a fascinating idea. I'm not sure if it's on the player's mind. On the player's minds here we saw Nodirbek is playing on the other side of the board with h3. So I was wondering what happens if black goes knight f7 and white just follows up with the move he clearly intended to play, is to play g4. And here actually black is able to strike in the center, and interestingly we have an almost symmetrical position once again, and black is ready for the center strike. And we should not forget, if now there's a bunch of trades in the center and black equalizes, that would be huge news for Magnus, because he only needs a draw in this game to take it to the final since he won the very first game. So Magnus to play after h3, knight f7 looks like a good move, a5 also potential idea, but knight f7 to follow with d5 and first control these squares seems to make a lot of sense, Tanya.
Very cool, right? Traditional chess wisdom. Your opponent is playing on the flank. You want to look for opportunities to strike in the center. So for Nodirbek, we've been talking about the g4 break. Magnus needs to think about the d5 break. It requires a lot of calculation with the trades that will come forward, the squares you're leaving behind. But one thing's clear with that analysis that Nicholas had, Peter, that d5 is the break that Magnus needs to try to get into the game.
Yeah, that or this spectacular a5 rook a6 business. Yeah, that a5 rook a6 rook b6 was a stunner. And immediately I recalled another conversation that I had with Fabiano after the first or second day of the round robin rapid portion, where in similar scenario white plays the queen to a4, and Fabi said, you know what, computer said it was a very big mistake because black can play a5, rook a6, rook b6, rook b4, and black is almost winning according to computer. And it was very much familiar structure. So if Magnus had been involved in this conversation, he would certainly have a5, rook a6 on his radar. I do remember him in Reykjavik during the Fischer and World Championship 2022 playing, expanding on the queen side like this with the king on b8, and so I think it's very much on his mind. The question is that he does not need to win the game. Yeah, if he would need to win this game, he would go a5, rook a6 automatically. He might think like, okay, making sure that everything is under control has a higher priority.
Yeah, a5 rook a6 plan is classy chess, but very difficult as well. I think for me the concept of that d5 break would perhaps come a lot more naturally than pushing the pawns on the side that the king is, weakening the light squares. It is the engine's suggestion as well, and you said that for Magnus, one way to get there is also you start thinking, how do you actually get the rook into the game? With castle out of the question for now, it might be something that a player can come to the conclusion. So Magnus has two approaches. He can either go with a5, develop the rook on the flank with a rook lift, or he can try to strike in the center for d5, and that will determine the kind of middle game we end into. I would love to see that d5 break in, Peter, but of course a5 rook a6 also a very strategic idea. As Magnus tries to find his way forward, it's time for him to get creative, and it's time for our chat to get creative, as we do have our big giveaway on, and let's have that on our screen. We will be announcing the winner at the end of our final. You've got to drop a beat, drop a freestyle rap on Freestyle Chess happening in Weissenhaus. You can make it as long or as short as you like. Do not forget to use the hashtag Freestyle Chess. Peter, we've been getting some incredible bars by our audience.
Yes, you were already highlighting me some of those raps. It was stunning, and I want to see some more. Yeah, because if it really comes to this kind of quality, yeah, then we will be treated to some sensational stuff.
Yeah, I mean, people are not only going to become better chess players with all your analysis, we might have some rappers coming up in the chess audience as well. So keep those coming in. And because of the incredible raps that you guys are sending, by the way, we do have the card set, which is already signed by our players. And Peter, a special sign by Magnus Carlsen in this one. He's also made a little drawing for the audience.
Yes.
I don't know if they can see it.
You can see it.
Yes.
In any case, Magnus also in the sunglasses. That's something special, a very cool picture. You have the traditional Magnus on the other side.
I show it
Yeah,
into
maybe
camera.
Nicholas can...
Please, Nicholas.
Oh.
You can see more or less. It's a bit...
Yes,
we can see his sunglasses at least, yeah? Yeah,
Yeah,
there you
those-
go. The heart sunglasses.
Those have been drawn by Magnus, especially in the spirit of Valentine's Day. So chat, this special edition with all the signatures will come your way. One lucky winner. And not just that, there's also an additional prize that's been added, Peter. It's right here. It's really cool. I'm going to need some help from you. Okay, we're going to try and open it up. But it is... this is one of the best spa resorts of the world. So the organizers, with all of you guys getting really creative, along with the set of cards, this is a little difficult to pull up, but you do also get this Weissenhaus Freestyle Chess Go Challenge microfiber towel, I believe it is. It's a really cool one. And we're looking forward to your rap beats. And of course, we're looking forward to what the next moves on the board will be. This is our live action on the four boards. We're going to go into a short break, and we'll be right back with all the next moves.
Already day 5 of full concentration and dedication. Today is the start of the semi-finals of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge in Weissenhaus.
Today we have a very exciting semi-finals first classical game. I think the chess community has welcomed the tournament warmly, actually. We don't have too many freestyle tournaments. It's an exciting event, also the way it's organized. And I think with the support of Magnus Carlsen, this format will be also more popular, I believe.
Have you ever wondered how large the chess community is? One of the largest chess fan bases is in India. Gukesh Domaraju is one of India's most famous and youngest grandmasters. He, along with all the other grandmasters of this tournament, is the reason why the ChessBase India team is also here to follow the games.
In this tournament, 30% of the people who are following are Indians, but 70% are outside India. They are from all sorts of different countries. I think it's a global content because these are the biggest stars in the world of chess. I think the entire world is wanting to know what's happening.
On the first day of the semi-finals, Vincent Keimer and Alireza Firuzha win in the battle for 5th place. Particularly, the game between Ding Liren and Alireza stands out.
He's not in good shape in this tournament, so this blunder is very obvious. So it just shows that he's not at his best. I didn't think about it so much, I just played the logical moves.
In the battle for 1st place, today both Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusatorov, as well as Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian, are playing against each other. Levon has been looking forward to facing his opponent even before the start of the semi-finals.
Fabiano is a person who's extremely curious. He loves to analyze. He loves to find new ideas. So I think Chess 960 is ideal for him. And he loves to calculate. He's extremely tricky. All of the qualities of a perfect Chess 960 player. But, I think I can still surprise him and pose a challenge to him.
Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian have won their games, bringing them one step closer to the finals. But can they sustain this success? Stay tuned for the upcoming matches at the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge in Weissenhaus. Three questions on the Big Greek. What are you doing here at the Freestyle Greatest of All Time Challenge?
I was invited by the organizers. I'm very grateful for that. I'm doing every day 2 videos for my YouTube channel. One immediately after the round, and then afterwards I'm doing a second video where I'm inviting one of the players or one of the spectators to go with me through the game.
How are the players feeling throughout the tournament?
I think the players should feel more free in this context because they don't need to prepare a lot of hours before the game and after the game. Usually top players are working all the day during a tournament. They're preparing for their opponent, they're looking to the database, they're looking into the games, preparing openings, but here it's not possible. You're not preparing any openings, so they should feel much more free, of course. They can spend time with their family, they can spend it with their friends, going relax to the dinner or to the spa here or to the gym. I see Fabiano Caruana is always going to the gym in the morning, like me, and yeah, they should have more time.
Who is your favorite player in this tournament?
Abdusatorov seems to be in a great position right now. He's very fit, physically fit, mentally fit. He seems to be in a great style here, how he's playing.
Stay tuned. Magnus Carlsen, the Norwegian chess virtuoso, has captivated the world with his extraordinary talent. Demonstrating his skills early on, he became a grandmaster at the age of 13. He swiftly ascended to the top of the world rankings and triumphed as world champion in 2013. Known for his dominance in all chess formats, Carlsen is now vying for the title in Chess 960 at the Weissenhaus Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Times Challenge. His insatiable competitive spirit and commitment to making chess more attractive and accessible worldwide mark him as a pioneering figure and inspiration in chess. Magnus Carlsen, born in 1990, is a chess grandmaster holding Norwegian citizenship. Currently, he boasts an ELO rating of 2830, securing him the top spot worldwide. He reached his career peak with an ELO rating of 2882 and consistently maintains a presence on the global rankings. Please see more at the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge at Weissenhaus. the world of chess in a completely new light. At the Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge 2024, together with Magnus Carlsen, we call it Freestyle Chess, played according to the rules of Chess 960. Chess 960 ensures surprising games from the very first move. Why? Because the arrangement of the chess pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. In total, there are 960 different starting positions. The pawns remain on the 2nd and 7th row as usual. The arrangement of the pieces on the 1st and 8th row is random, but symmetrical. The only condition, the king must always stand between the rooks and the bishops on different colors. In Chess 960, players can't rely on memorized openings. They see positions they have never seen before and must invent new strategies from the beginning. Despite being under time pressure, the 2-day preliminaries at the Weissenhaus Resort will require swift decisions, being played with rapid time control. In the subsequent elimination round, Chess 960 will be played with classical long thinking time. For the first time in the history of chess, the Super Grandmasters can play highest level Chess 960 games because we give them the time to do so. Chess in a new dimension, to be experienced at the Weissenhaus Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge.
We hope you're enjoying your Valentine's Day with us watching chess. Peter, is there a better way to spend Valentine's Day than watching some freestyle chess happening in Weissenhaus?
Absolutely no. Absolutely no. I just can't imagine at all during a freestyle chess tournament, but in general, as a chess player during any kind of tournament, while you are there, you just focus on your games and on the tournament, because you just can never afford a small sign of weakness, because your opponents will take advantage of that.
Chess chat is the only true love. All right, let's get back to the position, Peter, because I'm really happy to see what's happening on the Magnus Nodirbek board.
Yes, exactly. So just to go back to moves, after h3, knight f7 had been played, g4, and the suggestion that Nicholas highlighted and you fell in love with, Tanya, d6, d5. No fancy business with a5, rook a6, striking in the center. All Magnus needs a draw is actually, all he needs is just a draw. So it's very tempting to go for all this. And he also has this aesthetics. Yeah, he was apologizing there against Ali Reza that he played rook f1, breaking some beautiful e-file harmony. d6, d5, what else can you ask for?
This is what I wanted to see once it was highlighted. And again, the concept that, you know, your opponent is going for the flank break, you break in the center. Look at the tension that we have. But we do have a reaction from Nodirbek. So before we deep dive further into the alternatives, let's take a look at what actually happened. He decided to take on c5, inviting Magnus's rook forward. It's also, in some ways, not good news for Nodirbek, because if played accurately, this will result in many trades happen. The pawns will be traded off the center. Some of the minor pieces might get off. We might even see a rook trade. We might even see a queen trade. And the more pieces that come off the board for Nodirbek, who's in a win-on-demand game, that's not good news, Nicholas.
Absolutely, and I'm diving into the different variations already because it can get quite exciting and interesting. We see d takes c5 was played by Nodirbek, and actually we have a reply already. Yes, yeah. Rook takes c5. So now there is the option to go b4 very aggressively to push this rook away and maybe grab some more space. So if the rook went back to c8, you could make an argument for c5. Yes, it looks risky with the king, but on the other hand, you have more space here and you can put a knight on d4. Quite a sharp continuation. However, and that would be, I believe, very much in Magnus's style, after b4 there is the option to sacrifice the exchange with rook takes c4. The bishop from f1 can take, bishop takes, pawn takes, and now you can either trade queens immediately or take on c4. If you take on c4, and you leave the queens on the board, then black is probably happy about it because the queen is the most powerful piece and the white king is the one which is weaker here, especially with the weakened light squares. So it seems black has really good compensation for the exchange sacrifice here. And if you trade queens, however, then you cannot take the...
I love this game. We spent half our thinking time over the first 7 moves where the armies just didn't come into contact at all, really. And now it's all heating up very, very quickly. The kings are going to be exposed. It's going to be hard for either side to castle. And yeah, I do feel that he's probably about to bamboozle me tactically somehow, but I don't really see it completely. So positionally, with my 2 lovely bishops, potentially, that especially my bishop on G8 could be much more active than his one on G1, since it's not impeded by a pawn. It feels to me that I have a very good position. So that's why, you know, I'm waiting for the tactics, but because there must be some kind of justification for his play.
And that was Magnus in the confession booth. He says he loves this game. They spent half of their thinking time already on the first 7 moves, but now it's getting concrete and we're just looking at this line after d takes c5, rook takes c5. Some of the bamboozlement that Magnus mentioned, maybe the move b4 to push the rook away, and there is this potential exchange sacrifice, and he was talking about this bishop which is not blocked by the pawn, as this bishop is on g1, which is out of the game, and this is also part of the compensation that black has in this endgame. The black pieces are well placed and black has a pawn for the sacrifice exchange, plus a very strong light squared bishop, and you see a lot of weaknesses around the light squares. Another
very tricky position. So everything is connected, of course, with the long castle idea, you know, to bring the rook to the 8, but it all has to be executed correctly. So my point of bishop e6 that I think I calculated correctly. Bishop c5 doesn't seem to work because of queen c6, rook d8, bishop c8. And when bishop retreats, I take on c2 and b6. I think I'm in time to play king b7 and threaten bishop b6 check. So, but it's very, very sharp, extremely sharp. I mean, there are lots of possibilities. Of course, my main idea with queen c5, queen e8 was to play g5, for g5. Yeah, but it's very exciting. Let's see how it goes in the upcoming time trouble.
There we see Levon now. All the players are coming into a confessional booth, and there is a very critical moment. So we're jumping right there to a game between Caruana and Aronian. Levon has just played the move bishop e6.
There's not exactly much reason to be proud of the way I played so far. I'm not exactly happy with what I did. I think this knight on g3 really felt kind of misplaced, and in the opening already after c3, maybe after h4, I was very scared. I think I shouldn't have allowed h4. That's also why I played then h4 next move, but in general the position is kind of dangerous for me, I think. Yeah, I was trying to play f4 with the idea of following up with something like queen e1, e4, but technically I was not in time to stop h5, h4. Right now, I mean, he has the chance to destroy any possibility of me castling with knight d2, but I don't think that's too much of an issue. e5 is a possibility, but I think it still works out kind of fine for me, and I would really like to castle sometime soon. Biggest problem is that even he always has the option as soon as I threaten e4 to play with f5, and then my bishop on h2 will be kind of a completely dead piece. But I think for now it's important for me to not allow any kind of breakthroughs, or that's something that kind of kills me immediately, and to somehow get rid of this knight on c4. I think as we saw yesterday, also my knight on c4 was very strong, and of course I would very much like to eliminate this knight on c4 so that my king becomes a bit safer. But yeah, for now it's not too great, but I think they're also not the end of the world yet.
We saw Vincent in a confession booth, and of course we love the players sharing their thoughts during the game. This idea behind the confession booth, I think we just have to talk to them about their timing, that they not go all in after each other. So we're going to take a look first at the Aronian game now, and then we can maybe swing over to the to the Vincent game, and then maybe back to Magnus. We have a lot of action to cover now. So here's a very critical moment in the game between Caruana and Aronia. Bishop e6 was played, and Levon was talking about this line that he ignored this threat of bishop takes c5 because he's relying on queen to c6. By the way, b6, just to point out, this would not work because of the bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes check. You also threaten the bishop on e6. White will be up 3 pawns and completely winning. So after bishop e6, bishop takes c5, Levon mentioned his ideas to go queen c6, line up against the bishop here, and also threaten b6 even more strongly so. Rook d8 check, bishop c8, and bishop e3, queen takes c2 check. This is the line that Levon mentioned. Which move did he say here?
b6.
b6, he said, b6. And this would be fine if not for the move queen a6, which is supposed to be strongest here, using this pin. And the position material-wise is equal, but the white pieces are more actively placed, and this is probably the explanation for the advantage. There's a threat, the strong threat of rook c1 now, so probably you would need to trade queens here. And, well, the line still continues, and it seems white has a clear advantage here according to engine. Not so obvious for the human eye, but you see this rook is very strong on the 8th rank. And very important moment now for Fabiano, because if he takes this pawn, he has a chance to achieve a big advantage, Tanya.
Yeah, really nice line pointed out. And I think from a human perspective, it makes sense that even though the engine thinks that white is absolutely fine after taking on c5 and the line that Levon pointed out, for Fabi, he needs to not only calculate it, which is perhaps the easier part, but also evaluate it, that in the end, with what just Nicholas showed us, that queen a6, rook c1 ideas, at the final position, he's doing well there. And very often, that's the biggest challenge in these long lines.
Yes, the biggest challenge. We also have heard Levon was saying that after b6, he's plotting king b7. Yeah, and now once we know that, let's just get this position on. Bishop takes c5, queen c6, yeah. One more time, because clearly Fabi is thinking about this.
Chuck, you have to fall back with the bishop. Look at the rook and the queen lined up. And eventually when the bishop falls back, Peter.
Bishop e3, queen takes c2 check, king a2, b6. All explained by Levon, claiming that next I'm going to go king b7, I'm going to threaten bishop e6 check. And then we already understand why that queen a6 makes so much of a difference.
And it's a key move in the position, and so easy for a player to miss, because even in your mind there is this concept that there's a bishop on c8. So Levon, in his calculation right now, has missed a very important resource that Fabi has in this last position. Queen a6, taking away the key idea to free up his pieces and eventually start targeting the white king with a deadly, deadly check. If Fabi calculates this accurately, just slightly more accurately than Levon has, finds queen a6, we could be headed into a tiebreak in this one, because this position starts looking very dangerous for Lev in the end.
Yes, and Fabiano is known to calculate lines with extreme precision, no matter how long. So let's just one more time get this position. So takes, everything happens like this. The big question is clearly what happens after black trades the queens with queen c4 check. Let's not forget Levon is leading the match, so draw is enough. Maybe unconsciously he also thought like, alright, if queen a6 there is queen c4 check and we are heading towards an endgame, give black just time to go king c7 and eventually bishop e6 again. Somewhere some discovered checks ideas. Yes, the rook is pinned on a8. Everything is crazy. I also want to highlight at some point, maybe somewhere will be some rook h8 idea, but it's certainly, for the moment, a4 pawn is hanging. We maybe play king b3.
Let's dive a little bit into this position, because it might happen. It's a forcing sequence
and
of
look
moves.
at this. King b3 we played, natural move, evil bar almost automatically equal. Yeah, probably rook c6 back, and then you are threatening this. No, rook c6 is not the move.
King b7.
King B7. Wow!
Oh, that's stunning.
Wow! King B7. Yes. King takes C4. Bishop E6 check. That's a game changer.
Yes, and how natural is it to fall back with the rook? But then once again, the engines point out a great tactical resource, so easy to miss by the human eye. You just ignore your rook handing on c4. You hold on to the tactical motive of discover check. White takes in. You give a check. You only re-win the rook. But the point is, look at the difference in the position. Your bishop side, your rook is on the open file, and black's doing absolutely fine. You watch out for ideas now. And what, again, is this bishop on f1 even doing?
And he took.
We might be seeing all of this happen as bishop takes pawn is on the board, chat. This might be the path we might go down to, because as you play on, the thing is that all these moves are actually forced if you think about it. You've sacrificed the pawn. Queen c6 has to be played. It's what Levon has in mind. It's his calculation. White will give a check on d8. Black will fall back with the bishop. White's bishop is attacked, you fall back. You have to give a check. And we're seeing all of this happen on the board, so I'm not going to make a move on the analysis board, Peter, as the players are playing it out.
Yes, let's update it. Rook d8 check, bishop c8 on the board. Fabi is in full concentration mode. He understands exactly that this is so critical, and he's so precise. He certainly will not fall into this king b3, king b7 trap like we did.
But I also think he's seen queen a6.
Yes, he has.
Because I think he spotted that move, queen a6.
Look at the body language. It signals that he really believes that there is something in the position. He knows exactly that this is a chance. I have already foreseen things. I have the initiative. I have the upper hand. And I will be outfoxing the big maestro, Levon Aronyan.
I want to just throw it to Nicholas for a moment. Nicholas is bishop to e3, the only move in this position.
It is not the only move, but it is definitely the strongest one. And I was also thinking about this. How obvious is this move bishop e3? Because you do have some other squares like a3 or b4, which also makes sense to keep pressure on the pawn on e7. But I believe the big advantage of the move bishop e3 is that after queen takes c2, king a2, this threat of rook c1 actually trapping this queen on c2 is quite strong, so that even after b6, queen a6, it doesn't really change. You have to do something with the queen. You have to drop it back to c6, or you have to go into this endgame. After other moves like like bishop a3, for example, then after queen takes c2, king a2, there's not this threat of rook c1, so you can play a different move like a6, and this is definitely not as scary for black as the other line. So big moment once again for Fabiano, if he can follow up with the strongest continuation bishop e3 here. Tanya.
I think so many players, top level players, have said this about Fabi, that he's perhaps one of the absolute best when it comes to precise calculation. He's known as a calculation beast. He calculates like a complete machine. And very nicely pointed out by Nicholas, the key point that the bishop from e3 actually allows white to threaten rook c1 once the king steps forward. So you have to be very precise at this moment. But Peter, I think Fabi will eventually make the move bishop to e3. He will find this idea, and then it will come to that endgame that we were discussing. Let me just point that out really quickly. As Fabi's taking his time, he's thinking about all these options. We've got the eval bar guiding us. Fabi has no idea. He has to work his way through these lines.
Yes, and one question I have, maybe with Nicholas we can compare that. If white plays bishop d4 with the idea that, yes, I don't have rook c1, but eventually I want to play e3 and bring that bishop to f1, is there any tactical reason why that would not work? Because otherwise it would also be a rook c4, it runs into queen c2, rook, king a2, rook c4 or not?
Let's have a quick look together. Yes, thank you. I also want to point out another very important line I just discovered. So bishop d4, queen takes c2, and now rook c4 is possible, but white can still go king a3. However, here first b6 and then maybe rook c4 gains in strength.
Rook takes d4 is a threat.
Rook takes d4 is not a threat, because if the rook moves, the bishop is no longer pinned. And of course, rook takes a4 is also a very powerful threat. So you would need to give up the exchange to rook takes c8. The line continues, but this is not the way forward. Another very important line that I want to highlight is after bishop e3, I was wondering, well, why not give a check on c4 first? What about this move? give a check first, and then after king a3, only play b6 now, because now you're defending the square on a6. However, this runs into another very powerful tactic. Bishop takes b6, a takes b6, and now you don't take back on b6 because of rook b7, but you play rook takes c8. Beautiful.
Wow. Oh
beautiful. And black cannot take with the rook because this is checkmate in one move. The rooks are blocking the way out for the king. So in this position, after rook takes c8 check, you would need to take back with the king, but now the rook on a8 is undefended. While it takes this rook, king has to step to d7, and actually it doesn't stop here. After rook d1 check, you already have to give up your queen because king e6 already is checkmate again with the queen swinging over to g8. So another very, very important line with some tactics that can be missed from afar. However, I believe Levon was saying that he wanted to go b6 anyway, right away in the confessional booth. So this is the current position. Big, big moment. Where does Fabi put his bishop?
Yeah, bishop e3 felt like the most natural one. Let me also update the board to the current position. Yeah, this is the position, because simply the bishop on d4 is so loose. Yeah, if we can follow it up with e3 immediately, it's great, but it's just too scary. It's too much of a move pair move position. You feel like hundreds or millions of tactical ideas looming in there. We have seen that stunning bishop takes b6, rook takes c8 idea pointed out by Nicholas. Stunning stuff. But Fabi is taking his time, and whenever a player takes his time, it shows us that over the board nothing is so simple, yeah, because you don't know, you are in the dark. First of all, you don't know the evaluation. We do see that the computer suggests that white has the upper hand. You might also, this is also one of the art playing against the top players, that you have tremendous respect for them, but also don't overestimate them. Don't believe all their calculation. Yeah, Levon has highlighted that he thinks that everything works in his favor, so his body language also signals that he's happy. Yeah, so all these kind of aspects the players are dealing with sitting opposite to each other.
It's far from clear. Even now, the more we analyze this position, where exactly you go back with the bishop is far from clear. And I want to point out one more thing. We've been highlighting bishop e3 as the strongest move in the position. And the thing is, for Fabi, he's going to calculate bishop e3 for sure. This is what's going on in his head. He calculates this, you see this, you of course see b6 as well. Maybe he will check out queen c4, but let's say he goes for this direct line of b6, queen goes to a6, queen c4. The first thing in his mind here would be that he's trading off queens. Does he have enough to try to win this position? It's a game that he has to win. It forces a queen trade. So this is a point that might actually deter him from making the move bishop e3. Second, after rook to c4, he needs to find the next move, Peter. Yeah. We made the most natural move, the most human move in this position, king to b3, and Nicholas immediately pointed out that black is absolutely fine after the tactic of king to b7. Imagine calculating this line from 4 moves ahead, coming to this particular position, seeing this tactic with king b7, and you just feel that, do I really want to go down this path? I can't take on c4, the bishop comes to e6, it's equal material, the queens are off the board, I have to win this game at any cost. With that in mind, it might be something that might actually throw him off the course from playing bishop e3.
Yeah, and look at this. Yeah, basically when he opted for bishop takes e5, his body language signaled like he had foreseen a sequence of moves with which he was kind of happy with, yeah? And now suddenly another 8 minutes thing, and maybe he is about to make a move. I'm not sure. Is he? Yeah, he's leaning forward, but no, he's
touching the 30 move mark, and we are on move number 15, Peter.
Yes.
There's still 25 moves to be played, and this is a critical moment. I'm expecting him to take some more time. You can feel the tension in him right now. Yes, Nicholas.
Yeah, I have another line I would like to point out, and maybe the viewers are wondering that as well. We saw bishop e3, queen takes c2 check, and then we went down this line with queen c4 check, king a3, and here the stunner bishop takes b6 was possible. So I was wondering, well, why is bishop takes b6 not possible in this very moment after b6 directly with the same motive, with the same idea? If black takes on b6, then white can play the very powerful rook takes c8 check. Black cannot take with the rook because of checkmate on b6. And if the king takes, then white takes the rook on a8, has won a pawn, actually continues the attack with e3 involving the bishop and is winning. However, in this line, this is the key difference, and maybe also something that Fabiano missed from afar, I could imagine, is that after bishop takes b6, instead of taking back, black has the very powerful move rook c4, hitting the pawn on a4, very strong threat. And well, how do you even defend this pawn? I'm thinking maybe king a3, this looks sensible. What happens here? Oh wow, rook takes a4 check anyway. What a move. Rook takes a4 check anyway, queen takes, and now the pawn takes back and the rook is opened up. And rook takes c8 doesn't help in this case because the queen can come back to take the rook and white will lose the queen and the game. I mean, these kind of tactics, they're not standard by any means. And this is why Fabiano is calculating a lot of the bishop c8, because there are many lines to consider.
There is so much going on in Fabi's head right now. I mean, these branches of variation. But Peter, I think he's getting ready.
Yes.
You can sense it in him. He's about to make a move. And I think we should stay to see what it is that he finally decides.
Absolutely. And look at the psychologist. Also, Levon was leaning back like, I know what's going on. I know the evaluation. You might be in the dark, my friend. It is complicated, but I'm plotting b6, king b7. But Fabi is not the type of guy whom you can trick like this. You can fool him. He believes so much in his own power. But let's see, what is he coming up with?
First big question will be where Fabi drops back with the bishop. And there are so many differences to that bishop going to d4, which has its own attractive points, like the fact that you mentioned the e-pawn can move forward, opening up the bishop on f1. But bishop e3, that is the best move in this position, forcing Levon Aronian to take the decision to eventually trade queens if played precisely because of the idea of rook c1 once the king was to move forward. I see the hesitancy in Fabi. Just when it looks like he's about to make a move, he goes back.
Yeah, it's perfectly understandable. Yeah, there is so much tension, so many variations to calculate, and there are many hidden moves which basically change the evolution of the position. Yeah, we have seen stunning ideas, some bishop takes b6, rook takes c8 ideas, somewhere black had king b7, somewhere rook c4 intermezzo, somewhere queen c4 check intermezzo, somewhere white going for this queen a6. There is so much intrigue to the position that humanly over the board, without the evolution of the engine, yeah, because you don't necessarily need engine lines. If you tell Fabi that, you know, engine thinks that you are clearly better, then he will think with a completely different head.
It feels to me like a position that Fabi could make a move in 30 seconds or in 10 minutes, Peter. Because this is really perhaps the most critical position of this game, the most critical moment of this game. And now it looks to me like he's about to reach out, and he's reaching out, and he does make the best move in the position. Bishop e3 on the board, chat. For Levon Aronian, it's now time to put the thinking cap on. We've gone down, and he literally does head in hands.
Yes.
That is the thinking cap pose.
Exactly, yeah, this bishop e3. Well, honestly, we did not really expect anything else from Fabi, because we know what a beast he is in this type of positions where you really need to be like a computer, understanding everything. It's fantastic.
And Peter, Lev is now going to slow down and take his time. We are expecting the line that we followed, so we will keep an eye out on this. But this is the moment that we jump back to our other semi-finals matchup, as Fabi has found his way through the complications, made the precise move. And I want to pull the Nodirbek with the white pieces against Magnus. And before we deep dive into the live position, just an overview. We're only on move number 14 right now. Only 14 moves have been made. The players have burned majority of the clock when Magnus Carlsen came on in that confessional. When he was in the confession booth, he said, 14th of Feb, I love what I'm doing. I love this game a lot. But more than that, a very strong insight by him. He said, just until move 7, there was no dialogue between the pieces. There was no confrontation between the pieces. There was no contact on the board. We see a very calm position. 2 moves ahead and the whole position explodes. This is the moment when he walked into the confession booth, Peter, and he said that this is wild. He's expecting a lot of tactics to follow in this one. He's expecting to be bamboozled. Did Nodirbek find a way to do that?
No, not at all, because after rook takes c5, and look at Magnus's face expression. He's very happy, he's very pleased. At knight e5, the jump from Nodirbek, it looks like a desperate attempt, and he needs to win this game. And Magnus just takes, goes knight e4, plays the most natural moves. The position knight takes e4, f takes e4. Finally, white activates that bishop to h2, but it's not really activating, it's protecting the pawn on e5. Black follows it up with queen c7, beautifully putting pressure on the e5 pawn, getting ready for long castles. Yeah, and Magnus highlighted this very nicely, that actually the position is opening up and he might have the upper hand for going for a long castle faster. Yeah, white is still stuck with the rook on c1, while he activated the rook to c5, queen a4 happened. This is the current position. Look at the evil bar, but we don't need evil bar in this one because it's so clear cut that black has the initiative. Black has the more active pieces. Black is also targeting the weakness on e5, and black is the one who can solve the king's position first.
But there is a trap being set up by Nodirbek, and let's just point out the idea of this last move, just to demonstrate that I'm going to make a non-move in the position, just to show that, in fact, Magnus has to watch out for one little trick in the position. The queen from a4 now jumps in with a check. Yes, you can block it, but that's not the only check coming in. The bishop from h2 will be a monstrous piece, and this would be huge trouble to Magnus. So queen to a4 at least does have an idea that needs to be taken care of by black.
Yes, but there are so many tempting options. b5, long castles, I don't know, because is white actually threatening to play b4 if long castle happens? I don't know if it's a threat, it's maybe kind of the...
How do I make long castle happen here?
Yeah, I think you just push it to a8 in the other direction.
Yeah.
I think that's the way.
And then queen a7, what do you want?
Well, queen a7 I don't mind so much. I have rook a5.
Only square, my next move is easy. I have to fall all the way back.
Yeah, to d4.
And I'm relying on d takes c4. At least I have queen queen e4 I have to go? Not a happy choice.
Not a happy choice at all, yeah, because again, we know that Magnus only needs a draw. He has everything under control. This whole sequence, but he has made a move.
b5.
b5.
b5,
wow.
yes. The most energetic, yeah. Just kick the queen, use the pin, yeah, on the c1 rook. Where is white? How is white reacting? Where is this white queen moving? Do you see, Nicholas, any good square? Are we missing something?
Well, I'm wondering if maybe Nodirbek missed this move completely, using the fact that this pawn is pinned, so you cannot take on b5 because the rook is undefended. Queen and rook line up, take the rook, and it's immediate checkmate as well. So that's why you cannot take the pawn on b5, but if you cannot take the pawn, you have to move the queen. And, well, no matter where you go, really, black is going to take this pawn. So, for example, if you go to b4, then I might, even before taking this pawn, play a5 first and gain more space. And then, after queen c3, I can take this pawn, I can play b4 first. I'm not really seeing the compensation here for white. I was thinking maybe his idea was to play queen c2 now to at least protect this bishop on h2 and have e6 ideas. However, after, let's say, b takes c4, if you play e6, it's no problem. Yes, there's a pin. The bishop is attacking queen and king, but black goes bishop e5, stops this pin, trades the bishops, and black is up a pawn, and I think in a very good position here. So Magnus seems to be well on his way to at least get a draw or win this game and go to the finals. Tanya.
Magnus Carlsen in control after a wild start of the position. And again, I'm just going to highlight that point that when this blew up, and I want chat to actually focus on the difference of the position. Absolutely calm, and then just in 2 moves, it's wildfire. And our live board, it gets even more exciting. Magnus going for the most direct approach, and easy to miss one. It's a move that's not even on I think most players' radar, your king is on b8 and you're voluntarily opening up the side your king is on, but it makes use of all the tactical ideas based on that c file, the rook on c1. Peter, it looks like Magnus is most probably going to end up taking this match without going into a tiebreak. Everything in control. I've got my eye out on the other game, and I really want to go to the other semi-final matchup. We'll, of course, keep jumping back to this, but all the action that we've been calling out on the Fabi Aronian board, the line that we've been looking at, it indeed is on the board, so let's jump over. The players are playing just incredible accurate chess there.
Yeah, let's take a look. So everything basically as already Levon has highlighted in the confessional booth.
Yes, I'm just going to, Peter, please go on. I just wanted to take it through from when we left it last. This is the line we were looking at. Queen takes pawn was taken, the king moves back, and instead of going for queen c4, Levon did make the best move in the position, which is b6, and now once again, Fabi here has to find queen a6. Bishop takes pawn would be a big blunder.
Yes, yeah, bishop takes b6. There we have seen the stunner rook c4, attacking the pawn on a4 and setting up that incredible trap that
It's easy to miss rook c4.
Well,
what do you think?
No.
Not for Fabi, not for someone of Fabi's caliber.
Exactly. Yeah, this rook takes a4 is such a stunner, but okay, you are looking out for all these ideas. So I believe that Fabi is mainly focused on this position after queen a6, queen c4 takes, that what is the right way here forward? Yeah, because you highlighted, yes, he's playing the move. Yeah, queen a6 on the board. No surprise there. Of course, Fabi plays with extreme precision. However, the big question is after queen c4 takes, we still haven't got an answer. What is the best move for white? And it's very nice that Nicholas haven't yet told us.
Because it's a very, it needs that human touch, you know. I feel the computer will point it out. And we had king b3. I think most of us would play king b3 without thinking too much.
Yes, but if now already we know that king b3 is wrong, then what else is in store for us? Yeah, that is, for example, protecting that pawn, is that a priority? Because we could maybe just ignore it and play rook a to d1, but again, then black plays king b7 and bishop e6 is threatened. Yeah, so there are so many questions, and I cannot say that something jumps to my mind that, this is it, and I immediately understand that this is, maybe b3 makes sense, in a sense that we kick that rook, and then we avoid any kind of bishop e6 checks in the future, but b3 is also a little bit awkward.
Lose for the king.
Rook c2 check comes with a tempo, then where do we go? But maybe b3, rook a2, king a3, just like this. Is that a move?
Is definitely an option. And the thing is that Fabi, who's not on the board right now, it's something that he needs to think about, because both players are now reaching that dangerous territory where the time trouble is in the horizon, and there's still a lot of moves to be made. Before I pass it on to Nicholas, I'm going to also ask him one more question about this position. That on our live board, we have queen a6. We've been looking at queen to c4. Levon is thinking, is queen c4 the only way forward for black, or are there more tactics that perhaps we're missing?
Queen c4 seems to be the way forward, because rook c1 is a very strong threat trying to win the queen. Some other move that the engine is suggesting is the kind of tricky rook d7, suggesting a rook trade, but watch out. If white takes the rook on d7, the bishop does not take back, but can take the queen on a6 instead. But on the other hand, this rook has many squares available on the 8th rank to keep the pin, and I'm not sure if this is really improving the black position. King c7, you could maybe make an argument for this to unpin. However, now white takes, and we see again how important this bishop is on e3 to have this idea of rook c1 winning the queen and winning the game. So besides rook d7, is there anything you could maybe think about? Queen c6? Bring the queen back to c6 also makes a lot of sense, because now after rook c1, you can give a check on e6 and then trade the rooks and at least eliminate some firepower and bring the king to to c7, and immediately you hit the rook, you hit the queen, and it's all going in the wrong direction for white. So queen c6 is certainly a move that Levon is also considering here. White needs to play rook 81 here, which is, however, a very logical move to bring the rook into the game as well. And then the question is, how can black unravel here and get his pieces into the game? And this is probably the difficulty here. So coming back to this endgame that we're looking at, if you want to hear the solution about this, yes?
You do?
All right, so after queen c4, indeed, Peter, the move is b3 to protect the pawn and also win a tempo on the rook. But after rook c2 check, you have to make the slightly awkward king b1. King a3 would be a little bit too slow, apparently. Black would go king b7, develop the bishop next, trade the rooks, and we should not forget it's a completely symmetrical position, so white really has to use this extra time, and here it doesn't seem to be so much. So instead, king b1 to gain another tempo on the rook. The rook has to drop back somewhere, let's say c6, c7, one of these moves. And here, well, now maybe we can involve this rook by playing a5 suddenly, and also stopping king b7, or at least after king b7, we could consider a6. And still, black is somewhat trapped with the king and the rook in the corner, and the white pieces are more active, and white is looking good. Yeah, and this is also why both players are taking their time with every move here, because there are so many lines to calculate. However, if Fabiano finds the right way in the next few moves, he has a big advantage and has good chances to equalize and take this match into tiebreaks. Tanya.
And it's not an easy path to get to these moves, especially the concept of b3, king b1. Let's find out why Lev is taking his time here. I completely agree with what Nicholas also mentioned, that if you don't trade queens at this point, it's just impossible to untangle on that side. I think at some point you need to get rid of this queen on a6, because it's really the only way to go king b7 and improve your bishop. So even if you were to fall back with queen c6, white makes a natural move, a normal move, keeps the tension on the board. It's really hard for black to continue. Levon in the confession booth had missed the move queen a6, because where his analysis had stopped was this moment. He said, I go b6, I play king b7, my pieces come out, I'm a happy camper. But queen a6, the move that Fabi finds, and now Levon goes into a big thing, because it's not a move that he foresaw coming, and he has to calculate what happens with this queen trade. For Levon, a draw is enough to win the match, but it's not a pleasant endgame. That said, Peter, I want to throw the question to you, that from a practical perspective, of course the players see this. How easy is it to find moves like b3, rook c2, and then king to b1?
Well, I think because already Fabiano is thinking about this position for a very long time, he already understood the essence of it. Yeah? And one of the points is that after b3, rook c2 check, king b1, the move rook c3, which is a double attack, hitting the bishop on e3 and the pawn on b3. Humanly, it's the first question, but computer says, no, I'm not afraid of this, because probably it will just help white. For example, let's put the bishop on d4, rook takes b3 check, we come with the king, hit the rook, and it's not only that the rook is getting trapped.
Can you go king 8?
Yeah, but basically what I want to say that white is anyway also getting e3, a5 in, all his pieces are coming, the bishop is activated on the diagonal, the rook is alive, there's a pin here, pin, another pin, even if, but probably black will lose the exchange even by force. Just bishop d4, king c2 gives so much stability for white, you understand that this will certainly end badly for black. And if you have to fall back with the rook and then you go a5, then you won't be surviving this.
Very nice. And perhaps just also, after this position, where are we? We're here. So b3, rook c2. One of the other reasons why king a3 could be really dangerous is that at some point, not right now, but let's say if white was to ever go pawn hunting on h7, black might have ideas of falling back with the bishop to f8, and then e6 would immediately activate the position. And just to demonstrate this line, let's say black makes a move like king b7, trying to improve the position. You go rook to h8, and ideally what I would have wanted to do was improve the position of my bishop, Peter. But even if you capture this pawn, at some point the bishop finds a really nice spot on f8, threatening, which could be a deadly check with e6, because sure, you can block it, but then that would be a pin with the rook and the pawn jumping in. It's big problems.
Yes, and also one of my favorite motifs in the position is also whenever the king, white's king, gets to a3, is somewhere some rook c3, bishop e6, jump out. And then you take on a8 and I take rook takes b3 check, and king a2 I take rook takes e3 check, and then take your rook. Yeah, basically it's a game where with every single move I'm giving a check, taking something and continue taking.
Yes.
That's another scary thing with king on a3.
And this was something I wanted when I said bishop to e6, but then I realized as I was saying this line that after rook h7, unfortunately, white will also have the resource of the e7 pawn. So immediately it felt that there has to be a way to make this work, but there are these ideas. You've got concepts of lining this up or eventually falling back with the bishop. I think even after rook h7, maybe you just fall back with the bishop anyway, Peter. You've got all the time in the world, and with all these rook activities coming in, it's more than enough compensation for that h-pawn that's been sacrificed.
Of course, the reason why white has the upper hand is that black is pegged on the back rank. Yeah, there is a pin. If you suddenly go pawn hunting and you give up the pin, then black will take over. However, yeah, this is the current position. Yeah, Levon is taking his time after queen a6.
All right, as Levon goes into a think, there's of course another critical game on right now in our semi-finals. Nodirbek Abdusatrov is in a must-win game, but things have gone wrong for him. Peter, let's quickly zoom out of this one as we wait for a move by Lev and check in with that game. Last we left it, we were praising Magnus's approach with the move b5 to take things under control, and that was just on move 14. When in chess do you get this position on move number 14? Absolutely wild stuff here.
Yes, and if you are from the black side, then you will fall in love with freestyle chess. If you are from the receiving end, from the white side, then I'm not sure if on this day one should ask your feelings. Yeah, because white is getting massacred. Queen c2, yeah, it's kind of okay, let's continue the game, but black is a healthy pawn up, has the better pawn structure. So yes, white is trying to put up some resistance here, but knowing that he even has to win this game, Magnus simply, wow, okay, this is fancy. So after king b7, so Magnus did not play his favorite short castle. It could have been his move.
Well, he couldn't anymore
But
now.
that's not legal, right?
Yes, sorry, yeah, the rook. Otherwise, of course, he would have, yes. No, pardon me, yeah, we are getting full, especially because white has done it. So after king b7, at least Nodirbek makes the stunner, the short castle, which changes somewhat the dynamic of the position. Yeah, that at least, yes, white is pawn down, but maybe he can say that, you know what, my king is slightly safer on the king side, which isn't really true because black will also have this h7, h5 coming in, opening up. White has already committed the weakness with g4, but somewhere some b3 try to open up against black's king, and Nodirbek is such a dangerous player. Yeah, if he gets some tricks going, if he gets some play against black's king. Magnus was calling some bamboozle stuff. Well, if b3 rook b1 happens, we might be seeing some magic.
And it's only one extra pawn in the position that white has. And let's just break that down, Peter, because it's so easy to get confused in these positions. That right here, the reason that white can go short castle is because this rook hasn't made a move yet. So while for white it was legal, in this position black can't because the rook has moved from c8 to c5. Magnus trying to get his other rook into the game. And I really like this approach. Like you pointed out, when you're worse in a position, it is an absolute must strategy to try to change the dynamics of a game, even if it comes at a cost, often of a pawn as well, of a material cost as well. So our evaluation bar gives a big advantage to white, but we do feel that it is not over yet. We see some moves coming in. Magnus stepped up with the queen to b6, so being sneaky about a potential trick on here. And I think he had an idea, Peter. He was also threatening to move the rook to b5. I'm targeting the b2 pawn. Not just that, watch out, your e3 pawn is weak. And you know what, this bishop that you've been complaining about not doing a job, it's going to land on h6. And from both flanks of the board, it's going to start threatening a very key pawn in white's position.
Yes, and the queen b6 move was vital because it stops white from going b3. After c takes b3, the queen is hit. Yeah, and without b3, we can't be opening up things. So Nodirbek's choice of a4 to my human feelings is like agreeing that the position is horrible. He will not get any chances of creating some threats against Magnus. Magnus goes a5, rook a b1 now, for example. Black can also put the queen to b4. Never ever white will be able to open up something on the queen side. This case, how is white hoping to create that miracle that we were so excited about, that after short castle maybe he can break with b3, maybe we can target that king? I don't see that scenario happen anymore.
Not easy, and maybe it might be Magnus who eventually strikes on the king side with the move h7 to h5. We keep talking about pawn breaks. You've got to watch out for ideas on the other side of the board as well. Of course, Magnus dominating right now on the queen side with that extra pawn. Look at the center right now, taking control of everything. The one thing that black needs to watch out for is the b3 break. But Peter, I'm just wondering if Nodirbek needs to take a timeout and also fight against the threat of bishop h6. Maybe ideas of activating his own bishop from f4, you don't love it.
Well, no, I'm not loving it because the position is just lost for white. Yeah, that's my biggest problem with this position. Black is spoiled with choices. You can do this, you can do that. The bishop on g7 is already anyway targeting the e5 pawn, so it is much more like white's bishop on h2 is out of the game. Black is a healthy pawn up, has the better pawn structure, and as long as white is unable to create some direct threats against black's king, there is nothing to talk about. Black is just winning.
So he needs to start trying everything that he's got to get b3 in. Nicholas, do you agree with what our feeling about the position is? Where do you see Nodirbek finding that miracle in this position?
Yeah, honestly, I don't see him really finding this miracle at all. Let's not forget, he needs to win this game. He doesn't only need a draw, which would be difficult to achieve already. He needs to win. He's currently a pawn down. He has the worst pawn structure with these double pawns. He has no counterplay except for this b3 idea, which is really difficult to achieve, and it's also black's move. And Magnus can play queen b4, can play queen b3. Yes, I just want to say that he played it. Am I right? Yes, he played queen b3. And you're not getting b3 in. The queens are about to be traded. You don't have any counterplay along the f-file because all the entry squares are covered. Your bishops are not doing anything. Black is controlling more space. You get it. I don't see any comeback here for Abdusattorov. His only hope is the clock situation with only 16 minutes for the remaining 20 moves. But with this position being so solid, so secure for Magnus, I'm really struggling to see any way for Abdusattorov to pose questions. I guess he needs to keep the queens on the board, play a move like queen d4. But now your idea, Tanya, might appear with bishop h6, quite fancy, going for this pawn on e3. So white cannot take the rook because after bishop takes e3 check, you lose the queen. So you would need to defend against this, maybe going bishop f4. All right, well, we can trade here. We can bring the rook back. And where do you even play with white? Where do you even play? It's all completely locked up. The bishop is doing a fantastic job. Yes, it's not an active piece, but it's defending the pawn, it's defending the entry square, and there's just no way for Abdusattorov to create any play.
Well, he has played rook fc1, voluntarily resignating to the queen trade, yeah, which he's in a must-win situation. It's kind of capitulation, no?
Yeah.
Yes. There's really not much more to say. I think Magnus is going to take this one pretty easily. Maybe Abdusattorov is even going to offer a draw because he knows he's not going to win this game against Magnus.
Yeah, he's down a pawn, going into an endgame with queen trade, and Magnus happily obliges. Queen takes queen. He picks up with the b pawn. Well, at least for now, the b file has been opened up. You control any d4 advances. Of course, Magnus still in full control, full driver's seat, and Magnus needs only a draw in this one. Peter, we are talking about where's the miracle for Nodirbek. The only chance I see is on the clock. Magnus at a little less than 15 minutes 18 moves to make, but now with the queens off the board, it shouldn't be a big factor.
No, not at all. The only reason why black could spend some time that how do I win the game? How do I win the possession? But if you just, okay, you follow it up with rook b8, you trade one more rooks. Basically, as long as you don't move that bishop from e6, yeah, because that would allow e6, yeah, that would be the only way of ever blundering something, yeah. So if, yeah, he opts for h4, there was nothing else. Making sure that against bishop h6, there will be g4, g5 idea. That's the point behind the move h4. But let's just enjoy this this lovely bishop on e6. Yeah, this is the essence of the position. As long as it's there, it locks out white's bishop on h2, the only dangerous piece which can cause some trouble. Let me highlight one line. Yeah, so if black plays rook b8, white plays a move like king g2 or bishop d1. Okay, it makes sense. Then if you would move that bishop d7, e6 check, white wins. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that be careful. This is the only thing. As long as you don't move that bishop, nothing can happen to you.
The one trick in the position. To me, Magnus's journey in this Freestyle Chess Go challenge so far, it's giving me major deja vu from the World Cup, Peter. But you know, Magnus he starts a bit slow, the positions are a bit shaky, goes on to play Vincent, I think it was in round 3, loses the first game. That was the closest he got to being knocked out of the World Cup. I think the only game that he lost throughout then,
yes.
Finally, eventually. But then, Vincent had a chance in the second game as well to keep things under control. But once Magnus got that match victory in, he was unstoppable, unbeatable. Let's fast forward to Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. In the round robin, Magnus shaky. He doesn't manage to win many positions. He himself said that he wasn't finding his rhythm, making a lot of misses. Then he goes on and he plays against Ali Reza, loses the first game. He loses the first game. Ali Reza needs only a draw to bounce back. But then Magnus Carlsen comes back in beast form on the second day, takes the win in the tie breaks, takes the win in the 15+10. And his match against Nodirbek, counting yesterday's game and this one, he's back. Magnus is back on top form. And that just makes him a very scary Magnus for everyone else.
Yes, he grooved into freestyle chess completely. Yeah, he got the rhythm. Yeah, white plays rook b5. After rook c6, we have also seen Nodirbek's face told it all. Yeah, said it all that, yes, I'm not going to have chances here. You know exactly. Magnus followed it up with rook b6, rook cb1 will be played. There is nothing else to be played. And now black can even play the move rook a b8. Can't he? Yeah, he can play rook a b8. Basically, it almost...
all the rooks.
Yes, it almost forces resignation in a sense that after rook a b8, rook takes b5 is such a threat. And how do Magnus even takes? Okay.
And yeah, even if you take with the a-pawn, the black king would be perfectly placed in front of that pawn and the a-pawn starts moving forward. So for Nodirbek, it was key to take with the rook. Doesn't really happen. I liked your move rook b8 because it would not give white the time to take on a5. While now, Magnus is reaching out for the king. He steps up, king to c6.
Yeah, but the point was that after rook a8, there was rook c5 check. And anyway, white can... Okay, black doesn't mind it, but white to give up a pawn. Let's just quickly show this because this is quite instructive. That after rook a8, seemingly everything is pinned along the b file. Nothing can move because then the rook behind will be hanging. But there was this rook c5 check. And then king moves. Then you take on b6. You take the pawn on a5. Anyway, it's scary for white because black is the one who is invading with the rook to b2, or you can even give a check and then pin the bishop. It's also not a good scenario, but Magnus thought like, okay, why to do this? I'm just enjoying, I'm pawn up, I'm sitting here, and by the way, my opponent needs to win this game.
Yeah, and I don't see how that's going to be a reality in this position.
Yeah, but look at this. Yeah, now maybe even to forget because here it's nothing. Fabiano's advantage, if I'm looking at the evil bar, has increased, which means that Fabi is bouncing back. What are the latest developments there?
Let's take a quick check in with that one. We left it lot at queen a6. Levon did not trade the queens with queen c4. He falls back, so he keeps the tension on the board. He did not like that endgame, perhaps calculated it all the way through with b3, felt he couldn't get out of it. He keeps the queens on the board, but as we discussed, Nicholas, that just means that the queen side for Lev is just never coming out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he should have tried his chances in the endgame, because now he is just stuck. The king is on the back rank, the bishop is pinned by the rook. You cannot go to b7, you cannot involve this rook. And how do you get your piece into play? Queen c6? But there's no threat really, and maybe White can even think about doubling on the 8th rank and increase the pressure even further. I don't really see a lot of moves here for Black to somehow ease the tension. I mean, if you play Queen c4 now, then you better would have done it a few moves ago. Now this is a much worse version here. White can also take, then play Rook h8, for example, collect some pawns, double up on the d-file, on the 8th rank. Now this is looking very, very bad after King a3, and the time situation is about equal, but position is definitely not. Caruana on his way to win and force tiebreaks in this second semifinal.
Well, and you guys remember, yeah, that like 10 moves ago, we had Levon in the confessional booth, and he said like, okay, this is a symmetrical position, more or less equal, nothing. I was warning you to draw any conclusions, because there was this hidden potential that things were heating up so much like it happened. Of course, nobody could have foreseen that. But then Levon provoked Fabiano for this crazy calculation, and Fabi was up to the task. He saw one move ahead. Yeah, he just saw that very forcing line, one move ahead, and Levon missing somewhere something. Was it Queen a6, or did he think like he can trade the queens and that will be fine, and then realize that this b3 is concrete problem? Because what he has done, this Queen c6 and then Queen e6 check, yeah, let's not forget, Black's last move was Queen c6 to e6 check, inviting White to have this perfectly safe square now on a3 with his king. He is still stuck. I'm not seeing Levon coming back from this.
And it was at this moment that Levon came into the confession. At this moment where he gave this entire line, which we're seeing the end of, we're seeing the culmination point of it on our live board right now. And he calculated all the way through, Peter. Again, we saw so many tactics here. We were pointing out different variations. All of this was seen by Lev until this point. And he didn't mention the move Queen a6. He just mentioned his plan. He goes King b7, Bishop e6. I think so. I think he actually missed this final resource by Fabi, and now he did not like the queen trade, perhaps felt he had very little chances in that endgame, and goes into this position which is so difficult to play. The pieces, look at that bishop, look at that king, look at that rook. You're never getting King b7. As long as you don't get King b7, you're basically playing down a rook and a bishop. It's also psychologically so difficult now to try to trade off queens, because you had a forcing line in a much better situation just on this move to go Queen c4 immediately, but you declined that trade. And now to make that trade happen with either Queen c4 or another way, I don't know if Queen c4 is even possible here. I think it is. I don't see the tactics that refute it, but from a psychological standpoint, it's not an easy move to make, because you're kind of admitting that you've gone extremely wrong in the position.
Yeah, and besides, anyway, the idea of Queen c4 check was based on this very quick jumping out with King b7, Bishop e6.
And now this king is not on a2.
Yeah, and the rook is already on d1, protecting the rook on d8. White is ready to move the rook to h8 and go rook d1 to d8. Total
domination.
Yes, total domination.
Very nicely pointed out. And also, I'm just wondering, Nicholas, so, you know, it's clear Fabi is in full control in this position. He's looking at a tiebreak coming up. He needs to be a little precise and get the job done. But is there any argument to be made for Black trying to create some play with the move g5? I'm always looking to change the dynamics in these positions.
Yeah, you want to do something, right? But I think g5 is just not achieving as much, because the pawn is protecting on f4, and maybe White can just follow up as intended with rook h8 or rook e8 and double up on the 8th rank. So I was also thinking, why did Levon go for this? Why did he play Queen
Yeah,
E6?
I think
And
it's
we get a
about to end
result
the draw,
here.
yeah.
We get a result between Ding and Fuchsia, and it should have been a draw, but you guys can take it away.
Yes, just really quickly, we'll jump straight back to what we were analyzing, but this one comes to an end, and Ali Reza advances through to the fight for that 5th spot, Peter, which is so important because the player who does finish 5th, they automatically are invited into the next edition of the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge.
Yeah, that's a very big step forward. We also see that the final position shows that, yeah, Black was the one pushing, was trying. However, I believe Aliza had everything under control. We have seen the level bar not moving. It was almost non-stop equal. And with this draw, Aliza secures his position for the fight for the 5th place.
All right, that one has ended, and Ali Reza managed to defend a difficult endgame. Nicholas, you were showing us how difficult this position is for Black to break through.
Yes, coming back to Caruana against Aronian. So G5, I think it's an idea, but it doesn't do as much. So I was wondering, why did Levon even go for this whole line of Queen C6, Queen E6? And I was thinking probably his idea must be to play Rook C6 or Rook C2 and then play King C7 next to finally untangle. I mean, this is the most human continuation. However, the problem is that now White can increase the pressure with the very strong A5. And maybe now Levon has realized that A5 is coming, since if you play King C7 now, then I can simply take on B6 with check, and after you take back, I collect the unprotected rook on A8. So after A5, once again, you cannot complete your harmony, you cannot move the king, and if you take on A5, which also looks very logical, then White goes Queen B5 check, King C7, and now, well, there are many different ways to continue. Maybe.
And we do have a
Rook
result.
E8.
Nodirbek has resigned in his game against Magnus. He immediately gets up and leaves. Magnus Carlsen goes through to the finals. He's showing why he's the GOAT.
Wow. Okay, did he resign or did they agree to? I think they agreed to a draw, I believe.
Yes.
I think they agreed to a draw because, okay, draw is like a win for Magnus. There is just absolutely no reason
need to fight.
Yeah, no
for more.
need. He's pawn up.
And this was our final position, Peter. As you're pointing out, that in fact a draw was offered by Nodirbek, I believe, after the move bishop to f5. And eventually Magnus has got no reason to play on. He's the one who's pushing in this position. Agreed a draw, goes through to the finals in dominating style. He never really gave Nodirbek a chance to come back.
Yeah, it was a stunning performance. The way how he spent his time was very instructive. Yeah, for the first 7 moves, he was also saying he was truly enjoying everything. And by the way, now so Levon has come up with a move. Let's check out. Yeah, it's Rook C6, exactly as Nicholas has highlighted. So all eyes on Fabiano. Let's not forget, players are not getting any increment here. It's move 20. Levon has 11 minutes versus Fabi's 17 and a half. And A4, A5, yeah, breaking that construction on the queen side before Black can get King C7 in. That's the key idea.
Rook C6 played, and well, Nodirbek did not manage to bounce back. Fabi looks like he is on his way of bouncing back and forcing a playoff, forcing a tie break in this one. Peter, another player who looks like he's about to bounce back is G.O.A.T in his game. We were talking about how things went wrong for Vincent early on, giving away a lot of weaknesses. And it's a really crucial fight, this one, because the winner of G.O.A.T versus Vincent eventually will play against Ali Reza for that 5th spot to qualify, automatically be invited into the next Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. And it looks like G.O.A.T has shown some good technique of conversion here.
Well, he got a type of position that suited him perfectly. Vincent is also down to 6.5 minutes. As the saying goes, yeah, if you have a bad position, it's impossible to find good moves. Yeah, it forces you automatically to spend more and more time. We don't know exactly what happened. I did keep an eye on the eval bar, and it was continuously increasing in Black's favor. So there is no surprise or no shocking turnaround here. It was just the logical outcome of that middle game possession, which we were very worried. Vincent himself in the confessional booth highlighted that he is not proud of what he has done. I feel like he got fooled by the fact that yesterday he won so easily with the black pieces. He didn't know should he play for an advantage or not. He made those mistakes that we know that can happen so easily when you don't know what to play for. You are hesitant, you don't play according to your style, you don't play according to your feelings, and then you get punished by world-class play by G.O.A.T.
And that last move by G.O.A.T is a scary one. Bishop to e3, you've got, of course, a direct threat of d4. And Peter, what makes it, I think, even more difficult for Vincent is not only the direct threat on d4, but the indirect threat on the e2 bishop as well. For example, a really tempting knight jump to c5, which comes to mind. And you might say, 1 second, I'm just defending my d4 pawn with the rook, but it doesn't really help. I believe that black can still take on d4. Bishop takes pawn. I do see you have a check, but you know what? That's only a check. Black's king is absolutely safe on a2. And the point is that after rook d4, suddenly there is this discovered attack on the bishop on e2. And G.O.A.T does end up winning.
And look at this. King a3, king a3, bishop b1. Can you even do that?
Ooh, you just want to go for...
checkmate on the spot. On a2.
The king, and I don't see how you're actually defending this.
Yeah, and if, for example, white's rook would be on g3, that would be queen takes c8 check and delivering checkmate on the back rank. There are so many, but it's not. And it is black who is giving the first check and by it the checkmate.
A very cool idea. Peter saying if the rook was on g3, we could see tactics, resources like queen c8, and eventually this rook landing on the 8th rank. But none of that is possible right now because white's pieces are just falling short of any ideas. So bishop takes pawn, I believe, on the board. Picks up that pawn. Right now, G.O.A.T is up a pawn, and I believe it's going to be 2 after the next move.
Yeah, and basically looking at Vincent, it seems like he might have hoped that this is more of a complicated battle, and he realizes that, hang on, actually all these ideas that I had that I might be also targeting black's king are not working.
All right, so we might be headed into another another playoff in this one. We might be headed into a playoff in the semifinals as Fabi is on his way of getting that must-win in. Nicholas, is it too early to call the result of this game right now?
It is still too early to call because Levon is a fighter and he's really fighting here. He actually combined our ideas, Tanya. First he played rook c6 to give some space for the king, and now he did play g5. And interestingly, there is no clear way forward for white. I'm looking at the engine moves and they suggest moves like bishop g2 or bishop h3. I wouldn't even consider these moves at all with white because I would be asking myself, what am I even achieving by doing so? So a move that I was just starting to look at, the human move, rook h8, to start doubling up on the 8th rank to increase the pressure, but the construction somehow it's quite solid and we missed this piece in the game so far, so maybe this is also why there are some bishop g2 or bishop h3 ideas, even though I'm not sure what the bishop is even doing there. And here, let's see, how can this continue? There's maybe the idea to sacrifice a pawn with b5 and then to play king c7, rook b8 to finally get this rook into the game, get some counterplay. And looking at the time here, rook e8 just played. That also makes a lot of sense, similar to rook h8. Looking at the time here, 13 against 10 minutes. This is not over yet, but Fabiano is still, of course, the huge favorite.
Yes, absolutely. And no increment, crazy position. Of course, if it's a crazy position, it's always very nice to be on the attacking side. Yeah, white is calling the shots. Black has to find a way of getting out. Unfortunately, his troubles are connected that he is unable to release the tension on the 8th rank because a takes b6 check will come with devastating effect once the king moves. As long as the king stays there, white can never take a b6 because suddenly after a b6 we would be losing our queen due to the a file. So yeah, rook e8 makes perfect sense, setting up the rook d1, d8 idea, some more pressure on the c8 bishop, and at some point the computer move, which is so mysterious for us, bishop h3, might appear because you never know, you might have some bishop takes f5 ideas, kicking that queen away from defensive role on the 6th rank. In any case, it will not hurt because the bishop on f1 does absolutely nothing. The bishop on e3 is beautiful, we don't want to move that. So just like black is putting some pressure on the f4 pawn, why can't we do the same with the f5 pawn as well from white side? I'm loving what Fabi is doing. He still has 30 minutes on the clock. It's very important to be ahead on the clock, yeah? So Levon is not only under pressure on the board, but he can't really be hoping that, okay, maybe some Chipolito will appear because my opponent is running out of time.
18 moves to go, and both players, I mean, for Fabi, yes, he's got a little more time, but it's still just 13 minutes on the clock, and Levon under 10 minutes. We see it's a very dominating position for Fabi right now because Levon's pieces are not coming out. But he still needs to find a way to break through. He needs to find a way to break through, and I think one of the key points we've been talking about throughout this game has been these two bishops. Look at the king position for Levon and for Fabi. If either of these bishops were to come into the game, it's game over. It's over on the spot. If it was white's bishop, anywhere else except on f1, or black bishop giving a check on this diagonal, it would end. But that is not a possibility because of the pawn structure that we have, the symmetry of these two pawns in the center of the board. Peter, I see the eval bar, and of course we see the position, which is even more important what the eval bar is saying. I still agree with what Nicholas is saying right now, that it is too early to call a result in this one, because Fabi has to break through. You've put everything at the right square.
That's true, but black also has to find the move, and the clock is ticking. Yeah, okay, white...
All right, let's try to find a move then. Let's try to see.
Good luck with it, yeah. I'm not seeing it, I'm not finding it, Levon is not finding it, and the clock is ticking.
My question is that what if black decides to not do anything? And of course, you can't not do anything, you still have to make a move on the board. If I take, you're going to take with the pawn.
Yes.
I just wait.
Yeah, okay.
I'm passing the move.
Okay, I'm going rook d1 to d8. I can do that a tempo.
Yes. Yeah? Do you have a threat right now? Am I missing a direct idea? I don't think so, right? There's no sacrifice
I don't need,
just yet.
Well, eventually also a takes b6 and then rook takes c8 will come at some point.
At some point?
Yes.
Should we just have this quickly on the board to show how white can actually do and execute this attack?
It does not yet work, but at some point it might.
My point, that I go bishop here, you jump in with the rook. I'm just waiting.
Okay, bishop h3. Okay, bishop h3 I'm gonna do. I don't need to calculate anything fancy because you are stuck. And I'm already making 3-4 moves. I'm getting closer to time control. I'm improving my position. How on earth with black can you digest the fact that you are waiting for the knockout blow? It's impossible.
I want to point out one really nice idea. Not a nice idea actually, but it was a concept that I thought that maybe, of course it's not possible, but I thought that at some point I could try and activate my queen, perhaps in the last move. But I want to show one idea here that exists. So this, I fully agree that at some point you will have some sacrifices and it will be over. So maybe right now you can go for this, yeah?
Yeah, you can play bishop g7, but
can you go for this idea of taking on f5, taking on b6?
Okay, but I don't need any fancy stuff. First of all, by doing this, you already lose on time because you just you just cannot make moves like this. You know that you are completely lost. Yeah, this is basically like equal to resignation. Yeah, if you just wait in a hopelessly lost position.
But is there a better suggestion? Oh wait, I think I see something. I see an idea. I take. It's really not an idea. I wanted to go queen g6 and trick you into taking this.
No, I will never take. Rook d8 and I checkmate you on c8. No, forget about
me. Let me just show you my Chipolito.
Ever.
Well, the queen is also...
The queen is hanging on a6.
You can't even take. I was going for the rook. You can't even move it.
Yes, no. And Levon does something. What did he do?
After rook to e8, Levon, he does take, but what's your next move? He's going to take with the pawn?
Fabi is very happy because g takes f4 is a tempo. Yeah, he's getting closer to the time control. The pressure is still on Levon.
So queen f7, you also go rook d8. Rook d8 is basically your next move.
Yes, for me it's very easy. Yeah,
Nicholas,
there's one idea which you can consider is to play rook c4 with the idea of rook a4 check. And that could really bamboozle Fabiano here. So this idea to play rook a4 and then bring the queen up to a2. However, white can still play rook dd8, but he would need nerves of steel, allowing this to happen on the board where the king is trying to run away from the checks. However, it is possible the king can go to d5, and then the only check really is to play queen b3 when the queen can come back to c4.
Even the most you can get is a perpetual anyway, right? Which is enough for... you mean if Fabi tries to play for more here?
Well, Fabi needs to play for more. He needs to win. For Ronja and a draw would be enough. So this would be an idea, at least, to try to confuse Fabi. However, he could also play Queen B5 to stop Rook A4 from happening. So, yeah, Levon has taken, but he doesn't have a follow-up. He just took on F4 to at least make a move. And now 3 minutes 40 for 17 moves. This is looking really, really dire for Levon. Peter.
But he has to play Rook C4. I mean, everything we tried, waiting, of course, doesn't work here, Peter. Rook C4 at least sets up some ideas.
Yes, on the other hand, of course, Levon knows that Fabiano is such a great calculator. He has already proven it even in this game, going for all this 4 sequence of lines and being super precise. That with Rook C4, before you play Rook C4, you go down to 10 seconds on the clock, right? Because it's like resigning that, okay, I'm gonna sacrifice my Rook, I'm gonna give a couple of checks. By the way, it was yesterday Levon who was running away from perpetual checks, yeah? The board was big enough. Isn't the board big enough for Fabi as well right now?
Things are looking very difficult right now. So Rook C4, chat, we tried to hold on with Bishop G7 doing nothing, but Rook D8 ideas look absolutely crushing. Yeah, Levon, he was very optimistic about his position at the start. He said he's liking the position. It's definitely not the case anymore.
Yeah, and when Fabiano had the chance, how beautiful, that Queen E1 on move 8 or 9, that already set up all this tension, yeah, that it looked like, yeah, it was move 9.
Let's bring that up, Peter, for a moment. So it was right here.
Yes.
And it felt like Levon's done everything right out of the opening, might have just a symmetrical pawn structure. We were talking about how all the knights are traded off and black should be doing fine. And it was a move that I was also really excited about. It was not only lining up the rook on D1, but just these ideas of getting the queen to the king side. And it all worked out so well for Fabi.
And Levon under 2 minutes already. Yeah,
I mean,
it just shows that he sees.
Moves,
he knows exactly that this is hopeless. Yeah, if he would feel that there is any hope, he would never do this. Yeah, it's the kind of normal human way of you are sitting there, you are trying to find something, but you know it's hopeless, and that's why you don't mind that much going down, because you know that the game is actually gone already.
Probably Lev's best chance was that queen trade going into that endgame. At least you open up your pieces. And the thing is, you need only a draw. So you can still fight for, and let's bring up that critical moment, which perhaps was Lev's
No, he plays, Rook C4 on the board.
He's got to move. So he's going for the only idea that exists for black. So...
And look at this, look at Fabi.
Credit to Lev for finding it.
Yeah, but Fabi is not surprised at all. He kind of sensed, he's about to make a move that Levon will play Rook C4 because this is the only thing that I need to calculate. And he's about to make his move.
He's reaching out. And if Fabi's calculated this all the way through, he will proceed with the move Rook D8. Because as Nicholas showed us, Rook A4 just gets you a bunch of checks. And the white king eventually feels very safe in the center of the board.
He goes Queen B5. He plays... Yeah, he plays the other move, just not allowing anything. Yeah, because this Rook A4 check, and if suddenly in a winning position you miss some perpetual check, that would be
end over.
Yeah, that would be end.
Match over.
Yeah, it was too much of a risk. He's also down to 30 minutes. He feels like Queen B5 keeps everything under control. Levon is down to 48 seconds. Even physically, it will be almost impossible to make those moves.
And now Rook D8 is coming in without having to face any checks. It was possible for white to play it on the last move, but I think a professional approach there. As you're pointing out, your opponent has no time on the clock. You keep all the trumps in the position. And exactly, we've got our rival bar, our engine, we've got our everything helping us over here, pointing out the right direction. But for a player, it's extremely difficult. Well, now finally Levon's king comes out. All right. So that's at least the start. Does white jump in with the rook to d8 anyway?
Also, there are rook d6 ideas, isn't it?
Very fancy.
Isn't rook d6 just finishes the game on the spot?
Yes.
What an aesthetically pleasing move, not to end this game.
Wow. Fabi can finish this off right now, taking advantage of the pin on the e7. You can't capture it with the pawn. You're losing your queen. You can't really move the queen anywhere. You have to stay connected to the rook.
He's about to make a move.
I think he might just be... So queen h6 bishop is hanging. What do you play
Rook
here?
takes e7, check is also possible after, and then you collect the c4. You are just checkmating and winning material and everything.
It's on the board. Rook d6 played by Fabi, and I think under 20 seconds, Levon's just gonna resign right now. This is, he does go on. He takes the rook.
He's still writing down. I don't even understand.
Yeah, he shouldn't be writing down the moves. He's at 13 seconds, which means that he has 15 moves to play, and he only has 13 seconds. So this is already kind of the situation when it's almost physically impossible to do the moves.
Yes, I think 13 seconds and so many moves to play. Just, I don't even see that as a physical reality, as you're pointing out. But where is there a knockout blow here? I'm looking at this. You take the queen. Levon will immediately recapture the rook on e6. Do you then take on d6? You take with the pawn. Yes, you have a check on e5, but the king goes to e7. How are you finishing this off?
You can play bishop
Or are
takes
you just
b6.
flagging Levon here?
Yeah, bishop takes b6, yeah. Bishop takes b6, check here. Take it.
Without the queen, without taking on... Oh, wow,
Yes.
that's just checkmate on the board then.
No, it's not quite.
Queen
yeah,
d8.
but king d7, rook, and also we can now...
Queen d8.
Queen
Yes.
d8, kings...
And now take the
And
queen.
this
And
is
then the rook is hanging on a8.
Very nice. This is the easiest winning line.
Okay, this when you are focused at the board, you calculate all this, yeah, before going rook d6. Yeah, on
He
the
goes
board,
for it.
bishop
Wow.
takes b6.
This is why he's the machine.
And yeah, Levon with 12, so he takes, but already forget about the clock. It's not gonna last till move 40.
You could even take on e6 now. You
No,
could
but
give a
this
check
queen
on
d8,
d8.
yeah, just collect everything.
But no
Queen
need to
d8
do that.
check.
It's on the board.
King c6, rook takes e6, and then it's time to resign. And the bishop from f1 haven't moved throughout the game.
Wow. And Levon's playing with 10 seconds now. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't
He
matter.
could have
yeah.
all the time in the
Let's
world.
put rook takes e6 on the board. This is the current situation.
Bishop f8 played.
But you can even take. Okay, you can do whatever you want. It's
You can take on d6, you can take on f8, you can give a check on e8.
It's checkmate.
yeah, it's checkmate, and Levon is also losing.
Yes.
Yeah,
On b6, and we're going to see this being played out.
no, he resigned just in time, one move before
I think
checkmate.
he got flagged as well. Well, he's getting checkmate. He resigned. He got flagged. It's all the same result as Fabiano Caruana does bounce back, which means that we are going to have two playoffs coming up in the semi-finals bracket. Who will play against Magnus Carlsen? Between these two players on our screen, a big playoff fight for that, and as well a fight for the 5th place as it's Gukesh take. No, there's a tie break.
Gukesh game has not finished yet.
All right, we see the players. They're analyzing. Well, Gukesh, he looks like he's close to it, but it's not over yet. So, Peter, let's quickly jump over as the players are, I believe, about to wrap up their game or not. Oh, it's the same position as we left it last.
No.
On knight c5.
No, hang on, yeah, we have to update. Yes, so all this happened. King back to c1, yes, so that we are not in a mating net. Black rook moved away. Yeah, so Vincent sacrificed the exchange. The clock situation, yeah, if it would be Gukesh down to a minute, it would be a different story. But
The
it's
other way around.
Yeah, it's Vincent with 1 minute 17 seconds against 7 minutes. Black should be winning, but be careful with the king on a7. There are any kind of one check on a5 means checkmate with the knight on d7, but Black seems to be perfectly in control.
It's also Black's move right now, so you could also centralize your queen on e4, I'm thinking,
Yes,
to take control of some
But okay,
checks.
I continue with queen c3. I'm threatening at least the checkmate.
I go queen b4.
Yes, you continue with queen b4, and I'm running out of moves.
If the queens are traded off, I think that's just very difficult then for white to create any chances to even hold on.
Yes, this is the logical kind of follow-up. I don't see any tricks after queen e4.
So Gukesh just needs to be a little precise, and then we'll have a playoff in this one as well for the fight to who faces Ali Reza.
No, he plays b6. Okay, also
very nice.
Very professional, just making sure
Blocks
that
everything.
never ever you're gonna checkmate me. Yeah, Vincent takes on f6 with a knight. He's trying to collect
And now you can force a
pawns,
queen
but
trade.
yeah, okay, it's hopeless. it's as hopeless as the evolution bar claims. Yeah, queen e5 check. Queens are traded off, and.
But if you do trade off the queens, Peter, I'm trying to just think about where perhaps there can be chances to fight this one out. White is putting pressure on 2 pawns.
Yeah, but you take and play rook e5. Make sure that you trade.
Yeah.
You have to trade the rooks on d5, then it's finished. Yeah, just rook e5 and.
And you're pointing out that after rook to e5, if the rooks are traded off as well, then you edge closer towards that win, as the rook versus knight will be too strong. He's reaching out for the rook. I think we're going to see this move on the board. If white takes with the knight, I believe you can play the move rook d8. And you don't even care about this move because there's a check on c5 coming in. So rook d8, a knight d5 played. Rook d8 forces another trade because king c4 also runs into c6. So you have to fall back with the knight to f4.
No, you have to resign. You have to resign.
Yeah, there's rook c5.
Yeah, nothing to be done.
Well, the knight can't move because there's rook c5 check. The king can't defend it because there's c6. You pin and you win.
That's it?
Yeah. And Nodirbek, under a minute, but once again, no amount of time can save white in this position.
Yeah, actually, one really feels like this is a mirror of their yesterday's game. Yeah, when white played the opening phase somehow very unfortunately, black took over and went on to win in a very convincing manner. And the knight is Gukesh delivering this blow, and there is the handshake, the resignation by Vincent.
We've got 2 big playoffs coming up as Gukesh and Fabiano Caruana managed to strike back in their games. And Peter, in both these matches, we saw a similar narrative with the side having a must-win game, getting an advantage out of the opening.
Yeah, well, Fabiano played a wonderful game.
Yes.
Yeah, it was really masterful because it looked like Levon knows what he's doing. He was happy. Yeah, one cannot really even highlight what did he do wrong. Yeah, Fabi just showed some incredible precision and all these queen e1 moves, judging that yes, it might look like it's a. Yeah, and they are still discussing.
They were still analyzing. They've got a playoff to play, Peter. But it was such a complex position. And I think both Fabi Lev, they're good friends as well. And I think they just know that this game was so full of tactics. We were looking at so many incredible lines at some point. I feel that for Lev, it was that critical decision eventually to not trade the queens on c4. That just cost him the whole point. It was still a difficult endgame, but you can fight that one.
Yes, but probably he didn't believe in it. Yeah, because otherwise you don't go for the position that he went, yeah, willingly. So by that point, he was probably frustrated that he calculated everything. He even revealed us that he is happy because I made a great move with bishop e6.
I think we can listen into the players as well, Peter. So let's just tune into what they're analyzing.
I have an extra piece, right?
I see the board, cannot hear the players.
I'm not trying to do it. Yeah, this is solid.
Yeah, I should have played like this. Yeah, I blundered this bishop. So
know,
this bishop e3 wins, yeah? Bishop e3 just... I forgot bishop c5. Bishop e3 is good though. Ah, bishop e6 is losing, yeah?
Bishop is losing.
Yeah.
You had something.
b6.
Yeah, b6. You can play break that.
Ah.
Yeah, I can also maybe just like this.
Next time you did better, yeah? Okay, I mean, it's not the end of the world, yeah?
You're defending.
I'm solid.
But
because I already brought...
Like, let's say after queen c6, can I even play this? Endgame's also quite sad. Take bishop c4, bishop d7 like this.
Ah, no, you're touching.
Yeah, it's working.
No, because I was not. I didn't see this. E3 move. I didn't see from distance.
Yeah, so how you think you can?
Yeah. No, because I thought. Yeah, from distance I thought it all working. I thought he has to play rook h8 instead of bishop b3. I thought bishop cannot h8. And there is very sharp also. b6, queen b4.
Yeah, I didn't want to do something like this.
Yeah.
Didn't think about this one. You know what the procedure is?
No idea. What's the time?
And Levon there saying that he missed the chances, he missed those moves, did not calculate enough, and that's what we saw, that he was so happy about his position. We couldn't follow the whole analysis, Peter, but I think we caught some of the moves that he was talking about, and the one move that stood out was bishop to e3.
Yes, basically he was shocked, to understand that the computer also says that bishop east is a winning move. He said that he did not see this coming, he underestimated it. And everything went according to his plans. He highlighted all these kind of scenarios, and this is when suddenly Levon got outsmarted by Fabiano. And why it is so important not to believe your opponent. And this was a masterful illustration from Fabiano.
And you mean this moment where you actually capture on c5, as Fabi showed. He calculated his way through, and it's a tough decision because you do see that queen c6, you're allowing black a big capture on c2 as well. But Fabi just calculated that one extra move that Levon missed, and after bishop e3, really quite the game by Fabi. It's sort of combining a lot of strategic ideas, but with a lot of tactics as foundation here.
Yes, it was stunning. We were having the live action, all the analyses, all the help from Nicholas with the engine. It was fascinating, that also the endgame after queen c4 check. Let's just put it on the board, queen c4, because Levon already now says that bishop e3 was a winning move, right? Which indicates that he also believed that the endgame is hopeless, Then this b3 move. But still, he should have tried this.
Yes.
There is some hope. At least his next move will be okay. The rook goes back to first. Of course, you give the check. Pardon me. But it's also not clear when we give the check. Then we open up the chance for white to push a5, and then suddenly the rook from a1 gets into the game, and pin here, pin there, rook h8 hanging, looming in the air. I understand why he didn't go for it, but what he did wasn't any better.
And even in this position, it's sort of not so clear if black can actually untangle himself, because there are tactics with takes. Maybe you can just trade here, you take here, the b6 pawn is falling. Not really sure how that line works out.
But even somewhere just some rook h8 and then rook takes h7 just can, even maybe h4, stopping any kind of g5, and then rook h8, rook takes h7 might trap that bishop, So you see all this craziness. It's horrible. You are terrified to play like this.
Yes.
And he was hoping for something, but of course against Fabi, no chance.
Not in this position. That means we're in for a big playoff for the fight for the final spot in the big final to face Magnus Carlsen. And we are going to have the mini match of the Rapid Games very soon. We will have a fresh new position for that as well. And we're getting an update that Levon Aronian and Gukesh in their playoffs will start with the white pieces in the first game. We've often seen that to work to advantage towards the players, where they can try to get that early initiative in, try to get that early game in. It's a best of two, it's a mini match. We will be back with the tie breaks in just a few. Don't go anywhere, chat. It's the fight for the final spot.
Already day 5 of full concentration and dedication. Today is the start of the semi-finals of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge in Weissenhaus.
Today we have a very exciting semi-finals first classical game. I think the chess community has welcomed the tournament warmly, actually. We don't have too many freestyle tournaments. It's an exciting event, also the way it's organized. And I think with the support of Magnus Carlsen, this format will be also more popular, I believe.
Have you ever wondered how large the chess community is? One of the largest chess fan bases is in India. G.O.A.T is one of India's most famous and youngest grandmasters. He, along with all the other grandmasters of this tournament, is the reason why the Chessbase India team is also here to follow the games.
In this tournament, 30% of the people who are following are Indians, but 70% are outside India. They are from all sorts of different countries. I think it's a global content because these are the biggest stars in the world of chess. I think the entire world is wanting to know what's happening.
On the first day of the semi-finals, Vincent Keimer and Alireza Firusha win in the battle for 5th place. Particularly, the game between Ding Liren and Alireza stands out.
He's not in good shape in this tournament, so this blunder is very obvious. So it just shows that he's not at his best. I didn't think about it so much, I just played the logical moves.
In the battle for first place, today both Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusatorov, as well as Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian are playing against each other. Levon has been looking forward to facing his opponent even before the start of the semi-finals.
Fabiano is a person who's extremely curious. He loves to analyze. He loves to find new ideas. So I think Chess 960 is ideal for him. And he loves to calculate. He's extremely tricky. All of the qualities of a perfect Chess 960 player. But, I think I can still surprise him and pose a challenge to him.
Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian have won their games, bringing them one step closer to the finals. But can they sustain this success? Stay tuned for the upcoming matches at the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge in Weissenhaus. Three questions on the Big Greek. What are you doing here at the Freestyle Greatest of All Time Challenge?
I was invited by the organizers. I'm very grateful for that. I'm doing every day 2 videos for my YouTube channel. One immediately after the round, and then afterwards I'm doing a second video where I'm inviting one of the players or one of the spectators to go with me through the game.
How are the players feeling throughout the tournament?
I think the players should feel more free in this context because they don't need to prepare a lot of hours before the game and after the game. Usually top players are working all the day during a tournament. They're preparing for their opponent, they're looking to the database, they're looking into the games, preparing openings, but here it's not possible. You're not preparing any openings, so they should feel much more free, of course. They can spend time with their family, they can spend it with their friends, going relax to the dinner or to the spa here or to the gym. I see Fabiano Caruana is always going to the gym in the morning, like me, and yeah, they should have more time.
Who is your favorite player in this tournament?
Abdusatorov seems to be in a great position right now. He's very fit, physically fit, mentally fit. He seems to be in a great style here, how he's playing.
Stay tuned.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Peter. Welcome back, everyone. We are going to playoffs in 2 matches. The semi-final between Aronian and Caruana and the ranking match between G.O.A.T and Vincent Keimer. We're ready for the drawing of the new positions, so please welcome to the stage Holly and Anna Andres. Whenever you're ready.
597.
Thank you so much, Holly. Thank you, Anna. Number 597. Back to studio. The players will now have 5 minutes to prepare for their games. Good luck to the players, to our guests. Have fun.
Welcome back, everyone, as we're about to kick off our first rapid game. It will be 15 minutes for the players with a 10-second increment every time they press the clock. And it's the fight for that final spot to face Magnus in the final. $60,000 on the line, a minimum guarantee of $40,000 for the players who make it to the finals. And Peter, the position we have in front of us, very different from the classical one that we saw in earlier on in the day. We see that White's king is on the king side. I always look for pawns that are need to watch out for. H2 and H7, which can become a target very early on with the queens placed in the right diagonal. Once the C pawn moves forward, there'll immediately be a threat on these two pawns. Meanwhile, we also see, and I'm not sure if this is for the first time throughout the tournament, but 3 minor pieces in the center of the board. The bishop, bishop, and the knight.
Yeah, this king f1, rook g1, knight h1 combination and the hanging pawn on h7, I somehow recall it from the Fischer Random World Championship from Reykjavik. And I remember that there were some lines when we don't have yet the board, Nicholas probably has. What I wanted to highlight quickly is that White can play c4 attacking the pawn on h7, and I thought back then that this is a tempo move, but actually Black might be able to play c5, after queen takes h7, knight g6, then you are threatening rook h8, and just to follow it up, queen h5, rook h8, queen takes c5, you take on h2, and then queen takes h1, you know, rook h1, checkmate. There are all kinds of crazy ideas like this, but Nicholas has the floor.
All right, let's have a look at what Peter was pointing out. c4 makes a lot of sense to open up the queen, and once again we see this queen on b1, the rook on a1, as we've seen so many times in the other freestyle chess positions. c5, now White takes the pawn h7, and Black goes knight g6, threatening to trap the queen on h7, and the line you pointed out, Peter, queen h5, rook h8, hitting the queen, queen takes c5, and queen takes h2 with the threat to take this knight on h1 and deliver a back rank checkmate. Of course, it's White to move here, so White can do something about this threat, for example, knight g3. But this just goes to show how wild this can get already in the first few moves, Tanya.
Speaking about how wild it can get, I think on move number 1, a legal option for both players is to just go short castle. The way the king and the rook are placed, you could even start with that, defending the h2 pawn. You could also think about playing it once either other side opens up the diagonal of that queen on b1. But Vida, I love how you just calculated until checkmate in this very position, in the starting position.
Yeah, it took me like 2 seconds, but the trick was that, yeah, it is finally White to move. And the question is like, then maybe Black should just play c6. Not to have that hanging pawn on c5, yeah, if we go along the same lines like we did before. And it's kind of very scary. I do remember back then that the players didn't dare to capture this h7 pawn. It was just way too dangerous. And then if White eventually, for example, after c4, c6, says that, you know what, yeah, this queen takes h7, knight g6, then Black follows it up with rook h8. Anyway, he will collect back the pawn on h2. Then I don't want all this adventure, let me just play knight g3. Then once White commits knight g3, Black also commits knight g6, because he already has central control as well, yeah? If White, and we have the players.
Or bishop g4, provoke f3.
Yeah.
It should be okay.
Yeah, but then it's not a big issue, maybe. Just then after d4 there's some play at least.
I'm not sure it's an issue necessarily, because like let's say
so Fabi and Vincent still teaming up.
Yeah, this
like something castle d5.
Yeah, here,
I mean, White will have to take on e4 here.
Well, I'm not entirely sure at least.
No, okay, that's true. It could be
like White to.
But yeah, it could be a problem. I mean, maybe d5 is okay.
Okay, but it's tricky.
Yeah, let's play c4, c5. That's reasonable.
Yeah, I think this is you can't take. Bishop c2, knight g6, okay.
I mean, you can take, but I don't know. It's super scary. I was thinking...
Dear players, please take your seat. We'll start in 1 minute.
Position until their clocks are, it's go time. They have such little time, and we did see Fabi and Vincent discussing the lines that we were looking at. You start with the C pawn moving forward, clearing up the diagonal for the queen. They were debating whether black should push that C pawn to C6 or to C5, and Fabi very clearly said he doesn't care about that H7 pawn being taken. It's not something that worries him. So perhaps Peter opening up that H file only works in black's favor in those lines.
Well, that's the feeling. Yeah, I do remember all these things. Of course, maybe Nicholas has already checked it with an engine just to get a confirmation, because it's such a wild position. Without engine, we only know that it's dangerous. But are our feelings really correct, or are we overstating the case?
Your feelings are, as usual, spot on, Peter. After c4, c5, white should not take this pawn on h7. After knight g6, we saw this, the queen is threatened to be trapped, queen h5, and now black can actually use a move like b6 to protect the pawn on c5, open up the bishop, still threaten rook h8. Black is getting really nice development. You have made a lot of queen moves already in the first few moves. White should not go for this. Do we have liftoff? Yes.
We do have liftoff. We have the first moves coming in really quickly, and of course the players are blitzing it out right now because it is 15 minutes. This is not the classical, this is the tie breaks. They can't afford to burn too much time early on.
Short castle already by Fabiano.
But we discussed this, Peter, that it's a legal move, and I was expecting it to happen even sooner, but he eventually does it, I believe, on move number 2.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit worried that we are not getting the move. We have seen it happen. Let me refresh. Yes,
there it is.
Castle on the board. Wow, castle on move 2. That's why actually we fancy this king f1, rook g1 position. Yeah, that it is so easy to make that castle and you get harmony of your pieces. Of course, the question will be next, will white at the same time occupy the center somehow? Will he be able to push e4 correctly? Maybe not immediately, because then after queen e4 black will get an extra tempo hitting the queen. But knight g3, bishop c2, e4, all kinds of ideas. Wow.
And we do have a move on the board, bishop c2. So eyeing now bishop takes pawn is a big threat because it's a checkmate in one. We don't get the opportunity to do that, so let's just show it. If you're careless here, bishop into pawn doesn't lose a pawn, it loses the game on the spot. So a battery being set up. Now the big decision for black is that do you develop or do you actually block this diagonal?
Or with knight f6 you react to it. Yeah, there are many questions.
Many questions, but only one would be answered, and Fabi has to decide here without, again, he has to keep one eye on that clock. But a big decision to be made, because Peter, if you make the move g6, you take away a very big square from your knight to develop. And also, you're opening up potential bishop h6 ideas. I would be very hesitant to play g6 to block the diagonal.
G6 is not even a candidate move in my mind. Yeah, so basically it's knight f6, knight g6. The only question that maybe g6, knight g7, bishop f5, but this is already two positions. This will never ever happen. Yeah, Fabi goes knight g6.
We've got moves coming in as Fabi decides to develop this way, blocking the h7. Whenever there's a construction of the knight on g6, the first thing that comes to mind is, can we get the h-pawn rolling? Is there a way for white to actually try to get a quick attack in? And one of the ways in which you can do that is to follow up with the development move knight f3 and h4 to the boot.
But then I get knight f6. I'm nicely developing that knight from e8. And making sure that h5 won't be a threat. And if you also weaken with h4, the g4 square will be loose. Yeah? So I might be able to develop the bishop to g4. I don't see white really achieving much apart of creating some weaknesses. White has to take it slow. After all, it's more or less symmetrical. White can maybe also make up his mind to simply castle. White can also maybe just simply develop the knight to g3 and then go for e4 strategies. There are many things hang in the air, but Levon has to make up his mind, and it's not so easy because the bishop on c2, it was natural to develop that bishop hitting the h7 pawn, but the queen on b1 gets stuck a little bit, so it's like not exactly sure that this development was so in white's favor.
Levon slows down because you make these natural moves, d4, c3, take out your bishop on c2, but it's kind of coming in the path of your own pieces coming into the game. I still believe that at some point he needs to go Shah Castle himself. Knight f3, knight g3 ideas.
Yes.
Just trying to get a standard chess position. Eventually this bishop will come out. All right, let's turn to Nicholas for the ultimate truth, as we like to call it, but we're getting an answer already. Before we move over, we've got a move on the board, knight to g3. Nicholas, break this down for us.
Yeah, knight g3 makes a lot of sense. You want to develop this knight, you want to play it forward so you can go to f5, maybe even to h5 in some cases, and you cannot do something immediately. When I saw bishop c2, my feeling was that Levon maybe already was thinking about playing h4, maybe playing g4, as he has done in one of the earlier games against Ding Liren in the round robin. But here, it's not called for. It's too early, it's too aggressive, it's also maybe too risky given that it's a two-game mini-match here, and he doesn't have to take any risks. We see the knights are coming all out beautifully to f3, g3, f6, g6, and yes, castle would make a lot of sense for white next. It is a fairly symmetrical position. Black can also play c6. Seems to be quite solid. I think Fabiano is happy how this has gone so far, Peter.
Yes, I have the same feeling. c6 is very natural, especially in a rapid game. Yeah, you feel like this is certainly a move. Yeah, and Fabi does it. I believe, yeah, c6 on the board. You want to make sure that everything is protected. You want to bring that queen into the game. We did talk about this, that bishop c2, queen b1 is who knows who will benefit in the long terms. But if you ask me from black side, I really feel like my next move gonna be bishop c7. And then one could argue that what is Peter talking about? If he wants to play bishop c7, then he doesn't mind the queen. Yes, because the bishop on d8 is an awkward piece. I also don't believe that black can afford to try to play queen d6 first and bishop c7. That's too artificial. It will run into some tempo in the center. Yeah, Levon goes castles. The big question is how do you and when do you prepare e4 or e5? And that's why this bishop c7 move is so nice, that against e4 you might have the chance of taking on g3, takes, and then you trade everything on e4, and we are already talking about opposite colored bishop position, which isn't so clear to evaluate, but probably it should be roughly equal.
This is slowly and surely converting into a very standard chess position now. We've got the pieces, they've developed knight f6, knight g6 on the board. And actually this was another move that did come to my mind because it just threatens immediately to spoil white's pawn structure. It's also directed against the idea that you were pointing out with e4. Now this just feels completely wrong because you take in, maybe the knight jumps in immediately. I'm already eyeing
But here you have e5 suddenly, all of a sudden, yeah, everything was you made perfect sense, but suddenly chess is like this, it's a crazy game.
And there's h7 hanging.
Yes, and the light squared bishop becomes a monster.
So perhaps you have to be just a little careful, but even if knight h4 is not the most accurate move in this position, it just feels like it's not a structure that white wants to take.
You can actually take, instead of bishop takes f3, you can first start with d takes e4 maybe.
Right here.
Yes. And if knight takes, then bishop takes f3, and then you really destroy the pawn structure.
And this doesn't matter because...
Doesn't matter at all.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
you can take with any of the pawns.
And bishop
but now
c7.
This just doesn't... yes.
And thank you very much.
This is definitely not what's going to happen. So after bishop g4, e4 doesn't work anymore. But perhaps even if you were not to play e4, Fabi is already thinking about taking on f3 and destroying white's pawn structure, which will eventually give black's knight some nice hopping squares.
Yeah, bishop g4 is a very practical move, which Fabi kind of blitzed out. And it forces Levon to spend time to burn the clock, yeah, because you have to kind of calculate. First of all, he doesn't really have a chance of avoiding bishop takes f3. But what are the consequences? When do you take with e takes f3? When do you take with g takes f3? Where do you want to have that e2 pawn? Yeah, because if bishop f3 happens too early, then maybe g takes f3, and if white can set up something like e3 f4, and based on the light square bishop, king h1, rook g1, who is attacking whom? And what? Levon goes bishop takes g, he gives up the light square bishop in order to jump to e5 and plays bishop f4. This is like some Ragozin spirit. Wow, very interesting.
All right, so instead of waiting for black to capture the knight, Levon finds a nice square for the knight, and eventually he wants to line up the bishop with the queen, but it all comes at the cost of giving up the bishop pair in the position. For now, black also needs to find the development square for his own dark squared bishop. I'm biased towards bishops in general. Nicholas, what do you make of this trade of taking on g6 to find a nice spot for the knight?
It was certainly not on all radars, as you could tell by Peter's reaction, and it was also not on the radar of the engine, which I guess likes the bishops as much as we do, but we see the point behind it. He wanted to place the knight on e5, and this is why he traded the knight on g6, which was defending the square. So this is the point behind it, but it was quite a beautiful bishop, and I don't think it was worth it to give it up to bring the knight to e5. Now there's this idea looming to take the bishop on g4, maybe follow up with e4, claim a small edge, and possibly black could bring the bishop back to e6 or even all the way back to c8. And I think the black position is quite solid. Bishop c7 is next, and this seems to be fairly safe for Fabiano, I would say, Tanya.
All right, so
Bishop c7 first on the board.
Bishop c7 played, and he wants to get rid of this knight on e5. It's a nice square for the bishop because you're also hiding against any tactical ideas on the diagonal. The move that you were pointing out earlier, bishop to f4, is that still a possibility? Because now I'm looking at some potential tactics in the position where I might succeed in trading off some flank pawns for the central pawns. Is g5 ever a move here? I'm scared to make it.
Yes, I understand why you are scared to do that, but it's justified question. Yeah, it's a very principled question. Yeah, bishop takes g5, bishop takes c5.
Let's just show the idea that I would be very happy to give up a flank pawn for a central pawn in the position. I feel the bishop and the queen activity, it really compensates for a lot the fact that I don't have the h-pawn, and once I can get the e-pawn moving, I'm actually liking this for black quite a bit if you were to take on g5.
Well, actually, this is now a very real question since Levon
bishop
answered...
f4 on the board.
Yeah, Levon answered bishop c7 with bishop f4.
And if you take on g4, I believe I want to take on f4. So what do we capture with, though? Intuitively,
pawn, yeah?
I want to take with the pawn.
Yes, pawn, knight takes f6, e takes f6, and suddenly white's knight on g3 is in a lot of trouble because you might be trapping this knight. We have already seen crazy things happen in Alireza versus Dingridan, yeah, when...
Let me show one line in which that can potentially become a possibility. Yes. And again, I'm not saying that this will happen, but you need to watch out for that knight because after knight h6, I think you can go king g7, you're hitting this knight, and suddenly f5, and the only square might be e5 where you end up losing a pawn.
Yes, yes. So be careful. All eyes on Fabi because this is a very big decision after bishop f4. Yeah, let's just get the current position. Bishop f4
c7,
played.
bishop f4 played, and we're discussing a very direct idea for black with g5.
Yeah, it's a tempting option because otherwise the alternative is eventually going back with the bishop to e6, and it might feel like white gets a grip. He protects maybe the bishop with e3. And the knight on e5 is kind of a strong piece. It's a close position.
You could still go g5, no? But
yeah, but
maybe
then
not, Peter, because I might be losing...
The queen, yeah, after bishop f4, yes.
Oh my gosh, we've got to show this line that now if you do the same thing, and look at this, the queen in the center of the board gets trapped.
Yes, yes, but okay, basically once you retreat with the bishop to e6, you are giving up on this kind of idea, so that's why Fabi is taking his time. He knows that this is a very critical decision. He has to decide. If he's burning already so much time, I feel like he might go for g5 because you want to justify why did you spend 3 minutes.
And I feel he's reaching out for it. And especially g5 in this kind of a time control when white... And he doesn't. He goes for the alternative. He keeps things more in control. Would have loved to see this on the board. It's just such a... the kind of move that you want to see and analyze and the positions that come out of it. But Fabi goes for a more cautious approach for now. But this, with the idea of e3 and g5 no more possible, I'm really starting to like this knight on e5.
And what I like about the knight on g3, seemingly this knight on g3 is doing absolutely nothing, but it does control the f5 square, yeah, and it hinders black's light square bishop to be activated. Where bishop f5, Levon
e3 on the board
goes for e3, of course, yeah, cemento. Yeah, Cementovic, making sure that everything is protected. And what does Black really do? That how is Fabi trying to? Is he trying to move that knight from f6 and then try to set up some g5, bishop takes g5, f6 idea? Yeah, h4 will come. h4 will come. I'm not a fan. I was thinking like knight e8 to also set up knight d6, knight f5 regrouping, maybe as an alternative. And also I still have g5 idea because bishop g5, f6 will be a fork.
I feel that white at some point will have to start moving the h
and then h4,
forward.
knight d6, and then knight f5, and somehow trying to get that f5 square for my bishop. Yeah, because if I get bishop to f5, I'm going to go f6.
And we're really focused on kingside, right? We're really focused on one side of the board, but we haven't been discussing what are the potential ideas on the other flank. And I'm just wondering, in typical Carlsbad structure style, which is kind of weird to talk about in freestyle chess, but the pawn structure that we do have, can Black actually look at maybe expanding on the queen side for some activity here?
Well, usually if Black plays a5, White will play a4. If White plays a4, Black will play a5. Yeah, so it's kind of a status quo. One feels like, okay, as long as my opponent does not touch the queen flank and queen c8, was that a queen?
That was not a move that we were...
Okay, still kind of trying to get access to the f5 square. Queen c8 on the board. I think it's now also the time to ask Nicholas. Nicholas, please tell us, are we too emotional or are we at least making some sense to the position?
You're making complete sense. And I was just thinking to myself, this might be the quickest or the fastest of all the freestyle games that we've seen where we reach a normal position. I mean, this looks very much normal. If you ask somebody, was this from a normal standard chess game or from a freestyle game? They could not necessarily tell. Yes, there are some indications. The queen on b1 is a bit strange. The pawn on e7 is a bit strange. But overall, this is looking a lot like standard chess here. And Tanya, you were pointing out after e3 maybe to advance on the queen side with c5, a5. This was definitely also in the mind of the computer. Queen c8 is also a potential move. Now the queen is put on d1 and we're getting more and more to a normal position. Again, it's the question, what does Black actually do? Where does he play? The computer still wants to see something like c5 or a5. And
how does it continue after a5, a4? Because what does it really achieve?
Yeah, not too much for now. I mean, you can still follow up now with c5 potentially and just try to get some play going, because obviously you will not be able to play in the center anytime soon. You will not be able to play on the king side. So you want to do something on the queen side. And with queen d1, maybe also Levon is hinting at this potential idea of h4, h5. And he takes on e5, all right?
Big decision there by Fabi.
What do we make of this, Peter?
Yeah, well, he wants to release the tension. He wants to get some clarity because he is also burning some time on the clock. He fell behind. Yeah, he was like one minute something behind, and he might have felt like if I'm in every single move, think about what do I do, then eventually this is not practical. Yeah, so after bishop takes e5, at least Black will have so much better vision of what he will try to achieve. Yeah, for example, if White captures with the bishop, then that knight most probably from f6 will jump, I don't know, even maybe to d7, whatever, but somehow some f6, g5, move the bishop then to f7. There are so many regroupings. I don't know exactly how Fabi feels about the position, what he gonna do, but certainly one feels that now he will be able to make up his mind for the next couple of moves much faster after he eliminated that monster knight on e5.
And Levon's taking his time for this decision because it's quite a big one. If you take with the pawn, you're changing the complete dynamics of the position, and I would be hesitant to do that because then suddenly the bishop on f4 also doesn't feel great. Maybe not the best square you want to move to, but to highlight the point that then g5 would actually trap the bishop on f4.
Yeah, but d takes c5, yeah, because d takes c5 is anyway connected with h4, yeah? So if White takes d takes c5, it means that White really wants to go for some attack, some initiative on the king side. So h4, h5 would be kind of thematic. So that's why on move knight h7 made sense from a defensive perspective. That against h4, h5, you always have g5 trapping the bishop.
But after h4, anyway stopping this, and we're getting a move, he decides another way, and I think it is more tempting to take with the bishop instead of the pawn. blocking that bishop on f4. h4 ideas, f4 ideas also in the air, always trying to break with f5. Right now for Fabi, where does he jump with the knight? Do you go to D? He decides to go to h7.
Yeah, he's listening to you, Tanya. He's listening our broadcast.
That's a good idea.
Okay, but knight e7 makes perfect sense. Okay, the question was where do we put that knight? Yeah, it wasn't really obvious. Clearly, black wants to place his pawns on f6, g5, move that bishop to f7. If you can regroup it on g6, that would be ideal square. However, if we do all this f6, g5, it does come at the cost that the knight on h7 will be stuck. Yeah, so it's a very interesting position, but it's very much classical chess now. Only that, how did this bishop from f8 disappear while black has pawns e7 and g7? So it can't be a classical chess position.
That's actually a great puzzle. You know, how do you explain that bishop from f8 gone? And the only way to do it is that it's got to be freestyle chess to get this kind of action. And Peter's talking about the starting point of the bishop on f8 in a standard chess position. All right, so knight h7 has been played, and there is a threat on the board to trap that white bishop. h4 is the move that we've been screaming about from the start of this game, or at least for a really long time. Are we finally expecting it to appear on the board now?
Well, the big question is also how happy or how optimistic Levon is about his chances, that can he fight for advantage? Yeah, because h4 is a move that, of course, first of all, it stops that your bishop won't be trapped, yeah, because now f6, g5 is a real threat of trapping that bishop. We have to highlight that. With h4, we make sure that after g5, we can take ag. But knight e2, this is a quiet move, but it also shows that Levon is not so ambitious. He believes that black has equalized.
Yeah, let's not forget that we've got opposite color bishop complexes as well. So if the knights were traded off, then we get really close to that level evaluation. Bishop to g3, this is a slow start, but the players keep blitzing out the moves. The knight now comes into play.
Wow,
eyeing
okay.
better squares.
Yes, he's trying to reroute that knight, and if white plays f3, which would be kind of thematic, then will we see some knight f7, knight h6, knight f5? Is he thinking about something like this?
I love it.
But white can also play f3, e4. There are so many things to pay attention. Levon goes f3, a thematic move.
Yes, and just one more thing I think that black needs to be careful about if you do move the knight is that there were ideas of e4 and knight f4 really putting pressure on this bishop. So he first makes sure that white doesn't have this break on e4. And if white was to jump in with the knight, then do you want to play e5 in these positions?
Yeah, but this knight g5, bishop f5 combination, I'm not so sure. Because first of all, f3 really helped white. Yeah, this I'm feeling that it's nice, but this knight on, first of all, knight on g5, bishop f5 tries to aim to stop e4 forever. But since white will have h4 kicking that knight away and then somehow preparing e3, e4, hitting that bishop with the tempo, things can really get out of control. So maybe a quick glance at Nicholas. Nicholas, what's the ultimate truth here?
As so often, Peter, you're spot on. This idea of bishop f5 was not approved by the engine because eventually white will most likely be able to push e4 and then you will lose the tempo. Rook c1 seems to be preparing another pawn break in the center, seems to prepare c3, c4, also very typical. And yes, this does not make a very harmonious impression. I definitely like the white pieces better here, and Levon is having two different pawn breaks he could play for, and this may be a tiny bit better here.
All right, rook c1 on the board, and Nicholas confirming that it's more coordinated for white in the center. And it's all about trying to achieve that e4 break. Right now it's guarded, but white does have the direct idea of breaking on the other side with c4 coming in. So might be time for black to actually sidestep with the queen at some point. I can imagine and Fabi eventually just stops that idea.
Yeah,
e5.
Yeah, this is positionally very ugly, yeah, because it gives up the c5 square, it gives up so many dark squares, but Fabiano says, you know what, as long as I keep the game shut down, I don't care, and also there is no real way of white ever getting his knight. Okay, knight f4, knight d3, then black
insisting.
Yeah, he's insisting, of course he's insisting, clearly insisting on going c4, but b3, b5, c4 will somehow benefit for black, because then we could try to take something like BC, and then black's queen can be activated on A6. I think this is kind of a nice way of making use of B5. Now Fabi follows it up with knight F7. I'm not sure Fabi exactly knows what he's doing, but he's doing it fast, and he's up on the clock, and that's very important.
Could he be looking at getting something like queen d7 and knight to d6? I really want to control the e4 square. I'm controlling the c4 square, and Levon's going for it. He strikes. It would be very scary to take on c4, because then rook takes c4 would create a very long-term weakness. So of course, none of that. Fabi now taking the opportunity to hit two pawns at the same time, a2 and the c4 pawn.
Yeah, it was also the idea that I highlighted, that yeah, with b5, black is trying to counter c4 with this queen a6 idea. And if white releases the tension with cd, then black will be fast enough to go rook fc8, and that bishop on f5 can either c2 square, yeah, that and the d3 square. I feel like white has to be very precise. There could be a way to claim some advantage. We do see the evaluation bar, but it requires some very, very precise play, which forces Levon to spend some more time. Not so simple, yeah, it's so much tension. Seemingly the position is nothing special, opposite colors equal, it's gonna be a draw. No, there will be so much more tension here.
And I'm thinking about this idea of whether white can actually ignore the threat of the central pawn being captured, because once this pawn gets away from here, we'll always have this e4 move coming in, plus how much of an extra pawn really will it be if black was to capture? Can white actually ignore that threat and continue with development? The move queen d2 comes to my mind. Just want to finish this point.
Yes.
And I'm happy with this, but perhaps after queen d2, Fabi will not take on c4.
Yeah, he will not take. Maybe we'll play a move like g5 just to make sure that this knight f4 will not really appear on the board. It would make sense. However, knowing that Levon did make a move, right?
Knight c3 on the board.
Yes,
so
knight c3.
he doesn't care about the pawn.
Knight c3, really? Wow, that's a stunner. That's a stunner and very well invested
First question,
time.
what happens after queen takes pawn?
Queen takes pawn. Well, e4. E4. Can he play e4? I think he can.
So if you move the bishop anywhere, white knight jumps to d5
Yes.
and captures. So you have to take this pawn.
Yeah, and then fe, and I'm also setting up knight d5.
Regardless, so let's just
Yes.
show that really quickly. Knight d5, and unfortunately, you don't have a way to stay connected to the e7 pawn. You're hitting the queen, you're hitting the e7 pawn, and this is bad news for black.
Yeah, wow, what a move.
What a move.
Levon the maestro in a blitz. It's basically a blitz game already. He's down to less than 4 minutes. Comes up with this stunner, and he's aiming for knight a4. Knight a4, not only hitting the d5 pawn, but also setting up strategical ideas like knight a4, knight c5. Sensational stuff.
It's one of those multi-purpose moves in chess. Whenever you have a chance to make a move with many ideas, you do it. But finding knight c3, because this c4 pawn can not only be taken by the pawn, but also the queen. He calculated it, the tactics you're pointing out with e4. I think this was an absolute key in getting this move to work. Now he's got a threat and a strategic idea. Fabi responds. He's going for this line. He takes with the pawn, and we're seeing what we were talking about in another variation.
Yeah, and he fall back with the bishop all the way to c8. Yeah, but this is not a happy choice. You already highlighted beautifully that you love the compensation, and this is even an improved version of it.
Because it's not only the central pawns that take away so many key squares and space. Look at this extra pawn. Very often it's a massive weakness. If you manage to pick up one of them, c6 will always be a weak one. And we have moves coming in. Levon's playing a strategic masterpiece.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's not thinking about any ideas on the h-line, any attack along with the pawns moving forward. He wants to go into a very strong endgame, and Peter, he wants to trade on his terms. If you take it, the knight does land on a4. That's square c5, and I just want to show a quick line here. Sure, you can defend your pawn on c4 with the bishop, but how long are you going to really survive? You actually end up trapping that bishop on the diagonal.
Yes, Fabi is now under serious pressure, and by being under pressure, he needs to burn the clock. And now we see that how well Levon has invested his time. It looks scary that he's like 3 minutes behind, but he came up with this stunning knight c3 move and puts the pressure. Fabiano has made a move. Knight d6 comes closer with the knight, invites bishop takes d6, e takes d6, thank you very much. Then we are covering the c5 square. And so Fabi is fighting. Yeah, Fabi will be fighting, but Levon is creating chances for himself.
Fabi says, if you want to trade, you trade on my terms. If you pick up the knight, sure, I get control of the c5 square. And if you pick up the queen right now, if you trade off the queens, then black is in time, getting that bishop out, getting the rook onto the open b line, and eventually that c4 pawn to pick that up. You will have to give up a really nice bishop on g3. Both players really fighting and responding very well to the problems in the position.
Yeah, rook f1, rook d8. Yeah, two very nice prophylactic moves. You feel that those moves need to be played. Somehow intuitively I feel that it should benefit white, because just in case the rook from f1 moves the way to d1, protects the d4 pawn and gets out of some range on the a6 f1 diagonal. Yeah, that's also very important. Nicholas, a very quick update. What are your thoughts?
Well, it was a big moment when Fabi took on c4, allowing this weakening of his structure. Now we have this phase of who takes first. Both sides are trying to play as many improving moves as possible. Another one that the engine would like to see is to play h4 to fix the pawn here on g6 and not allow the stabilizing move g5. But at some point probably white has to take and then go with knight a4, knight c5 or knight a4, knight b2. At the moment black is up a pawn, but those pawns are fairly weak, and Aronian certainly has chances, but he has to control the clock and he's really low there, so that's a big factor here. Peter.
Yes, he's under, no, he's not yet under, but he's about to get under 2 minutes, and that's a very dangerous spot. Yeah, then you know already that you have to. Okay, let's not forget, players are getting 10 seconds increment. We might not have highlighted this specifically, but yes, now the players are getting the 10 seconds increment. We know that whenever there's increment, the players feel so much more secure, because they know exactly, as long as they have control of the position, they will handle the challenges.
And it is about that control in the position. How much of it really exists? The 10-second increment counts for a lot, because you can incrementally increase your time by making a couple of quick moves. I'm still liking Levon's chances here. In general, I'm a fan of these structures with white, where you sacrifice the pawn for complete central control. And Levon says, you have the chance to trade off the queens. Not anymore. He plays the move queen to b4, so he takes control of any ideas of black actually stepping in, trying to control the b file. Meanwhile, he's also setting up, eventually landing with his own knight to a4. This knight gets to c5. That's a beautiful knight. And I'm trying to find a way, Peter, for Fabi to finish his development, to find a good square for the bishop, and it's not so easy for me to figure that out.
Yes, the first question is, what is if black chases the queen, yeah, with queen b6?
Can you take on d6, take on c4?
Yes, that's basically a very clear-cut way, but then I get rook takes d6 and bishop e6 immediately, yes, and I believe I should be very happy with this from the black side. The pawn on d4 will be loose. I
can't move it anymore. I'm trying to push this, but I can't, Peter.
Yes, and this is kind of nice. So after queen b6, you might have to... my first intuition was queen c5, but I'm not sure that I'm afraid of that.
We have moves.
Yes, what happened?
Bishop to e6 directly, so perhaps Fabi did not want to allow bishop takes knight and give the pawn back. He instead develops immediately, and now rook b8 was a threat. Immediately Levon responding to that. It's been so much of prophylactic thinking, playing against your opponent's idea in this game. Rook b1, now if Fabi ever plays rook b8, he will sacrifice his queen for the two rooks, getting more than enough play, so taking control of that b file. Meanwhile, Fabi falls back, and the players, Levon, going under a minute almost now.
Yeah, it's almost 3.5 minutes time advantage for Fabiano. I think this should kind of compensate him for a slightly vulnerable position. We do see the evaluation bar already claiming that black is absolutely fine, but still humanly, okay, maybe just rook d7, rook a d8. Just very natural. Also, we get then access to the b7 square, which we don't need. Just want to bring that last piece into the game. And how is white progressing? Okay, queen c8, preparing rook b8. I'm not sure that I'm so much in love with that, but okay.
Can Levon insist? I'm dreaming of this knight getting to c5.
But whenever you move, then black will also try to get his own knight to b5, yeah? So this is the kind of a typical you get something, I get something scenario. And then with 58 seconds on the clock, please decide on these kind of things. Queen c5 is the professional way.
So he again restricts the rook, attacking the a7 pawn, also reinforces the defense on the d4 pawn, occupies that c5 square with the queen. And I'm just wondering if we might see a doubling up. So rook d7, Peter, on the board. Fabi, he can't still play rook b8 because white will trade, and then the c6 pawn is hanging, but it might give black some counter chances on the b line. So rook b8 might be something to watch out for white.
Yes, certainly.
Can you go rook d2 and try and double up?
Yeah, it's possible. I don't really understand why Fabi felt like moving his queen from a6 to c8. I see that this queen is quite passive there. The pawn on a7 is hanging. Probably he's planning to go rook b8. That's his idea. Even this I can do against rook d2, rook b8, and then we trade, and then another rook goes to b7, and we kind of neutralize each other. That could be a logical setup, but Levon is down to 25 seconds. We don't have time even to show anything. We have to keep him on the board, the same idea on the board.
Knight b7, and a good thing he didn't move the rook to b4, because then knight b7 would have trapped the queen.
Rook b2 was a mistake.
Yes, it feels loose. It just feels loose. And Fabi jumping on the opportunity with knight b7.
Look at the clock situation. Levon's under 20 seconds. He has to move the queen, and you see Levon pause. He's very uncomfortable with the position.
Knight a5, knight b3. Wow, and this a4 move backfires, especially when the clock is ticking down.
And this is panic, this is desperation with no time on the clock, and now no hope of winning the c4 pawn. Knight b3 jumping in. Levon's trying to create chaos on the board in the center.
Wow, we also completely missed this knight b7, knight a5. Stunning idea. And now black takes over. The rook on b2 is out of the game. Yeah, the knight on b3 blocks the b file, takes away the d2 square as well. And all of a sudden, black has perfect harmony. White's queen is sidelined on a3. And Levon down to 12 seconds.
Does he have the chance to start hunting the c4 pawn, try to win it, while Levon goes for a different idea? He does line up against the e file eventually opening up if there's a trade on d5.
And look at Fabi's body language. Yeah, it signals that he knows that this is a golden opportunity winning this game. He's up on the clock. He has 4 minutes against 18 seconds. Yes, 10 seconds increment. But if some more questions appear on Levon's side, then it will be almost impossible. There are still so many pieces on the board. Millions of questions will still appear here. Queen b7, can we just try to put some more pressure on that d5 pawn? Also threatening to bring the rook to d8, yeah, just to bring that last piece into the game.
Looks very nice, Peter, just improving the position of the pieces. Meanwhile, I'm trying to find a way for Levon to get to this pawn, and it's really not easy at all. If you ever push a5, the queen can even jump over to a6, start attacking the a5 pawn.
Yeah, it's all eyes on Fabi, how he will handle. Sometimes the slow little moves are the best, putting the pressure on the opponent, no forcing sequences. Whenever you have little time on the clock, you are hoping that you can make some decision fast. After queen b7, that won't be the case.
You could also make an argument for capturing this, but he does it. I was just going to say, this brings in the chaos because e7 would be hanging while Fabi doesn't pick it up again. He does defend that e7 pawn, and now bishop takes pawn is always a threat. Also queen b6 check ideas.
Yes, okay, intuitively I was surprised, but after rook e2, there are some knight d4, rook e7, knight c2 forks, for example, also in the position. So much to calculate. Queen b4, a nervy move with 4 seconds on the clock.
And now, can you give a check and trade queens?
Do we want to trade queens? That's another question. But we also want to protect the pawn, yes.
And we are up a pawn as black already. So queen b6
Yeah, but takes bishop f2. Yeah, I'm targeting that b6 pawn. I'm sitting with the knight on c3 blockading. Yeah, then the knight on b3 won't be any impressive piece anymore. No, rook c8.
He doesn't go for it. He does defend the c4 pawn.
Oh, a5, yeah, forcing that queen back, sidelining that queen with a5. Another knight d4, knight c2 idea, is that possible?
You can in the end take on d7 and put something on
yes,
e7.
Exactly, a queen b6 check.
But
so he wants to follow it up with queen b4. Is it a good idea?
You can't take it for sure. Allowing this would be just busted for white.
Yeah, but then how do you keep queen b2? Do you have
queen
to...
b2, knight d4, right? No, knight d4. Can you go knight d4?
No, bishop on
no,
f2
bishop
is
d4 and the queen is protected.
Yes.
So this tactics doesn't work because the rook does defend the queen on b2. Can you reroute it the other way?
Yes, knight c5, knight d3, yeah, because e7 is hanging, but that does not really matter at all. If black's knight lands on d3 and we are forcing white to take on b4, then it's game over. So knight c5 is very much a candidate move here.
And knight c5, if white is forced to take on b4 again, connected passed pawns would be very bad news for Levon.
Yeah, then even a panicky decision could be bishop takes c5, just give up the good bishop, but make sure that you have the cemento knight. With 10 seconds on the clock, you always want to have some stable construction.
And look at Fabi's heart rate now.
It's at 127. Wow, Fabi's feeling the nerves, but he's got a poker face on.
Wow, but one really can feel it's basically a golden opportunity. He knows exactly that Levon is down to... But Levon was down to 4 seconds and now he's back to 31. These are the things that are so difficult to face as a player, right? Because you hope that your opponent gets low. Bishop d5 played. We see 4 sequence of lines.
And I thought when Fabi took his time, he knew the response to rook e7, but he does slow down a little bit. That's a good thing because he's got 2.5 minutes on the clock. He needs to use this time wisely.
Yeah, be careful, some queen e2, queen e6 checks. So one needs to sideline that queen, but rook d2, queen b1.
And f5.
Wow, okay, but then weakening all the dark squares. Oh my God, yeah, this is, of course, it's a very direct c3, c2 idea, but so tough to think about with little time.
And you can't start with c3 here because?
Queen e2?
Yes, your idea of queen e2, you need to take care of this e6 square, and then you'll be forced to fall back, and that's not what you want.
Yeah, then if suddenly Levon with few seconds on starts an attack, I'm very worried.
And Gukesh wins against Vincent.
Wow, okay, so now Vincent is a must-win situation in the next game.
There is a second rapid game between the
139.
players. It will be a new position.
Heart rate of Fabiano.
Fabi feeling the nerves. His heart rate is rising. We can feel the tension rising as well. He needs to finish this job off. He's up a pawn, a lot of piece activity, but some direct threats to be handled. So we're looking at rook d2. And he doesn't do it. He goes for queen d2, which I also like. It's offering a queen trade.
Yeah,
you want to neutralize a lot of tension on the board.
It makes perfect sense, yeah, to try to...
I feel that you have to keep the queens on the board here, Peter, because if you go for an endgame, I don't see the chances with the c-pawn so close to queening.
Well, you can line up on a 7th rank, maybe.
Yes, exactly.
After trading?
Yes.
So queen d2.
Okay, you need to take with the rook so that at least rook d1 check will be a
you're
set.
saying
Rook b7.
rook b7.
c3. And okay, but
he doesn't do it.
He keeps the queen.
I think it's the more human approach, and you still have to watch out for ideas of some queen f8 at some point, threatening the king with checkmates on the back rank.
Be careful also somewhere, rook take g7, queen e7 check, who knows, because king h6 is met by bishop e3 check, so be careful.
It's a direct threat probably.
Yes, rook g7 is a direct threat.
Actually, if you play c3, we might, just really quickly, this
is
turns
scary.
the tables.
Yes.
And you're pointing out that there's no hiding space for the king, so you'll end up losing the entire king side with checks.
Yes, so back to the live board. 36 seconds for Fabi, and usually when you are the one who are catching your opponent, it's so difficult to get used to the new situation that you will also have to rely on 10 seconds.
And as one of those positions, you can just chuck the evaluation bar out of the window because there are threats against the black king here. All of Fabi's pieces are not on the king side.
Down to 15 seconds.
You have to be really careful here. He's feeling it. He has to fight against rook takes pawn. And he does block the path of the queen.
Yeah, but also this rook is loose. With 22 seconds, this is not anybody's game. It's not a one-sided affair at all. Bishop g3 hitting that rook.
And again, you have to watch out for ideas of rook takes pawn. He gives a check.
Bishop f2.
Because you never want to keep your king,
no,
but
king
he does
h1.
it. He wants to keep the bishop active, but I was saying that it could mean he has to be careful about the back rank now.
Yeah, rook d7 would be.
Rook d7.
But then rook e8, queen f8, and bishop e1 will block the back rank. Fabi down to 10 seconds.
Yes, only move.
He stops it.
Wow.
He stops the idea of rook e8.
This is dramatic.
And now I think this doesn't work because the f6 pawn is defended by the queen, so everything is under control so far, so you can't really sacrifice the rook.
Well, if you ask the players, is everything under control? I don't think they know.
Nothing's I mean, what's the heart rate right now? 155
Wow.
for
Oh my
Fabi.
God.
Oh my gosh, nothing's under control.
Wow, new record and H3, of course, creating luft. What kind of move can Black make here? Queen C5, yeah, makes sense.
Trying to get things under control. If there's
Yes.
a queen trade,
Queen B2,
you'd be
but-
happy. Levon keeps the tension.
Yes, of course.
And now again, you know, you have to watch out for these queen infiltration ideas. Also, C3 still not possible because the knight on B3 hangs.
10 seconds.
Is there time to go rook D2?
Panic mode, 4 seconds.
4 seconds, make a move, Fabi, and he does.
Wow,
with
and
rook
he
to B8.
blunder. What is the rook B8? It's a blunder.
Yes.
Levon just
He can
takes
just
the
take
rook.
it. He could just take it.
He just blundered the rook.
Oh my God.
gosh.
Oh my God.
And Fabi, he
blundered the rook.
realizes it.
Oh
Did
my
you see his
God.
reaction? His hand went up to his head. He can't believe it.
Oh my God.
It was a complete panic moment.
Yeah, Queen E2, Levon in total control. But this is the typical
What a
scenario when
turnaround.
you are coming down to clock and you are not yet used to, you can so easily blunder. But knight D4, the knight is jumping.
You can give a check.
Okay, you give a check, king H7.
I want to try and get my queen, Peter, to this file.
Yes, yes, and it's going to
He
be
starts
checkmate.
with queen F2, so the knight is pinned.
Yeah, this is very unfortunate.
I mean, rook B8.
And queen G6, double attack on the rook and on the G6 pawn. This might be game over.
Queen G6 would come with a deadly threat of checkmate. Oh my gosh.
Well, Queen G6 there's still knight F5. It's not over yet.
Yeah, but with 10 seconds, how do
Rook
you...
F8, yes.
Yeah, rook F8, only move.
So Nicholas is pointing out that queen G6, knight F5, the only way to keep the game going.
And the C pawn, the C pawn is still there. How do we give checkmate? Rook E8, C2, rook F8, queen F8. That wins because then the F5 knight is hanging. Yeah, so knight
Rook E8,
D6.
he goes queen knight. But now can you bring the rook to the 7th rank? If you
No, knight
there's
takes
no
E8.
time. There's no time. And now the king defends this square.
Oh, queen D3.
Trying to get to the C3 pawn. So switch of plans. Rook C1 coming up.
Yeah, and now we see Fabiano is back to 45 seconds, but his position kind of good. But does he
He can
still
play
have some...
C2. He can play C2. Rook C1, knight F5.
He's
Wow, but okay, yeah, this
Too
was
difficult.
very tough. Yeah, queen A3 played. And this one feels really bad.
Yeah,
So he takes
it is.
control of the C1 square. He's coming in from here. And the point is, if you give a check, you simply move your king,
And
and,
the
the knight
knight.
is
Yes.
undefended.
Oh my God, it hurts.
Yeah, hurts to see this.
144 heart rate for Fabiano Caruana. It's been a roller coaster. It's been topsy-turvy, and now it looks like Levon's the one who's going to be taking this one in.
Wow. And yeah, now queen takes C3.
Okay,
this is
now
a
this
technical.
is-
Yeah, this is a technicality. There are no more miracles here.
And I believe even if the queens were to get traded off with this 3+2, you will be winning this endgame.
Of course, okay, queen B3 check, and it's kind of resignation time.
The A5 pawn will fall as the rook will pursue the knight and the pawn together. Black's king is way too far away. And you can start with rook B6, rook A6.
And then you just bring the king. You might even win this pawn immediately, but okay, anything wins, and now already clock isn't an issue anymore.
Knight C4, you start attacking the knight. And we're seeing the players play out. But Peter, rook to B8. And Fabi was the one who was up 2 minutes on the clock. He was up a pawn.
Yeah, but when he already blundered the rook, he was already in panic mode. Yeah, it was obvious that he can blunder any second. Position was completely wide open.
I don't see how you're fighting
Yeah.
and saving this pawn. And that's it. Fabiano Caruana resigns. Levon, for the second time in their match, takes the lead. And Fabi has to again win on demand their final rapid game to take it into a blitz tiebreak. But Peter, the kind of chess we're seeing, the kind of positions we're seeing between these two, I think it's too early to write off. And Fabi will play with the white pieces in the next one.
Yes, this is the good news for him, yeah, that he did have winning position and he had time advantage, but he lost it. But he lost it with the black pieces. The heart rate, that 160 heart rate told the whole story.
And it was right here where we saw a massive turnaround happen. But already, even though whatever the evaluation bar says, Peter, it's tricky for black because there are ideas and tricks against the black king. The white queen was eyeing to infiltrate along the e-file, and then a big unfortunate blunder by Fabi.
Yeah, and look at white's king is perfectly safe. The bishop is guarding. The pawn structure is intact. He has a very powerful rook. And look at the clocks. 24 versus 23. This was the moment, because when Fabiano was pawn up and had already the winning position, he had 4 minutes against Levon's 10 seconds. Yeah, Levon in a couple of moments played his move with 4 seconds on the clock. And this is what I explained, that whoever had the more time, he catches up with the opponent who is already used to this 10 seconds increment. He's very much in his zone. Then you can easily blunder.
And it was such a fantastic game by Fabi. Once he took that pawn on c4, it felt that Levon has a lot of compensation, but Fabi, with his maneuvering of the queen, he brought it to the a-file, then the b-file, took control, that knight maneuver, knight retreat, b7, a5, eventually landing on b3, putting the rooks on the central file. It felt like Fabi was the one who, for the majority of the game, had a big advantage. He was up on the clock by 2 minutes, and here, Nicholas, you pointed out the line, you hit the queen on d2, take away the e2 square, and once you fall back with the queen to b1, you target the g6 pawn, f5 keeps everything intact. Very importantly, white doesn't have a way through to attack the g7 pawn. But instead, Fabi, at this very moment, and I'm just going to bring this up really quickly, I mean, this has to be the blunder of the day. He just simply forgot about the bishop on g3.
Yeah, blunder of the year. Yeah, if you ask Fabi, when did I blunder like this? He will say, no, maybe never. It was just a complete blackout. Total panic. He lost control of everything.
He made this move with, I think, also 4 seconds on the clock. Rook b8. When he played it, he had 4. He played it at 4 seconds. He got an additional.
Yeah,
gap.
because look at this. He jumped back to 13 seconds. Yeah,
yes.
So with 3 seconds, it was a complete panic move, and it cost him the game.
All right, and we're getting set up because there will be a new position for the final rapid game between the players, and these have been our scorelines. Magnus Carlsen is through to the finals after quite the performance today. Had a really comfortable game in the end. Nodirbek ended with a draw. Is out of the race in the finals. Levon, Fabi, it's going down to the wire, but Fabi has to strike back in the next must-win situation. Before we have the drawing of the lots, perhaps you can quickly just go through the Gukesh-Vincent matchup. Nicholas, if you can take us through some of the critical moments in that game.
All right, let's try. So we saw the game between Gukesh and Vincent, which also reached a very normal-looking position. Let's just go start from the top. I'll just let it play by itself. Let's see what happened. Castle, c6, c3, so quite similar to the other game, but an early e4 push by Gukesh. The knight came out, queen to e2, bishop c7, so far so good. e5 now also by Vincent, maybe too early, but this all seems to be still good. Here was apparently a critical moment. He should have replied differently, but maybe e5 also a bit too early with the queen locked away, a bit passive. Just a symmetrical position is dangerous for the side which has the bit more passive pieces. So let's continue. Knight e5, bishop c2. This reminds me a lot of an Italian or Spanish, where the pawns in the center have been traded off, and white just has better placed pieces, and that makes all the difference here. It also makes it really difficult for black to play. Bishop is lined up on this diagonal, b4, bishop comes back. Now the queen is supposed to come here. Black gives up the bishop pair, and white has just a really nice advantage here, really difficult for black to play as well. Knight to c5, and we see the trouble on the long diagonal, the pressure. Still position is manageable, so let's see where it all went wrong. Here it all went wrong. Let's back up. So after f3, Vincent was supposed to trade on e3 first, and then find a very difficult move, counterattack b6. That was the only way to stay in the game, because as it happened in the game, his bishop was just trapped after g4. It was just trapped, somewhat in the middle of the board. Rook takes e3, queen takes e3. Well, it wasn't trapped, but bishop c2 allowed rook d7 coming in, and now all the white pieces are attacking the black king, and Vincent did not survive this for much longer. Queen e6, a very nice touch here, going into the endgame, because even in the endgame, the attack is continuing. You cannot hold this pawn together, then this one on f6 falls as well, and then it is all over, and this is what we saw. Bishop takes f6. If you take on e6 now, there's rook takes g6 check. You have to give up the rook to keep playing, and then we end up in this position. White is up in exchange and 2 pawns, and black can resign. So I think here was decided fairly early on, the course of the game. Vincent pushing maybe too early with e5, and then in a symmetrical position it was really difficult to play, and Gukesh played a convincing game and took the first one. So Vincent has to come back, just like Fabi.
Vincent and Fabi in a must-win situation in the final rapid game between Levon Aronian and Gukesh. They have to strike back to take it to a Blitz playoff. And I'm predicting at least one of these to go into a Blitz playoff. We haven't seen that happen just yet. It's going to be wild on the board.
Yes, okay, already
5 minutes on the clock.
This second rapid game will be wild, yeah, because they need to bounce back. We also see that things are getting out of control quite quickly. The players don't have much time. Of course, we would love to see some more action. Yeah, every single game is full of life, full of new challenges, new motifs, new patterns, and we want to see as much action as possible.
I think we're going to have a long day in office today, Peter. The players are putting on some great fights on the board. They have to strike back in the next one to take it into a Blitz playoff. We will go into a short break and be back with our fresh position of the day for the second rapid game.
Magnus Carlsen, the Norwegian chess virtuoso, has captivated the world with his extraordinary talent. Demonstrating his skills early on, he became a grandmaster at the age of 13. He swiftly ascended to the top of the world rankings and triumphed as world champion in 2013. Known for his dominance in all chess formats, Carlsen is now vying for the title in Chess 960 at the Weissenhaus Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Times Challenge. His insatiable competitive spirit and commitment to making chess more attractive and accessible worldwide mark him as a pioneering figure and inspiration in chess. Magnus Carlsen, born in 1990, is a chess grandmaster holding Norwegian citizenship. Currently, he boasts an ELO rating of 2830, securing him the top spot worldwide. He reached his career peak with an ELO rating of 2882 and consistently maintains a presence on the global rankings. Please see more at the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge at Weissenhaus.
Welcome back. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Peter. We are ready for game 2 of the rapid playoffs. We're about to draw a new position. Please welcome to the stage Holly and Jan.
Ready when you are?
Ready when you are.
295. 295.
Thank you very much, Jan. Thank you, Holly. Back to studio.
You remember? You told me about it.
What?
And we are about to lift off our second and final rapid game. I'm predicting at least one of the matches to go into the Blitz, Peter, where we will have action like never before. Freestyle chess with 5 minutes and only a 2-second increment. It's going to be absolute madness. And we've got our position number 295 for this decisive rapid game for the players. First, some of the first things that stand out is that the queens are in the corner. They're lined up against the bishop, that bishop on h1, bishop on h8. So a g3 or a g6 opens up a diagonal very quickly. We are getting some audio in from our playing arena. We're waiting for the visuals to come in as well, what the players are up to before this game. 2 unprotected pawns right now. And if we can just have our freestyle position, and there we have it. Peter, I was just pointing out the dynamics that queens are in the corner, so no one should put a queen in the corner. And then we've got the bishops lined up against the queens on the diagonal, so a move like this would open up the bishop and develop very quickly. Meanwhile, I see these pawns unprotected, king in the center, a quick castle possible.
Yeah, well, quick castle to short side and also to the long side possible. Yeah, with the rook on d1 also beautifully lined up. It feels like a very dynamic position, but dynamic positions are always very tricky. Yeah, we have seen the previous one took a slower start. Yeah, it was some kind of a London system, and this one.
Did you see that? I saw Levon. He's talking to someone right now. He's discussing the position. First, I thought he was just sort of talking to himself about the position, but I think there's somebody there.
Mostly he's talking to himself. Even if he's talking to his friend Thomas, probably because Thomas isn't a chess player, so it's like just kind of nice to tell someone your thoughts, but actually, of course, you know exactly that you are trying to figure things out on your own.
And Levon with the black pieces needs only a draw, but we say it only, but it's never only in freestyle chess because we're going to get a game. We're going to get a big fight here. Fabi not only has white, but it's going to be a position where anything is possible. Both players have chances to go wrong early on. We will start in 2 minutes.
Yes. And okay, now it's a completely different scenario.
First move predictions, Peter.
For Vincent, I just wanted to highlight that the day he started by knowing that he's leading the match and he has the white pieces, now he's in a must-win situation. It's a completely different story. Fabiano started the day by being in a must-win situation, so he's used to it.
Yes, the players have to bounce back, and very different narrative, psychological state right now in these two matches. But Peter, I want to get in some predictions, especially for the first move. Chat, get involved. What would you play in this position as well? Let's start with Peter. What's the move that comes to your mind?
Well, I would like to highlight what I'm worried of, for example, with white. If white plays e4, black plays b5, white plays g3, black plays bishop b7, and all of a sudden we'll be talking about a beautiful queen on the a8 square lined up against e4, eventually f7, f5, and look at that loose bishop on h1. So I would say I would definitely not play e4. That gives me the chance of maybe playing g3 first, just to make sure that, you know what, please, oops, that wasn't the diagonal I wanted to highlight. Please, queen on e8, stay in the corner. I don't want you to be activated.
G3 is the prediction by Peter. What about you, Nicholas?
Well, I would love to show a very interesting line. If white starts with b4, black can go g5, And I thought, Peter, you told me about this motive before, but maybe I was mistaken. You sacrifice the bishop, and white shouldn't take this bishop here because after knight f6, queen g7, rook g8, the queen doesn't have many squares to go to, goes to h6 now, wants to escape via h3, but black goes d6, opening up this bishop, rook g6 cannot be stopped, and actually black wins the queen here. Because the queen has no place to go. Really, really fascinating. But of course, white doesn't have to comply after b4. And actually, is b4 on the board in the Vincent game? It looks like it. Yes, b4, b6. So he could have gone for this move, g4f, but Gukesh plays b6. And instead, and let's quickly go over to the other game, of course, as well in the semifinals. And we see b4 as well, and also b6, no g5. Come on, this would have been a really nice move to immediately sacrifice the bishop on the first move. But like I said, white didn't have to comply, but could play a move like d4 maybe, or knight c3, or bishop b2, which would be also very sensible. But just some fun lines here
well,
in the first few moves.
b4, g5 was the Carson Nakamura game, yeah, from Reykjavik. Yes, exactly, of course. Yeah, queen takes h8 and then all these sacrifices. Of course, black did not go for it. That's why you knew this motive.
Was it exactly this?
Okay, I don't know the rest of the pieces, yeah, but the queen on a1 and then this b4, g5 and takes, and yeah, this kind of crazy things happened.
All right, but we didn't have that. I would have loved to see g5 on the board, Nicholas. That would have been a fun one for us, but a more solid approach here by Levon, who again needs just to draw. So also understandable, keeping things a bit guarded. Bishop and queen have lined up on the diagonal, hitting g7. The first move that would come to my mind in this position would be to try to develop the knight to f6, block that bishop, but also perhaps looking at ideas of putting in a pawn chain in front of it. But Peter, TV, do we ever want to make a move like f6?
No.
Trapping our own bishop, taking away a key square from the knight. It's really not a happy move to
Normally, f6 is played when there is a bishop on g8 and the knight on h8. Yeah, then
when it's switched up.
Exactly. Then it makes perfect sense because you open up the bishop, you are threatening or planning to go knight f7. It's harmonious. But here it's not.
Is there anything to be said about copycat chess here with bishop b7?
Certainly. Certainly, one has to, but what's happening after bishop takes g7? Do you...
So if you take on g7, the queen takes and defends the g2 pawn.
Yes, but you can't take on g2 because no, you can't take. No, bishop b7 is impossible.
So bishop g7, yes. The line isn't completely over. Oh, by the way, another surprising move.
Queen e4, double attack on the c2 and on the b4 pawns.
No one puts the queen in the corner. It lands in the center of the board. And Peter, we were highlighting hanging pawns at the start of the position. That's a double attack, but g7 is hanging as well.
Yeah, g7 hanging even... Wow, what is this queen e4?
I love it.
Okay, but it's crazy.
That's why I love it.
This can't be right.
It's crazy because what kind of, for example, trade of the c2 pawn for a g7 pawn? Where do you place your king?
Let's deep dive. Bishop takes pawn is the move that needs to be looked at. And we
but I don't want to take on g7.
But can we just look at it to
show
what really
happens? Yeah, because takes knight f6, yeah, then you get activity.
And you're not even rushing with capturing the pawn. You go knight f6, you defend the h7 pawn. You're highlighting the ideas of rook coming in, and there's still a big double attack. Also notice how the knight f6 stops the queen from retreating to a really nice key square. All right, so taking on g7 is not an option. Queen e4, how are you responding then?
Well, I can, for example, play a move like a3. And if you take on c2, I take on g7. That's already a much nicer trade for me. I'm kind of happy with this. This is one option. And one completely crazy move that I wanted to highlight is that even c3 I would not rule out. Because yes, I do block it, but I'm going to go d3, c4 later because the queen on e4 is vulnerable.
I understand your point. But
yeah, but okay, you are coming, you are inviting, you are losing a lot of tempi. I can afford anything. Yeah, this queen e4.
You're really not a fan of queen e4.
But we are happy to see it. Yeah, there is so much intrigue. There is so much to talk about.
And it's the kind of move that you would expect from the player who's in a must-win situation, trying to create a complete chaos on the board. But Levon's not the one who needs to take such big risks early on. But he does, and Peter, a3. I want you to just elaborate on the difference. So we saw that if you take on g7 early on, you were not very happy with that. How has that changed in this position? Let's say black recaptures. and I make a normal looking move like knight f6.
Well, there is even one more kind of question that I can include some rook c1 after queen takes c2. I wouldn't be ruling it out. I can even play d3 first, trying to trap that queen with knight c3, rook c1, and then you just go back
so
to...
you don't want to take
after queen
immediately?
c2. Maybe I can even play some d3 move, threatening knight c3, trapping the queen.
And if you... luckily I still have one square.
Ah, you have b3 square. Oh yeah, that
But
I
you know,
missed.
Peter, the knight jumps to b5, and I'm already seeing a checkmate in one ideas for you as well.
But what did Fabi do? He played a3?
He's gone for a3,
yeah.
so we might be seeing something like this.
Yes, so okay, but it probably means that white has tons of possibilities. Even some knight c3. I don't know, knight c3, rook c1 with knight b5, knight d5, and we are hitting the c7 pawn and the g7 pawns like you highlighted the weaknesses.
I mean, if the knight lands on c7, let me point out it's a checkmate. So you have to, of course, watch out for all these ideas.
What is Levon doing?
Dangerous. And Peter, standard chess wisdom, right? Do not bring your major pieces out. Levon's played it twice already. Taking on c2 is just far too risky. Nicholas, are we on track? We don't like queen takes c2, but we know the engines, we know the computers. Are they going pawn hunting here?
Well, probably should back down and just play like nothing has happened, continue your development, knight f6, maybe, I don't know, follow up with castle or g6. But yes, taking another pawn seems fairly risky. The computer isn't immediately crying out, this is lost. But let's say rook c1, the queen drops back, you can take on c7, you have an active rook here as well.
Okay, but let's go back to g6 with the queen, yeah? At least we protect the g7 pawn.
All right,
humanly.
let's go to g6.
Yes, let's go there.
Rook takes c7.
Yeah,
Okay,
knight c6.
Knight c6, but then you immediately get hit by
wow,
b5. That's
okay,
why probably the computer wanted queen on f5, so it stops that. And here now you have to put a knight on the rim probably. That's not ideal. It's a possibility, and knowing Levon and also that he played queen e4, I would not rule it out, but it is quite...
What are the chances that he does this, Nicholas?
Yeah, it is... I would say maybe 50% even, because if you play queen e4, you want to take one of the pawns. That's the whole idea. Otherwise, you wouldn't play queen e4.
Otherwise, you're just coming under attack for no reason. You're just exposing your queens to development with white with tempo.
Yeah. Peter was already pointing out, Levon is always trying to find some brilliancies or unusual ways to play. I'm not sure if this was the right moment, that he's ahead in the match and he only needs a draw, playing extravagant chess here with queen e4. Let's see if he will get punished.
And he's already burned so much time on the clock as well. You play this strange queen e4 and then you're in almost like a 3.5 minute thing. You're going under 10 minutes on the clock, and sure, you have a 10-second increment, but we've seen what a factor the time is in their previous game, Peter. In a completely winning position, Fabi panicking under time pressure made the move rook b8 and blundered. So Levon decides not to go pawn grabbing, but he's placed the queen in a very awkward square on e4. He lines up the bishop and the queen. You know, in standard chess, I would say queen takes g2 would be checkmate someday. But that's not happening here. There's a bishop on h1, so there are no threats with queen takes g2. Can white just continue chasing this queen with knight c3?
Yeah, knight c3 or knight f3 or d3, and Fabi plays the very nice little move knight f3. I'm loving it because he's maybe even saying my next move gonna be g3. I want to open up that bishop because then black will have to react again, since the bishop on b7 will be vulnerable to any kind of knight move. This is only 3 moves had been played and black is basically lost. In a human perspective, this is lost position and he needs to burn time because it's so artificial. The queen has to move around, the pawns haven't controlled any center squares. Wow, these are nerves.
I mean, I want to show your idea, Peter. If black makes a normal development move, right? You go knight to f6, you want to bring out your pieces, you're dreaming of castle. And what you're pointing out, now that the knight has moved from f3, blocking the diagonal, white can open up this key bishop. And watch out, that bishop on b7 is undefended. You don't have time to go shah castle. Why can I never make this work?
No, because sometimes there is this computer glitch. It's not your fault.
All right, well, let's make another move in this position to demonstrate the point that
Yeah, e6, for example. Okay,
e6, knight h4 would
G6.
actually just win the bishop on the spot, or you'd have to give up big material taking on h1. It just looks like Levon is in a lot of trouble because you have to move the queen again for the third time
Yes.
to sidestep these ideas of the discovered attack on the diagonal.
Yeah, he played knight f6.
Yeah, normal move, but g3, then you respond with what?
On castle.
Oh, we forgot about that.
I mean, I'm not saying it's good, but
Only move, yes, exactly. Only move, and
But
it
knight
would
g... Ah, but queen g6.
it would have at least a psychological effect, yeah, that if white plays g3 thinking like, okay, I have the game in the bag, my opponent completely lost his mind, but then suddenly, yeah, g3 on the board.
On the board.
All eyes, let me refresh the board, and then it should work. Yes, now I think we can already make the long castles business. Yes, now we can.
And knight g5, you have the square of... okay, knight g5 doesn't
Yeah,
even threaten
nothing,
f7.
yes.
Keep forgetting that's a rook on f8 and not a bishop.
Yeah, wow. So, okay, Levon needs to play long castle to psychologically bring himself back into the game. Yeah, signal his opponent that, yes, queen e4 was insane, but actually it had a plan, it had a purpose.
But even after long castle, Peter, white can continue chasing this queen, because if you take on c2, I'm actually very happy getting my rook on the open c line and targeting your king.
I will not be taking that pawn. I will go some queen g4, queen h5, I mean somewhere.
Fun idea. You know, you just save your point back. And I'm threatening 2 checkmates.
Yes, of
On the
course.
board.
Long castle on the board. Of course, Levon the genius.
Levon finds it. Let's have that up. And there it is.
We'll never miss the chance to
This
do
is why
something.
he's called the artist. He's
Yeah.
so creative. I mean, we were looking at short castle. The fact that even long castle was possible, it not only brings the king to safety, but defends the b7 square.
Yeah, and...
This is awesome.
Okay, Fabi might have thought like, okay, what is Levon doing after long castle? Somehow it makes some sense. Of course, he understands that Levon clearly missed something. Otherwise, he would be still with 50 minutes on his clock, right? He is under 10 minutes. But, okay, it's bad, but it's not losing. Like I was really afraid of that. Maybe white is just borderline winning. No, it's still a game.
It's still a game. I am predicting this to be some sort of an opposite side castling, where eventually we will see... I like the move knight c3 at this point. I'm very happy if you take on c2. Rook c1 ideas, just open up the c file, open up a way towards black's king.
Yeah, but I will never take on c2.
Agreed.
And
So
I'm
let's
gonna
say-
go queen g4 or queen f5, yeah, one of these moves.
All right,
Yeah.
let's just put it on
You
f5,
can,
maybe
yeah.
queen g4. And my point is that we might be seeing a short castle from white
Yes.
here.
But okay, somehow I'm more worried that white might play some d3, e4, get that tempo, but the knight is then slightly misplaced. I might have some queen h5, knight g4 ideas, yeah? Let's not rule out that black can also start some counterplay against the weak h2 pawn, and that queen on h5 is quite an active piece, yeah? One should not underestimate this.
Yes, and to fight that idea, we might even see white not caring about it at some point. You go bishop g2, you
On the board.
move the rook. By the way, we might be seeing this played out because knight c3 has happened. It is the most natural move. You want to bring out, and definitely, Levon's not going pawn hunting now for sure.
No.
That is not happening. He will fall back with the queen. I like the point that you make that from both f5, g4, eventually you can line up on the h line.
Yeah, queen f5 played.
I'm going to predict a castle, a short castle by white here. I want to get my king to safety. Eventually, I'm looking at even ideas of white opening up on the A line, Peter, A4, A5.
But, okay, yeah, short castle played. I also highlighted out that I'm also setting some checkmates, yeah, with queen h5. Now you are ignoring my threats, right?
Never. I would never do that. But what I did, I don't know if I completed my point, but it was that I'm just wondering, okay, let's say you go queen h5.
Yes.
It's actually quite a nice move. So queen h5. Can I go bishop g2 here?
Yes,
to
you
start
can.
with?
But then I'm going to go g5, g4. Can I do this?
And we get that race towards each other's king, right? You've
On
got
the
the queen
board.
side. It's
On the board,
queen
queen h5 played.
So let's just have our live board. And we're looking at the line with bishop g2.
And then g5.
Yes.
Coming with g4. You have this knight b5 trick. Yes, I think knight takes a7 checkmate. But okay, I have some
Knight c6, yeah.
knight c6, yeah, business. And then g4 is a threat to hit the knight on b5. Just in case I get time for that. What a position.
I'm loving it. You got opposite side castling. Even from a standard chess perspective, we see Levon's coming for Fabi's king. Fabi at some point has to start driving forces
And look
on the
at the pawns. Basically, almost none of the pawns moved. Yeah, on move 7. Yeah,
that's because the queen was busy moving.
Yes, every single center pawn is still intact.
I mean, we're on move 7, Peter. The queen from a8 went to e4. If you just highlight the path the queen has taken, queen a8 to queen e4 to f5 to h5. So we have a move on the board?
Yeah, bishop g2. Our line is being played out.
Yeah, another big question is that, well, I'm not that worried about knight g4, but as you pointed out, the move g5. And how would we respond here? Nicholas, who are you favoring in this position, in this opposite side castle dynamics?
Well, I do see the engine evaluation bar and clearly shows an advantage for white, but there are some points to be made about the queen here close to the white king. In terms of queen activity, black is definitely in front, but white has the better development. So, like you said, knight g4 is not a move to be worried about, or I can just push the knight away by going h3. That was the point behind playing bishop g2 last move, so you can play h2, h3, and g5, a move that you guys highlighted already, makes a lot of sense. You open up the bishop and you introduce some ideas with g4. And here it seems the computer likes either approach to push the pawns yourself on the queen side, or maybe even to play in the center of d4 and try to shut out the bishop by going d5 next and simply saying, well, if you play g4, I can put my knight on h4, I can put my knight on e1, and not too much is happening. So after bishop g2, this is the current position. Levon again getting low on the clock here, below 7 minutes. I would expect g5 now.
And I want to see a4, a5. The plan that we were highlighting earlier, I want to see that on the board. I want to see a race. And Peter, maybe this is just a good moment to check in with our other game as Levon thinks how to proceed in this position, because there is another big fight going on. And it's between Vincent Keimer, Gukesh. For Vincent, a must-win game. He plays with the white pieces. Wow, this is... What on earth is happening here? White's king still in the center.
Yes, but this is already very much in Vincent's style. Yeah, this is how he should have played the first game. But he was unsure what to do with the white pieces, needing only a draw. And he was not true to his own style. And it heavily backfires. So yeah, b4, b6 happened. This was a much more classical kind of affair at the beginning, but it exploded with Vincent knowing that he needs to play for a win. He goes g4, g5, the typical kind of stuff that bishop on h8 is protecting the g7 pawn, but still, if we look at what happened later, we see that this battery will stay intact for quite some time, and this is the current position. How do you ever develop that bishop from h8?
And you know, at first, I thought the answer to that question might be in trying an idea like knight c6, knight d4. I might sacrifice a pawn, but I want to get my piece development.
That happened.
Oh, it did?
Yep.
But I was thinking that white can go e4. Or maybe e4 is just too much.
No, e4 and bishop e6 back. Vincent answered it with short castle. Yeah, he just wants to make sure that...
Can you go knight d4 now?
Yeah, you can, but okay, knight d4 doesn't do that much.
I want to point out a couple of things. Well, I do have a threat. Yes. If you give up your bishop, Peter, no. I am super happy.
Yes.
I don't even want to prove the compensation in that position.
Yeah, but can I play e4 here myself?
Yes, and just to point out that the whole thing relies on the bishop on h1 being pinned. So you wanted to go?
Yeah, e4 for example. Can I do e4 now?
All right, so knight e2, you have king f2.
Yeah, I'm putting you in a spot, yeah, because now if you move the bishop, then I already captured on d4, and I win a pawn. If you take, then thank you very much. I keep the battery. Yeah, that was my whole point. So it does look promising for white.
Can I just continue this line for 1 second? So I sacrifice, Peter.
Yes, okay, I take it.
And I wanted to even sacrifice further, but maybe I'm just going too wild because it's not my game. But I wanted to go g6.
Yes, but I play queen e3 and then d4. Just I will never let your bishop get to d4. Rook d8, d4 is coming.
And if I could just get my bishop to this diagonal, it would make sense. But Peter's pointing out that after d4, white's doing well. So this would be crazy, but a bit too crazy for Gukesh to go to, and it only favors Vincent. All right, so knight c6 on the board. He's not rushing with the move knight d4, perhaps because of this line that you pointed out with e4.
Yeah, a lot of tension, but I think we have to jump back to Levon's game, because we are talking about the semi-final, and whoever wins that match gets into the final. And we have development. Maybe Nicholas, take it away.
Yeah, so after bishop g2, knight g4 was played. Now there's a big threat of bishop takes f3 followed by checkmate on h2. h3, the move that we highlighted to stop that, knight e5. Knight takes, so we saw some trades here. Bishop takes, king takes, another queen move, and another queen move, queen h5. I lost count of how many times the queen moved in the first 12 moves. It's been a lot, and these trades, well, in a way you've traded all your active pieces by black. Now the knight, the bishop, the only active piece that you have is the queen on h5. It's white to move, and white can pursue different plans. Again, launching the pawns forward with a4, a5, or b5, a5, trying to open up the
It's
black
on the board,
king.
a4 played.
Yes. Makes a lot of
and
sense.
just a second to highlight that this should be a world record in any other chess game. I don't believe that on move, what are we having, 13? Black has only moved one pawn to b6, and every 7 of other pawns are still intact. Okay, this should have never ever happened and will never happen.
Yeah,
wow.
And it's not something necessarily to be repeated. As we can see, the variation is clearly showing advantage white, Tanya.
And we can see why, right? You compare each of the pieces to the other. Only the queen is out on h5. No assistance on the attack on the king side. The pawns that Peter is highlighting give no space for the black pieces to actually come into the game. That bishop from h8 will never participate in the attack. The knight from b8 is too far away. And Levon has to handle the pawn roll on the queen side. That last move, to me, it hints that if Fabi wants to play a5, is Levon dreaming of blocking the attack with b5? But how long will you be able to block it for? Because at some point, you can start dreaming about c4. And also, Fabi doesn't really need to rush with a5 right now.
Yeah, he can also push like b5 and then allow a5. And then if ever this c4, c5 comes, it will have devastating effect. And that knight on b8 is shut completely out of the game. The bishop on h8 is still completely stuck. And that's kind of a positional way. Of course, maybe Fabiano in a must-win situation will feel that he wants something even more, and he goes for d5, shuts out that queen from h5, cuts the board into two, and maybe queen a to queen c4 ideas are also coming, activating the queen. g5 is played. Of course, you have to play this move.
a5, b5.
And you want to take knight b5 and a6, but I have bishop takes b2, yeah? Kicking that
It's a
queen
beautiful
away.
idea. That wasn't on my agenda. I was just thinking of something, making something more sane like knight e4, knight c5, c4, Peter. But I want to show what your point is. That here, it
But unfortunately
almost
it does.
works, but doesn't. Because
Yes, because bishop takes b2. This works. Look at this. The computer believes that it might work, but bishop takes b2 is a problem.
And your idea was that this a6 pawn is just super strong right now.
These
I
just
believe
queens.
if you take bishop into b2, can you go a7? Just ignore it? Or
Well,
is that too much?
I don't need to do it. Yeah, I can even move the queen and you cannot stop it. It will be checkmate there. A7, maybe when you can push a7. Maybe let's just push a7 out of curiosity. Because
Okay,
this,
let's see. If a7, ooh. And
No,
after
this is too much.
wanted to do, yeah, it's too much. But this was the whole point of it. But you're down a piece even if you
Yes.
queen. But it's beautiful aesthetically. So g5 on the board, and Fabi's gonna think, we're looking at this line. Knight takes pawn. It's quite the possibility. If you take bishop, and he plays a5, Peter.
Okay.
Step one.
But he will not sacrifice because, okay, he has everything under control. This is too crazy.
And you just go c4 maybe.
But you have to spend a lot of time. Queen g6 is also coming. Yeah, let's
But
see
he doesn't
what...
allow it. Levon doesn't allow any jump, whether it was knight takes
he
pawn
took
or
on
knight
c3.
e4.
Yes.
He doesn't want to allow, but I think knight e4 was also equally scary for black.
Exactly, yeah, there were so many dangers. So takes b5, yeah, okay, now white has this lovely bishop on c3, but at least black feels like, all right, I survived the bigger scare. He's clearly hoping for some f5, activating the queen to g6. White has lovely position, but it's not over yet.
Well, the biggest scare will be when the c-pawn arrives at c4. So I really want to try to get this bishop out of the way as white here. And where is a good square? Nicholas, help me out.
Well, we also have to be careful about the pawn on e2, which is under attack by the queen. But yes, you're spot on. Bishop g7 gaining a tempo against the rook. And the computer doesn't even worry about f6. Just go all out for the attack. Let's go c4. Open up the c file and checkmate black. For example, if black was to play f6 now, then c takes b5. Give up this bishop. You can have it. I'm going for the attack. You have almost no defenders here. And I'm coming with all the heavy pieces. That's quite a big decision to make. It would be in a classical game already, but in a rapid game, you really have to be sure. But if you don't do that, you can play a quiet move like rook fe1. You also keep the advantage, but bishop g7, c4 would be a very direct way to go for Levon's throat here.
I love it.
Wow.
I love it. And it's quite a moment because Fabi has to bounce back in this match. He's slowed down, Peter. We might be seeing this on the board.
But okay, he also has only 5 minutes 30 seconds now already, 5 minutes 20. The clock is ticking down. I feel like, yes, he knows that he has an advantage. Yeah, that how much he feels that he needs to go crazy and absolutely all in, or...
These are the two moves.
Yes, can he just play... Also the move e4 would be very natural, right? That you just push the pawn to e4, but it does...
You don't care about f5?
No, I want to highlight that, of course, I care about f5. And then some counterplay, e5, f4, and you never know these kind of things.
I think it's between rook e1 and bishop g7, two different approaches. e4, of course, also, Peter, may be possible, but for Fabi, if he just calculates his way through, this might be the moment he just bounces back. Because, let's point out, both players are now under 5 minutes. But bishop g7 is you're putting all your chips in. It's all in. There's no turning back from that moment. Let's just see that one line one more time. So bishop to g7, rook hits it. And you're going for the black king.
Yeah, so let me try queen takes e2. If I try to get my queen active and grab this pawn.
Should I just ignore and take on b5?
Then I take queen takes b5.
So first I have to hit your... No, but then you're...
Then I take on c4. So I will ask some questions. Yeah, it's not like...
All right, let's try to answer them. Rook e1.
And queen c4, rook d4 or
yes, and I want to get my other rook to c1. Oh.
Okay, not so easy.
Not easy. Chess is never easy because even this is hanging in some
queen
lines.
b3 and I'm in the game, no?
Queen b2 instead of rook d4.
Oh my god, no, okay, this is...
Too difficult.
This is too much, no, it's... In a classical game, I perfectly agree with Nicholas that if the players have more than an hour, they will find this, but he's down to 3 minutes, 30 seconds.
I think he will play bishop g7. Peter, I think it's happening. He's spent so much time on this position. It's on his radar. And the thing is, after rook fe1, with 3 minutes on the clock, he'll have to kind of still work his way to trying to win this position. It's far from over because black also has a plan of f5, f4 coming for the king.
Yeah, and the heart rate is going up. No, he plays rook d2. Yeah, no, of course. Okay, this is the... Okay, this bishop g7 is a super genius move. Yeah, it's...
But it was definitely something that Fabi was thinking about. He slowed down because he was calculating this line.
Yes, you wouldn't be spending 2.5, 3 minutes on rook d2 or rook fe1. Yeah, it's just that things are not clear at all. Levon goes f5
immediately.
And Levon is back in the game. This is exactly the strategical idea that he had. By eliminating that knight, I get this stable construction on the queen side. I create some counterplay with f4, queen g6, all this kind of moves.
Now it's
let's
coming.
Go in, yes.
Now it makes even more sense.
Because e2 is defended, you don't have your queen takes pawn anymore.
And the bishop can be trapped.
Yeah,
there's no f6 to trap the bishop. And Fabi's jumped in. So the idea was in his head, but he wanted to make it work without sacrificing material, going into any of those dangers where you have to prove your attack by giving checkmate. He looks like he got it done because you have to move the rook now.
Levon was greedy with going f5. He wanted to get immediate counterplay. Very understandable. Maybe he should have played queen g6 just to bring that queen back, stop any kind of bishop g7 ideas, and then queen e4 check where you just control more light squares.
Absolutely.
And a bishop g7, then you just attack the bishop. So you don't give white the time to strike for e4. It's all about Fabi getting in the c pawn, opening up the c file.
We are loving it. That he got the chance to play, Levon goes rook f7, c4 will be blitzed out.
b5 and a6.
Yeah, just go. Close your eyes and go.
It's all coming. It's all coming, chat.
There we go.
Push them, baby. Yes. They're on the board. c4. And I don't see a way for you to stop it because
okay, queen g6, yeah. At least I covered the a6 square, with queen g6.
Makes a lot of sense. And I don't believe that I can take it because maybe even that, Peter, is so...
But then queen takes
Queen
G7, I'm forced... But okay, you can just return with the bishop, yeah?
Why go for the craziness? We just go bishop d4.
Yeah, but then f4. Okay. At least I'm creating some impression of counterplay.
Queen g6. Okay, let's just take a look at this human approach, as we want to call it.
Yes.
So f4. And can I ignore my king side? I'm scared to even say that, but what actually happens if I take on
AB.
b5?
I take back AB. With
take
and I'm settling knight a6 with total cement on the queen side, so be careful. You might have to sacrifice this pawn.
I will never allow your knight on a6.
He plays
How am I
f4.
It's on the board.
Wow.
Let's head back after c4. Sorry, this never happened.
Yeah, c4, f4.
c4 and not queen to g6, but the move f4 on the board. But now you can really ignore it and go c takes b5 and a6.
Yeah, because f3 check does nothing. Yeah,
We just move with the king, no?
No, we take on
take it,
f3
okay.
and then we move it. Yeah, it's. So is it
being a
f take g3? Is Levon counting on some martialish counterplay? Typical f take g3. Open up the f5, but this is not a
This
martial.
runs into a6. And now he has to decide. So f3, you're saying you just take and then sidestep with the king.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We are safe. Yeah, it's.
And then if f into g3 is the other way to open it up. But Peter,
Yes,
who are you
instead of
opening it up for?
put the pawn on b5 because I did not take AB.
Yes.
Yeah, it's I'm trying to go FG here.
There's also this f3 move.
Yeah, there are so many because you're already crushing me on the queen side. Yeah, there is no way back.
Okay, you know what? Let's try f3 here. Because I like to keep my king safe.
Wow, okay, f3 is just too cruel. This is too cruel. This is
Very safe.
Finishing it off. Yeah, you just use this pawn as a shield for your own king. Wow. So okay, what's happening?
Maybe the queen e4 by Levon. Yeah, it's just too much.
Yeah, but Fabi 140. We have seen him. What happened to him with Litlam on the clock in the previous game? We know that this is one of Fabi's maybe only weaknesses, that he's not used to playing with few seconds on the clock. Yeah, if he has time, he's brilliant. But yeah, CB5 played. G4. Okay, not allowing to fix
Not
the
allowing
king side.
any of that f3 stuff now. So he's got an idea. He wants to take on h3 with the queen. Peter, to me, the first move to look at with white would be h4.
But then FG, you can't play f3 anymore.
I can't play fg, but does it matter? Can I just take it back?
Okay, but then rook takes f1. I'm distracting this queen from a1, which was so beautifully placed there.
He'll come back.
Are you sure? Okay, queen g6 hitting the bishop, queen e4 check, the knight on a6 is taking steal, the knight on b8
Alright,
steal.
we'll-
It's not over.
But we might be forced into this line because after pawn takes pawn, I don't believe king takes pawn is the move there. So let's just have this. And you're talking about rook takes rook.
Yeah, and then if you take queen takes rook, I feel like, okay, at
I don't want
least...
to take with my king because then you give a check and...
Yeah. No, this is so razor sharp, and Fabi is down to 1 minute 12 seconds.
And you're fighting this with this.
Yeah, and then queen e4 check, I'm hitting the bishop, and this is a total unclear,
It's
total
such
madness.
a mess. h4 on the board. Fabi must win. Just a minute on the clock.
Can he somehow ignore after FG? You ruled out the move king take g3, but
Did I
maybe,
rule it out too
who
quickly?
knows? Who
Oh,
knows?
Stop, Peter, no ways.
Yes.
King takes pawn here, yeah? But this just doesn't
Yeah,
feel
because
right.
some rook g8, rook f3 check,
Yeah.
there will be counter-attacking possibilities. No, let's not even look at this
king
direction.
takes pawn is too much here. And if you don't take, then I'm taking... But maybe, do you have time to take on a6? Okay, how crazy is this?
Yeah, that's another question, but
Ooh, it's
okay.
very crazy.
Yeah, okay, queen takes h4 and then
We're
checkmate.
getting a move, Peter. So this is on the board. F takes g3. You have to
Mate.
take it back. This is the position we're looking at right now, chat.
38 seconds for Fabi.
And we call this line out, rook takes rook. A question now, does he take with the king or the queen? I would be tempted to pick it up with the queen to not allow any checks on the f-file. And he does so, I believe.
Yes, he takes with the queen. He is better, but at least, okay, queen g6, black can play a tempo, and black is at least giving the impression that he's stabilizing the position. Fabi goes b takes a6.
Nice.
Very nice.
If you take on g7, a7 wins on the spot. You're not threatening to win the
king
knight.
b7
and the,
still.
ooh,
King
what?
b7
Did
still.
I miss something?
King
King
b7,
b7
here.
is still possible.
But it's still...
good.
takes an e4 and you're still hopefully better, I want to say.
But okay, now first Levon has to make up his mind. Yeah, how do you react? It's now a complete mirror. Yeah, there it was Fabiano who had a lot of time on his clock, and Levon was down to his seconds. Now Fabiano down to 40 seconds.
All right, but after queen takes bishop, you have to play a7, right?
No, maybe not. Okay,
Yes.
it's tempting, but also maybe you can do some preparatory move. Nothing really moves there. E4, but E4, Queen E5 or Queen C3. Yeah, no, you have to. Yeah, let's just collect.
And we're getting moves in.
Knight A6, E3.
Doesn't allow it. E3. So he doesn't care about the bishop. You take the bishop, the knight on A6 hangs.
Yeah, E3, lovely touch. Just keeping an eye on that knight on A6. Also, King B7 will be met by Queen B5 check. And that bishop can fall back to D4 also against King A7. I'm loving it how Fabiano is handling this.
And if queen E4, you just hide on H2.
Yes.
No checks.
And Black's rook on D8 is completely paralyzed. That's one of the problems.
All right, so what happens if he brings it into the game with rook to G8?
Okay, but it still does absolutely nothing. Yeah, we just fall back with the bishop to D4, for example, simple primitive chess. And we are threatening them B5 because that knight cannot jump to C5 anymore. It's all looking very good for white.
The board, and now it's Levon who is hitting the 2-minute mark. Fabi under a minute, but he's
Wow.
so close to getting the job done.
And he grabs the pawn.
Levon is going all out. He needs to, Peter. There's no holding this position. He goes knight takes pawn. Let's just have that on our board.
Queen C4.
Queen C4, yes.
On the board. Played as
Attacking
well.
the knight. And the only square I see is A6 for the knight.
Yeah, but then this B file opened up for white, no? And we activated the queen to C4. Yeah, rook B2. No, this should be game over.
This just looks absolutely... And there's also this D6 idea, by the way. I just want to point out after knight A6. I want that
Yeah,
knight.
knight A6, D6 also. No, this knight takes B4 was a total panic.
Yeah, actually, knight A6, D6 might just be game over on the spot, Peter.
On the spot, yes. Yeah, spot on. Yeah, Levon is very nervous. His heart rate 110, that's quite high for Levon, and Fabi 136.
All right, queen D6.
Okay, don't threaten me. You called it out like Queen D6, game changer, finish. Peter, don't even
Peter,
dare to...
I'm trying to get you know what I'm trying to get you into, but I know it won't happen, but let me just demonstrate the point that now if you go rook B2, I was dreaming of this, but you know what? I'm not even sure if I'm saving that position after A6.
But okay, knight B6, and then no, that's fine for you if you trade queens.
All right, good to know. So queen D6, Peter.
Yes, but also bishop E5, queen E5, queen takes B4. I'm not sure at all that I'm not queening or mating there. It looks very promising, but you never know exactly. First, Levon has to make up his mind, and he has caught up with Fabiano's time, and he's in a very scary spot.
It feels it's just busted for black.
Yes.
You're either getting checkmated or the A pawn's promoting.
Yeah, by the way, queen D6, even just E4, E5 also has a possibility.
But I also like your idea of bishop E5.
Yeah, too many possibilities. Levon, what can he really come up with without the rook on the F file? Yeah, then otherwise queen A6 and then queen F1 check ideas would be possible. He takes on G7. How is he trying to survive this?
Ooh,
queen A1.
Rook B2?
Rook B2, D6, only move.
You know what, Peter? Maybe I go D6.
Wow,
and
D6
then rook B2.
box the king.
Oh, but D6
Rook
you have
F8.
rook F8.
Rook F8.
All right,
Watch
let's show
out.
this. So really quickly, chat, if you take on D6, the idea was to rook B2 and you don't actually survive. It's checkmate
Yeah, but
in
rook
one.
F8 and it.
And we're getting a move. He goes
Rook
immediately
B2.
for rook B2 because D6, there was rook F8. And we're getting moves, action coming in really quickly. D6, the only way to fight checkmate. But now there's queen takes pawn with a check.
Yeah, he picks up the pawn. This pawn is not so important, but it's very important that now white's king will feel so much more safer. No more tricks.
You can actually come back to B4
Yeah,
and threaten a
you
mate
can.
in one.
Yeah, no, this is now...
There's no perpetual anymore because you always have H3.
Exactly. He can also just go queen B4, then queen B8, queen B5, A6, but he goes for rook F2. That's also very professional. No mate, he just wants to pick up that rook. Rook
I don't
F8
see a
check.
way for you to fight it because if you were to go queen A4, I will still try to distract your
Well,
queen
the
by
queen is...
not to point out.
Yes. No,
So how do you fight rook F8?
It's over.
Queen
No,
H8? Sure.
Then A6. Finish. Wow, what a punishment for this queen e4 move, yeah, by
Do
Fabi.
not try this at home.
No,
Queen e4.
never ever. And there is the resignation. Fabi bounces back.
What a game this was. Levon Aronian, what was he thinking when he played b6 queen e4?
No, this is crazy.
And it all went wrong
Move
at
two.
this moment after b4. b6, everything's fine, Lev. He just wanted to develop bishop to b7 is what we thought. And then suddenly after bishop b2, this move, and Fabi just really showed how to take advantage of such play.
We have
Peter.
another game. We should
Yes.
go there.
Let's quickly rush over to our matchup between Vincent and Gukesh, and that's the position. Vincent has to win on demand.
And it's 1 minute each. White is putting pressure. White is
Two extra pawns?
Yeah, 2 extra pawns, but those pawns are isolated. The knight on d5 is a monster. This pawn on f6 actually restricts White's bishop on b2. You also see the Evel bar not claiming such a big advantage. This is a tricky position.
But with this last move, he's freed up his own knight, so there's no check on c1, which would have otherwise picked up the bishop. And if knight d4, knight f5, give White 2 moves.
Exactly, and rook c6 stepping into knight d4, but yeah, knight d4 played rook b6, but now rook g2 check and then knight. Oh no, this is very scary.
He's relying. Okay, so at least the rook. The point is that after knight g6, he wants to go king g6.
Yeah, after knight f5, king g6. Yes, and then pawn on e6 is hanging. But can White play rook e2 maybe? Rook e2 and then...
Bishop e... No, not bishop e7.
I wanted to say that knight f4, then I have all these e7 tricks and it can't be that black survives this.
But even that looks a bit crazy.
Yeah.
Like bishop e7, rook e7,
Yeah,
king f8, rook
yeah.
e4, knight d3.
It continues, but yeah, Vincent goes rook c2. The computer agrees with the move rook c2. He wants to go knight c6. Cut off that black rook. Is that the idea? King g6 played.
Then you have to watch out for knight e3.
Yeah, but then e7. Yeah, okay, there is, yeah, takes, king f7, rook e2, then I'm winning material. But yeah, there are so many lines. Vincent down to 25 seconds. Bishop c1 played, yeah, he's regrouping. He makes sure that he covers all these knight jumps. It's a professional move.
Very good move, yeah.
Very nice move. Suddenly, rook c2, bishop c1, perfectly harmonized knight on d4, as you highlighted. It's a monster. Pawn on e6 is now not vulnerable anymore.
That's not a weakness. That's the key pawn, the MVP in Vincent's position.
Yeah, and let's not forget, White is White is getting the extra 10 seconds. Yeah, so making sure that he makes good moves has the highest priority here.
And the king is kind of boxed up if you think about it. It's hard to imagine, but actually, black should watch out for some checkmating ideas with rook g2 going to the h file eventually.
Absolutely.
The bishop and the knight take away a lot of key squares.
Yeah, now Gukesh also slows down, yeah, because, bishop d6 was the move I was also considering as the main move.
Can you go rook g2 now, forcing the king to... Where do you go back with the king?
Yeah, probably to h7, then knight f5 comes.
Oof, this is looking scary.
But yeah, it's tricky.
So is rook b1? No, he falls back with the
f8.
bishop. He takes control
and then
of the
he wants rook
square.
b1. Yeah, he wants rook b1 at some moment.
Rook b1 is something that you have to watch out for.
Yeah, so rook e2.
And no e7 just yet.
No e7 yet. Yeah, Vincent is kind of shocked that...
Rook b1, rook
yes,
e1.
and bishop takes a3, and I don't know where does this lead us. Unbelievable. Maybe Gukesh escapes and Vincent down to 16 seconds. What an unfortunate event. Rook e2 played rook b1, blitzed out.
Vincent's at 150. He's feeling it. His heart is thumping.
Yeah, of course. If now black can take on a3 suddenly.
Yeah, bishop takes pawn and your bishop's pinned. So this is the move you're looking at. You can't recapture. The rook hangs.
Gukesh is mounting a
But then you
comeback.
have to go east. Bishop.
Yeah, but this is already, this should be survivable for black. The black's king is very close to the e-pawn.
You take on e1 and just king to g6?
Yeah, takes king g6, knight on d5, bishop a3, covering the e7 square.
Yes. And we're seeing bishop to d2. We're facing just a technical glitch at the moment. We're just sorting this out, chat. And our hearts are racing as much as the players right now because we want to see the end of this, and we're getting some moves coming in. The rooks have been traded off and we're expecting Black's king to move forward.
Yeah, king g6, and okay, this already feels fine for Black. Knight d4, f5, and then king gets closer to the e6 pawn, for example. One way to deal with the situation.
Knight d4, knight f4.
Oh, immediately double attack, yeah, and provoking the pawn to e7. Gukesh is surviving this. Insane. Absolutely
If
insane.
Gukesh survives this, that means Gukesh goes through to play against Ali Reza. And it would be the end of the road for Vincent. He will be fighting for 7th place tomorrow.
Yeah. Wow, incredible. He had the chance. Okay, Gukesh goes bishop c5, also targets that knight from d4. If knight moves to c6, king f5, is he planning to collect that e6 pawn like this? Yeah. And he felt it, yeah? He went down to 17 seconds. He spent quite a lot of time and he gets perfect coordination.
What a turnaround this was. Gukesh was down 2 pawns. Such active pieces for Vincent as well. We felt Gukesh's king is under fire. And then you just allow, it's this time management,
the time.
Peter.
Yes, of course, the time was vital. But king f5, d4, there are still some questions. Yeah, king f5, played d4, played, the bishop has to retreat on the diagonal. White can pick up the a7 pawn and then try to squeeze 2 versus 1. But Black has this blockade on d5. It's very hard to imagine that White can do anything. Yeah, knight b5 back, but the h8 square, the h8, the h pawn is the correct color of the bishop. Yeah, so this is at least some little hope in time scramble. King g2.
So Vincent has to win this game.
Yeah.
To take it into the Blitz playoff.
He's bringing his king, king f5. The h-pawn is still hanging. This is very unfortunate, and Black is trying to get king to e4. If you push the h-pawn, then Black goes king e4, and how do you continue with White at all? Not easy. Not easy to create anything, and it's
Maybe
so
knight
much
c3?
easier. Knight c3 immediately, yeah? That's
I
such a
don't know.
tough, yeah, maybe. Such a tough decision. Vincent down to 8 seconds. Yeah, he goes for it.
You have to try this out. And now Gukesh needs to take a decision, and you saw that expression on him. Does he keep the knight? Does he trade it? He believes he can. And does the king come into e4? H-pawn will move forward. If not,
yeah, h4 has
bishop
to be
e3
played.
will come in. F5, yeah, the king-bishop activity, it feels like it controls White's king from moving forward. Your pawn can go all the way to h5, but that's about it.
Yeah, h5, bishop h6, and then you rely on the f-pawn.
The only thing you need to watch out, don't go king d3, d5, king takes bishop. Because then the bishop will be overloaded.
Yeah, then king f3, yeah, then you might get overloaded. But yeah, this bishop is too active. f4, f3, yeah, king f1 played. Okay, trying to provoke f4.
Yes, but then f4, h6, it gets very tricky.
Yes, you don't want to do, yeah, bishop h6, yeah, king e2. So now you're going to push f4.
And this king is so powerful. It stops d5, it stops White's king from coming in anywhere. And I think for Black, the next move... Peter, I actually think bishop g7 could walk into d5 here. And
Yeah,
then we have
okay, he just pushes, yeah, f3. Okay, Vincent is kind of stuck, yeah, he just can't make any progress because of the f-pawn. Black's king on e4, it just sits there and the bishop moves back and forth, bishop g5, bishop h6.
How do you improve?
Does the job, yeah.
And Vincent will be waiting. Gukesh will wait with his bishops. He doesn't need to do anything, just back and forth. Bit heartbreaking for Vincent. He had
Yes.
this incredible start in the round robin.
Yeah, and also the tournament, yeah, but yeah, some mistakes, and the format is very unforgiving, yeah, this is, the mistakes you make are very costly.
And he took the lead in his match against Gukesh. Coming into the day, Gukesh had to win on demand. He did that in the classical and then taking the games in the rapid. And this looks like a position where it's just white has an extra pawn, but there's no way to improve. This king is worth that pawn. Stops d5, stops white's king from coming forward. The h pawn can't move ahead. And Vincent, he knows that he's done all he can, but it's not going to be enough. All right, he's still trying, but black can perhaps still go bishop g5 because your king can't step up.
Even bishop f4 check you can play, yeah? And after king f2, go back to h6, and it might even slowly get to threefold repetition.
It's on the board, king h3.
King h3. Not really a winning attempt, it's a desperate attempt. Yeah? It's bishop h6 back.
And now you have to be careful with that pawn. He goes back, and I think Vincent knows that. Actually, bishop h6, I feel this is already
it's already threefold. Yeah, you see the computer already stopped, but the players did not claim, so this is not an online event. The game progresses, the players themselves have to claim. But black does not need to claim anything, because, okay, he just keeps on shuffling, he's not risking anything.
There's nothing that white can do to make more progress in this position. Goes back with the king. And now, the only thing is that perhaps he's now, but whenever you play bishop d2, there's
check.
f2, so you don't even have the option to go bishop d2. For example, now f2 comes in. And trying to think, is there anything I can do to ask that last final question in the game?
No, there are no more questions, that's the problem. Yeah.
Gukesh, it's just such an easy setup to hold. Just keeps the king on the light squares, no check coming in, gives a check of his own, he'll fall back on that diagonal.
Okay, he simply cannot even make a mistake. Yeah, this is the type of position, even like they say, even if you want to lose it, you can't lose it. Yeah, it's you just wait. Yeah, d5. Okay, finally he gives up, but the king is way too close. That's why there is no intrigue here.
And once this king lands on the 8-7 square, the bishop will shuffle around. There's nothing to be done. The king doesn't even have a way forward. You just control the g5 square, you control the f5 square, and that's it. King g8. King, yeah, you can even go king g8.
You can do whatever you want.
You can even just shuffle with the bishop.
You can always sacrifice your bishop for the pawn on h6, and or if white forces the trade of bishops, then there is nothing to talk about.
And I think it's going to end with Vincent going on bishop to g5. Eventually, we will get a stalemate in the position. And Vincent, he realizes it. Bishop g5 offers a draw. Gukesh takes it because with that, he's the one who will be fighting against Alireza for that 5th place position to be invited into the next, automatically get an invitation into the next Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. A difficult moment for Vincent, who after winning the first classical game, goes down in the match.
Yeah, okay, he should have played with the very same mindset that first game today like he did now in a must-win situation, because this is his style. He can only play good chess. If he's thinking about the result, that just results with mistakes. And that's what we have seen in the very first classical game today.
And Gukesh, with the exact same calm that he has, whether he's won or lost the game, he first sets back the pieces, adjusts them in their right places, eventually gets them in leave. There is a lot to fight for the Indian Grandmaster. And we will be back with the action from Fabiano against Levon as that goes into a Blitz freestyle chess. You never want to miss that. And for the very first time in Weissenhaus at the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge, we are heading towards the second tiebreak format, which is a blitz in freestyle chess. It will once again be a mini match, a best of two, with only 5 minutes as the starting time, a 2-second increment, which basically, Peter, is nothing. 2 seconds is just enough time to make a move. It's going to get chaotic, it's going to get wild, and it's between two of the world's best players, Fabiano Caruana against Levon Aronian. Peter, I am so excited about this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have a new position, and it will be the first ever game here in Weissenhaus with the Blitz time control, 5 versus 2 seconds.
And look at that score line that we have in front of us. Magnus, he made it look easy in his match against Nodirbek Abdusatrov. He is the first finalist, and there will be one between Levon and Fabi, and this match is going down to the wire. It's a 2-2 score with the players bouncing back. Levon taking the first win in the classical, Fabi strikes back. Levon taking the first win in the 15-minute rapid, Fabi striking back. And now, Peter, it's a reset between these two.
Yes, and okay, yeah, let's put it up.
The two kings?
Yes, the two
fighting
kings.
For a spot. What are our predictions?
No predictions whatsoever. Okay, what I know that we're gonna see some crazy battle, and we might be seeing your favorite in Armageddon.
I think we're really close to it. One thing's for sure, we're going to have 2 decisive results. I cannot imagine a draw in a 5+2 in freestyle chess. And you know, Peter, with the time controls so short, I feel that there's a big chance of the games also being short, because players can make early mistakes, land up in big trouble going into the middle game.
Yeah, well, I even don't know what to say. I'm waiting for the new position before I can tell anything. Right now, I'm also a little bit still having in mind that in the break I took a look, Vincent was completely winning against Gukesh. I have tried to forget about that. I know I'm now trying here as a commentator, but it's tough.
Yes, I can imagine, and especially because he showed such immense strength and gameplay in this format. What a performance he had in the round robin, as well as coming into the knockout. He was leading. He had that first classical win against Gukesh, and we're getting some visuals from our playing arena there. They're setting up the drawing of the positions. We see that the balls are being put into place. Eventually, they'll all fall down, and one position number will be picked out. I spot Amrita there. And there's Jan, and there's Holly. And the players must be so stressed right now, Peter. I think this is a good time to actually ease off a little bit of stress, and to bring up our giveaway while we get ready with this.
All right, let's show it.
And there it is. You've got to tweet a freestyle rap on Freestyle Chess. Use the hashtag Freestyle Chess. Get creative. Make it wacky. Make it fun. We'll have Peter wrap it out for you at the end. The winner will be announced after the finals. By the way, we are getting in some amazing entries, Peter. And at the end of the show, Nicholas, who by the way turns out to be a bathroom rapper. He's someone who's actually, that sounded wrong, but he's actually pretty good at rapping. He'll be dissing out one of the tunes, Nicholas.
How did you call me a what rapper?
You know how there's a bathroom singer? Somebody who sings, but only in the bathroom?
Oh.
So, because...
I think I'm very much a bathroom rapper, Dad. Most likely.
You're actually better than that. I think I'm underestimating your raps.
I think it would be correct if all of us perform one each.
All right, I'm taking on the challenge. And we saw the 4 kings that are signed, so you will be winning a special edition. Where is it, Peter? It's right here. A special edition of the Freestyle Chess playing cards. And look at that. Those are the signatures by the top players, the top 8 players who are here, including Magnus. Fun fact, Magnus actually drew on those glasses on himself at the start of the day. And they're in the spirit of 14th of Feb. Heart-shaped glasses by Magnus. He's sending out his love. Love is in the air in Weissenhaus.
Yes, certainly. And also he was very convincing today against Nodirbek, not giving Nodirbek. And there you have the sunglasses by Magnus.
All right, and of course, the players are also getting ready. Magnus is already through. He threw some shade today at Nodirbek in that game, making it look easy, getting that win in, and very soon we will have the first not the first moves, but the drawing of the position for our first Blitz game.
Yeah, can't wait. I can imagine the players, but probably the players are at this moment still in chilling mode, because they know exactly at the moment when they see the new position, all their eyes and all their attention will be drawn to that position. This is the last chance, really the last chance for them to take a breather.
It is the last time to take a breather, and we saw Niklas getting a breather. He's like, it's my last chance to get the hydration in. But I think we're all so excited about this one, and we can see that video being played, which means we have to head over live to the playing arena.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Peter. We have our first Blitz tiebreaker. This one promises to be exciting. We're about to draw the new position, and I would like to welcome back to the stage Holly and Jan. Give them a round of applause, the few of you that are left. Take it away.
$99.
99. Thank you, Holly. Back to studio.
And that is our position for the first game of the Blitz. Let's remind everyone that every single round that is played, whether it's the playoff, whether it's the classical, there is a fresh new position that hasn't been played before, including in the round robin. This is position number 99.
Wow. I think that the players are kind of relieved, because it does seem like a rather easy playable position, in the sense that the bishops are already fianchettoed on h1 and a1. The king is next to the rook on g1, so short castle can happen any moment. Some g3 short castle, knight f3, you get a rated structure. The bishop on a1 is also beautifully ready to get into the game with b3 or b4. I feel that this is a position they can really be happy with for Blitz game.
And for those of you who are just joining in right now, first, what have you been doing? Why haven't you been here earlier? Second, when I say position 99, in freestyle chess, there are a total of 960 positions. It's also chess 960. In Fisher Random, we've got a total of 960 positions. It's 518th position, which is the standard chess position. It has been removed. Every single setup that we've seen in this tournament has been removed. So every round we do get a fresh one, and this is position number 99. Finally, we do have it on our analysis board as well. Peter, once again, we see that the players can castle as early as move number 1, as the king and the rook are right next to each other. There's nothing in between them. The bishops on either corners of the board, which means that they can come into play in a single move. And once again, we see the h2 and the h7 pawn undefended, and you have to always watch out for unprotected pawns. So once the c pawn moves forward, queen takes h7 ideas or queen takes h2 ideas come into play.
Yeah, this is a very important point, because this gives some additional twist to the position. That if white would play the move g3, black would definitely answer it with g6, and then black would already make sure that the h7 pawn will never be hit with a tempo. So the question is really that, can white try to make the most out of it by going c4, hitting that pawn?
And I want to point out one difference from a position we saw earlier, where on h8 we had the knights. In that position, it wasn't so great to capture on h7, because imagine there's a knight here, it jumps to g6, and then suddenly there are ideas of rook h8 lining up. But with the bishop on h8 this time, this becomes a big threat.
Yes.
So you might just see a short castle.
We might see a short, yeah, we might see short castle. No, it's...
Just never make it work, Peter.
Yeah, no, we need to update, or maybe let me update, or...
Try it.
Let's try. Can I castle?
h1?
No, not yet. So, okay, once the game starts, then we have to refresh, and then we will get a chance. Heart rates before the game. Yeah, there is immense pressure, immense tension on the players. Now, Fabiano, for the very first time, will not be discussing the position with Vincent, or before also with Nodirbek.
2 minutes.
Wow.
And of course, now it's just these two in the playing arena. Everyone's left.
The final
All
countdown.
eyes. Well, the Armageddon could be the final countdown.
Yes, but okay, this 2 minutes, yeah, it's, oh my.
Chat, get involved. I want chat predictions, Peter, to come in. Who are you rooting for? Who do you think will take this big marathon battle between Fabi and Levon? It feels like they've played all-time formats in freestyle chess today.
Yes, certainly. And who knows if it ends here. One of the winners, the big winners, is clear Magnus, yeah, who is enjoying all this action from his room. Yeah, he's certainly following the match to get some extra inspiration, some more knowledge in freestyle chess.
Yeah, it's 14th of Feb. I highly doubt Magnus will be watching chess right now. But it is very exciting. It is very exciting. And it's a battle that actually will decide which of these two players will play against Magnus tomorrow.
Of course, yeah. And we heard about Magnus, yeah, who is famous for being the most fit player on the circuit, that when he had that crazy tie break against Alireza, he said that he's completely finished. Right, so he can imagine, he can put himself in the shoes of the player tomorrow, how they feel. But all eyes on these two extraordinary players. Fabiano has bounced back twice already to tie the scores, and we are here just waiting for the first Blitz game here in Weissenhaus.
After that match against Alireza, Magnus claimed that he feels so exhausted, tired, and finished. But to me, the chess that he showed against Nodirbek felt like he's just getting started in the tournament.
Yeah, maybe he just fooled everyone, yeah? That I'm already exhausted, I'm done. That tiebreak was too much to handle, and the handshake.
Let's go, Peter. First move by Levon. It is 1c4. Queen takes pawn is a big threat on the board that Fabi needs to handle on move 1. He stops it immediately, not only defending h7, but opening up his bishop on h8.
Yes, g6, b3. This is a classical positional setup. Trading the dark squared bishops, the fianchetto bishops right away. Eventually Black will have some dark squared issues, but it will be a slow strategical battle. I don't believe that king's weakness will really be an issue here. I'm seeing trades, yeah, bishop takes a1, queen a1 being played. Black will also push some c5, b6 later on. We might be getting some symmetrical position.
All right, let's turn to Niklas really quickly. Of course, you know, the players are on little time in this. But Niklas, what do you make of this start in the trade of the dark squared bishop? Who does it favor in this crazy starting position?
It does make a lot of sense because you want to involve the bishops on the long diagonal. And of course, the black king is a little bit airy now with the dark squares being a bit weak. But White also has to do something about his bishop on h1, so at some point White needs to play g3 or g4. And maybe here an interesting moment, Black could use the moment to activate the queen, play b5, and if White takes, yes, b5 on the board by Fabiano to open up the queen. Strong move, open up the bishop, and this is definitely a game that will heat up very soon with so little time on the clock to play such a complicated position, Tanya.
I'm loving it.
Yeah, normally after b5, I think c4, c5 is the move that scares the players because the c8 knight is kind of doomed, but Black will finally somehow probably get that knight out, but the c5 move is clearly the critical one.
And then after c5, you have to think about how you're responding to potential d6 ideas eventually, because I just want to highlight one thing, that you can't play the move d4. There's a rook on d8 and a rook on d1, so that pawn will be pinned. You won't be able to recapture. And it is a moment that will decide the potential, the future pawn structure of the position, Peter. c5, you can keep the tension with the move d-pawn moving forward to d3. Maybe you can also just ignore the threat of b takes c4 in this position and continue with development, get that knight out. I don't believe you want to capture on b5 here.
No, definitely not. That would simply enable Black to activate the queen. That's absolutely no-go territory. But look at this, Levon is taking his time, he's burning more than 1 minute. He feels that this is such an important decision, and it is, really it is. He wants to understand the essence of the position so that after he can speed up, but he's going scary low on the clock.
And we often talk about critical moments in chess, and we say that they are based on long calculation or sacrifices, but that's not the entire truth. Critical moments are also deciding moments where you have to take a call on the pawn structure, long-term decisions, trades. Where do you actually push your pawns, or do you keep the tension on the board? And this is one of those strategic critical moments.
Yeah, and wow, almost under 3 minutes, and no sign yet of Levon making up his mind.
And Fabi's heart rate is consistently higher than Lev's.
Yeah, always.
Lev's got nerves of steel.
Yeah, always over 100, and look at this, how he's focused. Somebody please tell Levon that this is a blitz game. It's not the rapid, it's not the classical portion, but this is also one thing we have to talk. Yeah, and he goes for it. He goes for the critical c5 move. Bravo, Lev.
It's on the board. Peter approves the line that we were talking about. And instead of pushing the pawns on either side, b4 was possible, d4 was not possible. Levon bringing out the queen. Peter, last time he brought out the queen, it did not end well.
Yes, and I'm also not entirely sure here. It runs into b4 and eventually some queen b5. Will Fabiano now be the one who activates that queen? And that queen on b5 seems to be a very nice piece, beautifully parked. No one can really touch it. It eyes the e2 pawn, which is protected. It's not so important, but just getting space and putting some pressure on the c5 pawn. All right, knight f6, also very harmonious, setting up the short castle idea. And how is Levon? I was praising his c5 move, and he castles. And he castles. We have to update our board because otherwise the castle can't appear on the board.
All right, short castle. Black can do the same. Play some mirror moves here quickly. But on the clock, it is leveling out a little bit as Fabi goes into a think. At some point, you'll have to take a decision of what you want to do with the tension between the c5 and the d6 pawns. Niklas, break this down for us. How do you see this continuing?
This opening definitely went well for Fabi. He has some space here on the queen side. Now he also plays castle. Very solid. G3 is played. The bishops are traded. And now he can play in the center with e5. And this looks like a very healthy position. He has more pieces in the play. e5 is also played. Queen b7 next. This is becoming more and more normal position, but black is having more center control and is definitely in good shape here. Good start to the game for Fabi.
Yeah, very good. And also knight e7, knight f5 coming, bringing that ugly knight on c8. By the way, black is ready to activate that knight. And what about the colleague on c1? Yeah, Levon goes, he tries to break in the center. He knows that it's not about playing for advantage, but now the c3 square. Imagine some knight jumping, the knight d5, knight c3. If that knight lands there, what's the story then?
And what about e4?
It's a horror story then for white. You really don't want to allow a knight
also
on c3.
e4, very nice, locking out that knight on c1 completely. But okay, it's a blitz game. Fabi just sticks to the most natural move, knight e7.
He's developing. Meanwhile, all of white's pieces still not out in the game. And Levon's played a lot with his queen in this match. It hasn't worked out so well for him. And now after knight e7, I'm liking black's position more and more here.
Yes, but maybe after knight e7 now white has a chance somehow, I don't know. D takes e5, knight cd3, jump out somehow with your knights. Because that e5, e4 move is so scary, making sure that that knight on c1 will be dead. Let's just highlight here that this e5, e4, and once you cover the d3 square, this knight cannot really only with e3, knight e2, but that will further weaken the light squares. Who knows, somewhere some queen c8, queen h3, checkmating ideas might also appear. Very dangerous spot for Lev. I think he needs to start trading pieces with d takes e5.
All right, critical moment here for Levon. He needs to take a decision. The only thing I see about e4 is that it also gives a little bit of a hope to the white knight to maybe land into some defensive key squares, Peter. The queen from d2 can also mirror the idea of landing at a good spot. But he first needs to decide, does he want to keep the tension or trade? And also I want to ask you, is there anything to be said about going all in with a move like knight on the c3 square?
Yeah, there are so many questions, and that's why Levon is forced to burn the clock. And this is scary.
He's under a minute.
Under a minute and only 2 seconds increment. There is no this extra tension, and knight f3 played. Inviting e4 because now at least the knight can somehow tar, but I'm not liking this move. This can't be good.
Under a minute for Lev, and we are on move number 11 only in freestyle chess.
e4 played.
attacking the knight. So if you jump further, I think black can even just go d5, and this pawn is looking very strong. And what's your knight even doing there? We're going to see this happen.
And then this queen c8 idea, because then h6 will be threatening to trap the knight. And anyway, the queen is trying to be transferred to the king side.
This is looking very scary for white. Fabi slowing down, knight
Yeah,
takes
because there is knight e5, yes, but I was not sure that do I want to let this exchange sacrifice happen or not, but yeah, it was a very tempting option.
And yes, let's just point out, what's the point? Yes, you can take the pawn, but you're going to end up giving me your rook because black will recapture. Once you take it, you walk into the fork, hitting the queen, hitting the rook, and you end up losing material. So he goes for it.
Yeah, he has to go for it, but his problem is that he's pinned on the d5. Queen c6, okay, that's perfect judgment. It's the only move, but takes, dc, queen b6. Maybe black can also try to force the trade of queens. Even queen b7 check, rook d5, and then rook f d8 c5. No, this is losing.
We're seeing this line being played out.
And now black has a choice. Yeah, queen b6 or queen b7, rook d5. Both very tempting, should be winning. And that knight from c1, if that knight could jump somewhere, it would be a stable position, but it's in a very...
so far away.
Yeah, it's in such an ugly spot there on c1.
If this knight is on e5, we're talking about real compensation for white. And Fabi does go in with the check. If you move the king, there's a stronghold on d5, and the rook joins the party. If you go d5, I think you can just continue with queen b6.
Yeah, rook d5 tempo, rook f d8, then c5, the rook is pinned. White will simply not get... Yeah, Levon is already setting up knight d3. He will be giving up that pawn in order to get knight d3, rook c1, and then somehow some Tigran Petrosyan kind of sacrifice. This is hopeless. It should be hopeless, but it's a blitz game.
And we've seen some turnarounds in this match, big ones as well. It's pointed out that he doesn't want to give the pawn. If you take on d4, Levon will capture with the knight.
Yeah, and 15 seconds versus 1-5. But we already have seen that Levon is able to handle the few seconds extremely well. Yeah, now he gets a cemento, knight on d4 protected. Clearly black will go for the c file. Yeah, rook c8 played, the rook dc5 will be played as well.
I want to trade off my rooks. I'm coming in.
Yeah, and then also black's queen is coming to e4. Yeah, all this rook dc5, queen e4 moves we will be seeing.
And look at the speed with which the players are playing now. Fabi under 50 seconds. Meanwhile, for Levon, it's pressure on the clock, pressure on the board as well.
A queen g4, he's setting up queen g4 idea. Just disbalancing that queen.
Go in.
Okay, a4.
Playing on both sides of the board.
Yeah, ba4. It's interesting that Fabi does not play rook dc5. Yeah, it was so tempting. And now he created this weakness on b4. I'm not liking this a4 idea at all. But Levon down to 8 seconds. Yes, so all eyes on the clock.
Only a 2-second increment for the players. It's not a 10-second increment in this one, and that's barely any time. Rook to c5, I'm still liking that idea. You're also lining up the queen for a check and then jumping in with the rook, trying to threaten some mates on white's king.
Yeah, but Levon is getting a chance. If he handles the clock, queen b2, rook c4, queen b3.
And he goes for it. Fabi wants to put that
and
rook on c1.
And queen h1, checkmate, either forcing f3 weakness. F3 weakness is deadly. Now white,
4 seconds for Levon.
Yeah, now this is hopelessly lost. With this f3 pawn, the king side is falling apart.
Queen jumps in. There's a piece landing on c1 next.
Yeah, queen e3, rook a8,
Oh,
whatever.
he just wins the a2 pawn. But if you take the a2 pawn, Levon wants to capture on b4.
Yeah, you don't want to trade those pawns anymore. Queen c3. And c3 pawn is also hanging. Queen g1, now rook takes a2.
Levon trying to create some chaos on the board, but he doesn't have enough pieces left.
Queen a1, forcing the queen trade. That's it, resignation by Levon. What a play by Fabiano.
And Fabiano, for the first time in their match, Peter takes the lead. He takes the lead, which means it's Levon Aronian who needs to win on demand the second Blitz tie-break game. And the players, after how many games? 5 matches? Still want to analyze.
Well, there are so many emotions. Yeah, you want to share it a little with your opponent.
But there's no time.
yeah, just to calm your nerves down. Yeah, it's such tension, and already we are hearing that the new position is almost getting set up.
The jingling that we can hear is are the balls being put into place, which will eventually all fall down the path, and then one of them will be picked up to reveal the final position. Fabiano Caruana has to win on demand, and there we can see the visuals as well coming in. Peter, what a game this was, but Levon really needs to stop bringing out his queen early on.
Yeah, he did spend some 1.5 minutes. He went for c5, but then he followed it up with queen c3. That was total madness, crazy madness. Maybe Nicholas can...
Nicholas, maybe really quickly you can take us through the game with some critical moments that we might have missed out on.
Absolutely, yes. So b5 was a critical moment. Levon spent a lot of time, but didn't go in the most promising direction. c5 being critical, but just doesn't work out so well for white. Maybe instead he should have just kept attention, play a move like d4 here and just keep developing. And it's a normal game, nothing much has happened. Instead, after c5, d6, queen c3, maybe b4 I was thinking here to stabilize the pawn, but also here already the computer doesn't like it so much for white. And then in the game after queen c3, b4, it flew all very natural for black from here on. And maybe another critical moment was here. Very difficult to play this move, but e4 would have dealt with the threat of knight d5 and knight c3, and also stop black from playing e4, excuse me. And here you can stabilize the pawn on e4 and try to win back the pawn. This would have been a better choice. Instead, in the game after knight f3, e4, it's all looking very bad already. And maybe there were some chances in the time scramble, but Levon was also really low on time, so he couldn't really come back, and Fabiano won a very convincing game. And now just needs a draw in the final game with the white pieces. Maybe final game, we shall see.
How many times have we said that a player needs only a draw and it just never happens? We're getting so many decisive games, and the next one could be worth $10,000 as well, because whoever qualifies for the finals is guaranteed $40,000, Peter. Top prize of $60,000, so there's a lot hanging in these fast play formats of freestyle chess.
Yeah, absolutely, and we have seen the tension on the players. Yeah, the nerves, they are exhausted, they are giving their all. And then they are down to few seconds increment. Yeah, that's not the comfortable 10 seconds increment that we have seen in the rapid section. It's panic time. If suddenly some crazy question appears, or it does not even necessarily has to be crazy, just a question, an unpleasant question to be answered, and you lose on time or you blunder, whatever. Fabiano had a wonderful opening. I think that so far we haven't really been seeing something like this, that the opening worked out so much in favor of black in just like 4-5 moves. Levon spent a lot of time, he made the wrong decision with c5. I was praising that, yes, bravo Levon, you dared to play c5, you are ambitious, but it heavily backfired, and then it was all about Caruana winning that game.
And Fabi really once again showed how to take advantage of these kind of decisions and moves by the opponent, especially with not having followed it up with b4, which I think was very critical, but going for queen c3, exposing it to ideas like black jumping in with the pawn on b4, hitting that queen, and it was all downhill for Levon from there. It's been quite the ride, Peter. We do have the final Blitz game coming up. But before that, for those joining in who are perhaps new to Fisher Random to freestyle chess, we want to break down this format that is taking the world by storm. Take a look.
The world of chess in a completely new light. At the Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge 2024, together with Magnus Carlsen, we call it Freestyle Chess, played according to the rules of Chess 960. Chess 960 ensures surprising games from the very first move. Why? Because the arrangement of the chess pieces is drawn at random before the start of each game. In total, there are 960 different starting positions. The pawns remain on the 2nd and 7th row as usual. The arrangement of the pieces on the 1st and 8th row is random, but symmetrical. The only condition, the king must always stand between the rooks and the bishops on different colors. In Chess 960, players can't rely on memorized openings. They see positions they have never seen before and must invent new strategies from the beginning. Despite being under time pressure, the 2-day preliminaries at the Weissenhaus Resort will require swift decisions, being played with rapid time control. In the subsequent elimination round, Chess 960 will be played with classical long thinking time. For the first time in the history of chess, the Super Grandmasters can play highest level Chess 960 games because we give them the time to do so. Chess in a new dimension, to be experienced at the Weissenhaus Freestyle Chess G.O.A.T Challenge. 3 questions on Levon Aronian. Why is rest so important during the tournament?
It's a very demanding game, especially, freestyle chess, where you have to think from move 1. The pressure is always there, we're not used to that so much. So we love this, but it's very stressful at the same time.
What do you like to do before and after an important game?
Before the games, what I mostly do is, maybe play some bullet games, solve some chess tactics, walk around, listen to music. So generally something light, because I believe that preparation should be done before the tournament starts.
What advice do you give to young chess players?
The most important thing to remember that those best players in the world are not really some aliens. We're all simple people, just we worked hard and we love the game, and we had good advice throughout our career, and we're willing to sacrifice a lot of things in our life. So it's important to have this understanding that you cannot do everything. If you want to become a world champion or a very good chess player, there are some aspects of your life have to be dedicated to this goal.
Stay tuned.
And we're back. We're getting ready for the final Blitz game between Fabiano and Levon. Levon has to win to take it to Armageddon. Peter, are we getting an Armageddon today?
Well, after what we have seen in this game, and also the power that Fabiano has showed today, he has won 2 games, and there was this one game which he lost with that terrible blunder, horrendous blunder with Rook B8. He had also excellent winning chances. So actually, it looks like Fabian is in incredible shape. He also came into today's match that he knew that he needed to bounce back, so he had the right mindset. Now it's Levon who needs to adjust, but of course, one should never rule out Levon. He can come back from any situation. He has to make sure that he handles the clock and puts Fabi under pressure, because Fabian is so impressive. The only weaknesses that we see in his play, when he's down to few seconds, then he can eventually blunder, but you have to ask him so many tough questions.
And that's the one big game he lost exactly because of that. The move Rook to B8 in that first rapid game from a winning position, coming from a position of power there, but with no seconds, no time on the clock. It was Levon who took that win. And let's remind everyone of the format. We are in the second final Blitz game, the best of 2. If this match ends level, which means if Levon does strike back in this one, we will have one Armageddon. And it's going to be a bidding Armageddon there. 5 minutes for the base time. Who wants to get black? But Peter, I just feel that in this format, in freestyle chess, going really low on the clock for the black pieces would make no sense at all.
Well, certainly very scary. We are about to see the draw of the next position.
Thank you, Peter. We are ready now for game 2 of the Blitz playoff, and I'm going to invite back to the stage Holly and Jan. Welcome back. Thank you very much.
Seven to 8, 728.
Thank you very much, Jan.
fresh-looking position.
Yeah, and a
like
very
every
tough
position,
one.
Yeah.
Very tough one
Very
because
different from what we've seen.
you can't rely on this fianchetto stuff, yeah? Bishop on b1, bishop e1, king on c1, queen d1, where do you castle, how do you develop your pieces? I think this is good news for Levon that this is some kind of a murky stuff.
Big questions to answer in this one, if I may say so. Very fresh position. We've had every position has been a unique one, but this structure of 3 pieces and 1 minor piece disconnected, a bishop and 2 knights on the king side and only a single bishop on b1, the rooks on their starting position, and there is 1 pawn that I see that's undefended, so keep a lookout on that one. It's the g7 pawn, but it's not so easy to get to that pawn for the players. Nicholas, we're trying to dive deep into this, trying to think where do the players find king's safety. What do you make of this one for the final Blitz game?
Like you guys said, it's definitely good news for Levon because Fabiano will not find it easy to develop his pieces. Will also maybe have to burn time on the clock. Good for him. He has some time now. 5 minutes before the game starts, they can think about this position. This is happening right now, so he can at least figure out his first move, and he should really use that time to figure out at least the first move and then take it from there. What do you guys think? What should be the first move? Do we play in the center of d4 or do we develop a knight? I'm not sure.
Well,
Tanya?
yes, go on, Tanya.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand as well. And my first feeling was I want to push my e-pawn forward, the king's pawn. I want to go e4 and eventually knight e3. But I also realized that e-pawn on e4 will come in the way of the light squared bishop on b1. And do I really want to block that diagonal? I see a lot of credit to the move that you suggested, Nicholas. d4, I'm opening up a square. I'm opening up a diagonal for my other bishop. I'm opening up the play for my queen. Peter, we've got the players. They're getting ready to take their seats. Prediction time. What is going to be the first move with white?
Well, now Fabiano has to have in mind that actually draw is enough. But these are the scariest things. We have seen Alireza and both Vincent falling into this trap. They are not playing according to their real strengths, but paying too much attention to the match situation. And it's a blitz game. You have to listen to your emotions. Yeah, you have to know this is the previous game. This is not the correct one.
Let's bring up our board from the final blitz game. As we set that up, the players are also getting ready to make their first moves. We can see it on the live board on the board at the corner. And now we finally don't have it
None
yet.
of the boards are
Yes.
correct. This is still the first blitz game.
We will have that up really quick. And we see Levon, he's already on the board as he needs to be. I think it's another 2 minutes to the start of the game. Peter, you mentioned something about a draw. I don't even know if anyone can mention anything about a solid draw in these freestyle chess. And the players, most of all, know that every game is a game. They can't go with the mindset of keeping things solid. Finally, we do have the correct position in front of us.
Yes, so now it's then prediction time.
Yes.
Oof, who should say it first?
Peter, you go first.
Okay, I go first. Okay, then I'm gonna go e4.
All right, e4. Nicholas?
I go with d4, why not?
Nicholas goes d4. You know what? I'm going to take it on. I'm going with f4. We're all thinking about central pawn moves. d4, e4, f4. Chat, what do you think? Fabiano Caruana needs a draw to advance to the finals. What will he start with? Tell us in chat. We're covering all grounds with d4, e4, f4.
Yeah, because c4 is very unlikely with the king on c1. It doesn't seem to be doing that much. d4 is kind of the more careful move.
Yeah.
But knowing that the players actually should forget about the match situation, yeah. By the way, I was not really looking out for it, but after e4 I do see that, for example, somewhere some queen g4 check and hitting that g7 pawn. You, Tanya, you are the one who is specialized on highlighting those weak pawns. Let me learn from you. And yeah, this is certainly a very special extra feature to e4. When I suggested it, I did not have it on my agenda at all.
But maybe the Scandinavian here, Peter, d5.
Yes, d5, because actually queen g4 check can always be met by knight e6. So yes, I just want to highlight that, yeah, queen g4 check is a nice little check, but knight e6 does the job, and then black will come up with knight f6. So e4, d5, e d5, queen queen d5, knight e3. That's a real Scandinavian because we are hitting that queen on the spot. And then we're gonna go d4, c4, bishop out, bishop to c3, knight f3, checkmate, finish.
Knight f3 checkmate. Wow, that's... But that will be a checkmate if you get everything on the board. Peter, e4, the more you break it down, the more I'm liking it. I actually was thinking about the king's pawn opening. I think I mentioned it at some point. But my only thing was that do I want to start with blocking this bishop? Definitely, if black promises to reply with d5, I think e4 should be the move of choice. But if not, can you actually start with mirroring and trying to get the same ideas in with the move e5 instead?
Yeah, but the problem Levon is faced with that if he keeps on mirroring in an e4, e5 structure, where are the winning chances, right? It's on the other hand, maybe anyway it's a blitz game. You have to believe that okay, first get me some stability, and after I gonna. Oh wow! So 2 more minutes before lift off.
All right, we've gone deep into the e4 territory. Let's also think about d4 because there's so much to be said about this move. You free up some space for the queen, the bishop, you're taking control of the central squares. What do you think about d4, Peter?
Well, first of all, it was Nicholas' choice, so maybe it's Nicholas is the right person to explain
his ideas.
Right, okay, well, I kept the match situation in mind and Fabi only needs a draw, and this seems like a very safe move. d4, you open up the bishop, you open up the queen a little bit. Maybe you can also play c3, play it really safe center control, open up this bishop. So that was what I had in mind. I didn't give it too much thought, honestly. But either d4 or e4 seem very reasonable, and I would expect one of these moves. And I think the games are about to start.
Yes, I believe we did hear the arbiter, but are the clocks on? Is it a liftoff?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Really quickly, I want to tell you why I don't want to see f4 on the board anymore. I would be scared about c6. My pawn is under attack. The queen coming on to b6. I set the move f4 to try to cover a lot of ground, but I feel it would create a lot of early weaknesses in white's camp.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. All the more I look at it, e4 seems nice because if you can't really challenge it with the Scandinavian, then next move I'm going to go knight e3. I might be going knight f3, going d4, trying to occupy some space. And with white we can play c3, but also we can play c4 when eventually if we move the d pawn, then bishop c2, bishop c3 could be a dream scenario. Yeah, so many questions. I'm very excited to see Fabi, and there is the handshake.
And we're off. Fabi, he goes for the move 1 e4, and we've got the Scandi on the board.
Wow. And e4, d5, ed, knight f6, the Scandinavian gambit. Yeah, trying to take with the knight on d5. But the point is what I really like in the white's structure, that d4, knight f3, that knight on f3 is the perfect piece covering the e5 square. If the knight would be on h1, would be a completely different story. I'm not afraid of the Scandinavian here.
I think Levon took the advice of not bringing his queen out to heart, Peter. He's not capturing the d5 pawn. He doesn't want to take it. Well, now he does. Knight takes pawn on the board. We also have to watch out for ideas of this check, which does hit the g7 pawn, but perhaps knight e6, as we looked at it earlier, seems fine for black.
Wow, and Fabi goes c4, inviting knight takes e3. Will we see d takes e3 strategy, and then white bishop gets to c3, let me trade queens, all I need is a draw, perfect situation. But if you don't take, then you have to lose time, and then white will also get d4 in. And you get my setup with bishop c2, bishop c3, eventually long castle. Wow, this is very unfortunate for Levon, and he has to burn the clock because this is a desperate situation. The only good move is knight takes e3, but you can't play it because then you end up in drawish construction.
He takes control of the g4 square, and Levon, given the mat situation, wants to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. He's striking. This is a pawn sacrifice, but taking it would just invite eventually black's pieces out into the game. Attacking that pawn, I believe, Peter.
Also taking first on d1, making sure that white will lose the right of castling if he captures with the king, otherwise knight retreat is very scary.
And it's not a pleasant move to play at all. Well, we are seeing it. He goes for it because Fabi wants to trade queens. Yes. He needs only a draw, and then Lev will have to prove that he has more to fight for in that endgame. And he does it. It's going to be a grind.
Yeah, king takes d1, then king goes to e2, knight f3, the bishops are beautifully placed. Yeah, Fabiano is very happy. And what is good for him that he can play quite quickly. Yeah? There are no critical decisions to be made here.
But can black start targeting the pawns immediately? Knight to e6. My idea is if you go b4, I'm thinking about e5.
Yeah, I won't be protecting those pawns. I don't care about the pawns. All I need is stability. Yeah, Levon goes bishop e5. Correct. You had to play that fantastic move before white gets bishop c3, which would have made perfect sense. What a vision by Levon.
Really nice stuff, Nicholas. And even though the queens are off the board, it is an exciting battle with Fabi having no right to castle anymore.
Yeah, Fabi gave away some of his advantage when he took on c5. He could have gone for d5. This would have been a more ambitious approach. So he goes into his endgame now, bishop e5, very nice, hitting the pawn on b2. So you need to play king c1 or king c2 to defend the pawn on b2. But you rather would like to have this king on e2, where it's much more harmoniously placed, where it's not in the way of your pieces. So now maybe knight e6, bring the knight out to go after this pawn. And knight e6, knight f3, maybe bishop f4, you will win this pawn back. And it is an endgame which has a familiar structure, 4 pawns here, 2 on the other side, 3 for white on both sides, which is a structure that can arise out of many standard chess openings. And definitely Levon will have some chances here, even though position is equal, the queens are off, but there's still a lot of pieces, still a lot to be played.
Yeah, and he goes for the double-edged bishop c6 move. Yeah, he's trying to create as much tension as possible. Look at black's bishops. Yeah, Fabi goes knight e2, trying to stabilize, and he's dreaming of bishop c3. If white gets bishop c3, that's the stabilizing move that you really need. That monster bishop on e5 needs to be eliminated, needs to be traded off. If he gets that, he will be in a comfortable situation.
Levon's just not rushing with what is a very natural approach in this position to recapture material, to restore material balance, and finally he does it from another route. Also, always watch out for tricks like knight f5, but as long as the g2 pawn is under attack, thanks to that little move that Levon made, it will be under control, but knight f5 is an idea in the air.
Yeah, the unbalance is the position that Levon can still castle. He has the right to castle long, he has the right to castle short, while white's king is stuck on c1. Why is Fabi taking his time? Isn't bishop c3 the ideal kind of scenario? Just give back the pawn and make sure that after we activate the king, get that rook from h1 into the game. What are we missing?
To c3, it looks like the move that you really want to make here. What's going on, Nicholas? Are we missing some tactics after bishop c3? I don't see anything.
No, you're not missing any tactics, but maybe he wants to go for more with f4. He did play bishop c3 after all.
Of course, he's not in a must-win situation. He needs to stabilize. Yeah, he just needs a draw.
But he did burn a lot of time.
And still the position feels a little bit uncomfortable after bishop takes c3, knight takes c3, knight takes c5. At least from my human eye, it looks a little bit uncomfortable with the king on c1, but maybe there's not much to it.
Yeah, I feel like some rook d1, b4, f3, just all these stabilizing moves, bishop c2, king b2, if I ever get that. By the way, I also would love to cut that king so that you can't castle short, yeah? We might be seeing this. Capture on c3. I was thinking maybe black can play a5 just to make sure that knight takes c5, b4 is stopped.
Absolutely.
That makes perfect sense, because knight takes c5, b4 is kind of annoying on the board.
So Levon really controlling the board. He doesn't rush with capturing c5, improves the position of his bishops first. Now he's taken more space and more key squares on the queen side. Eventually the knight will land onto c5. And as long as there's asymmetry in the pawn structure, we see a 3 versus 2 majority for Fabi on the queen side, a 4 versus 3 majority for Levon on the king side. We can have an eventual race at some point with one of the players creating a passed pawn.
Yes, but the good news for Fabi is that some natural moves, knight takes c5, then b3, bishop c2, king b2, and he will have this a3, b4. It's a very straightforward play, and everything is compact, everything is protected. All these moves you can do quite quickly.
And it might be something to think about is push the pawn, Peter?
Wow, okay, Levon first burns the tempo on e6, covering the d5 square. Was this necessary? Now white gets time to play b3, king b2, bishop c2. You can't stop that.
If Fabi starts with b3, a4 will never, and it's on the board. He wants to get b4 in to push this knight, which eventually lands on c5.
Yeah, that's such a monster knight. Yeah, Levon takes on c5 now. King b2 or bishop c2. Probably bishop c2 first. A little bit more flexible, not to run into some a4, b4, a3 check, just in case you don't want those craziness in time trouble. But Fabi, down to 1 minute 40 seconds. Okay, Levon also burned a lot of time, but this game started at 5 minutes. Blitz game, yeah, bishop c2, h5.
The pawns
you
are
have
coming.
to, yeah.
That's why you have the majority.
h4 fixing, you're not allowing h4, rook h5, rook g5, yeah, otherwise black would activate that rook. Knight g4 takes, take g3, we're gonna see this.
Both pawns were hanging.
It's a stable construction. Nicholas, any thoughts?
Apparently this was a good transformation for Levon with a small advantage now. You can think about long castle here. This makes a lot of sense. If I could play it, you could bring the rook over here, let the rook enter the game. Instead we see, oh, we don't have a move yet. You can also think about g5 and then opening up the h file. What was played?
King c7 connects the rooks. So still finishing development here. Yeah, at some point I think g5 will be a very real idea on the board.
Yeah, but okay, ag and I always have rook d2, tranquilo, yeah, protecting the f2 pawn.
But you could also defend and then play g5, rook g8, g5 concepts.
Yeah, but a3, b4, once a3, b4 is coming, I'm gonna hit that knight, the bishop on c6 will be also vulnerable. I feel like...
How do you fight against a3, b4 with black?
Yeah, well, with some dynamic play on the other side of the board, but how do you do that? I don't see it coming. Maybe this king c7 exactly lost that half of a tempo. Yeah, Levon goes rook h5, but this doesn't really scare me at all. a3, rook d2, all these natural moves can still be played.
On the board, so he does go for this idea.
But okay, ag, rook g5, then black also gives up the h file.
We're seeing that happen, and now b4. Do you go for b4 here?
Well, there is this knight d7, knight e5 route, yeah, if you are rushing, maybe I'm not even, but okay, if Fabi goes for it, why not? That was the plan.
Because after knight d7, the one thing is that because of that pawn on g4, you get a nice stronghold on f3 for your bishop.
Yeah, and then the c5 square. Yeah, we cannot give up the c5 square. That would be just basically strategically very risky. Unless you have some knight a4, direct knight a4, but no, rook d4. Yeah, this makes sense. Protecting the c4
really nice
pawn.
How this bishop on c2 controls the f5 square.
Yeah, and setting up rook a d1. Yeah, he wants to double on the d file, then he will be threatening b4, b5. Yeah, now black captures, so he will take on a1. 30 seconds for Levon.
Wow. And the pawns are coming. Levon at some point wants to break with e5, f4.
But then the e4 square will be there, yeah? The white will immediately sit with bishop e4.
You have to create chances,
You have to, yeah. Okay, rook h5, yeah, he wants to activate that rook. Basically with f5 he made sure that bishop e4 is out of the situation, yeah? White can't trade more pieces. But white is setting up some dangerous threats, maybe.
e6, bishop a4.
But maybe they are looking more dangerous than they are in reality. Knight e5, now the e6 pawn is weak. Yeah, white can, yeah, b5, then bishop b3. No, Levon in trouble, 16 seconds. He's in trouble.
Back. He keeps this pawn defended.
Yeah, bishop b3, and then rook d6, b6. Too many things are coming, and only white is playing.
Fabi's also touching the 30-second mark, so anything can happen, Peter, in this kind of a position. It's not over yet for Levon.
No, absolutely not. Bishop a4, wow, this is a very concrete move.
Some tricks on the board.
b6.
Stopped.
Wow, but allowing c6, yeah, but the black king will feel quite safe on c7.
He keeps this e6 pawn guarded, so there are no threats after bishop b3. Well, now where does he improve the position? The rook is coming.
It's a wow, and Fabi down to 10 seconds.
He needs to give a check, but I don't see a check for white. If there's a check that arises, black is in big trouble. But how do you make it happen?
Yeah, rook d2.
I think this knight wants to reroute itself.
Yeah, but knight f3, black starts to jump. Rook a2, yeah, trying to...
The check is coming in from a7.
But okay, it's not that scary, but... Okay, bishop c4. And then rook h1, rook h2, but king b2, king a3. just in time to get out and protect the pawn. Six seconds versus 4.
They're playing on 2 seconds increment. The rook jumps in now.
Yeah, this is a good trade for Fabi.
The c6 pawn. Rook d7,
Wow,
that's
rook
a
is
checkmate in one.
Knight c7, knight c7.
What did Levon do?
And we're getting moves so fast that our live board can't keep up with it. I think we might have to zoom into the players. And we have a result.
Wow, what happened? It all fall apart. 170 heart rate from Fabiano. What happened?
Well, Fabi is still alive, that's the good news. And we have the moves coming in. He just went back with the knight to d8 and the white pawn.
Levon won. Levon won.
What?
How on earth did
Levon
he
won.
won?
c7, and how do you win this? How?
But the kings are on e5, d4.
Yeah, well, no, this... Did Fabi lose on time?
All right, we're going to get an update of what really happened. We lost... And
oh, wow, he blundered the rook with rook b7, knight
Fabi
b7.
blundered the rook for the second time in this match.
Wow.
Rook b8, lost the rook in one move. Did this really happen?
It happened, yeah. That's why it finished so quickly.
Unbelievable. In this position, when we lost the board, Peter, the players were blitzing out their moves. Knight c5 was played by Levon.
Yeah, look at this. The evaluation bar screams that now white is completely winning, but of course with 2 seconds or 5 seconds on the clock, you just never know. Knight a4 looked like a very natural move.
He played c7, threatening to queen. Lev went rook to h8 and rook b7 by Fabi. A one-move blunder. He has a great idea, but your rook just falls.
Yeah, but the problem was that c7 was connected with rook b7. Yeah, so it basically the blunder was already c7 with 2-3 seconds on the clock. He had foreseen c7, rook b7. I attacked the b6 pawn. I'm setting. We're gonna see Armageddon.
Oh my gosh. Armageddon coming up, and for Fabiano Caruana, what on earth is going on? Peter, he has, if we see from pure chess terms, he's been the one who's had the upper hand in almost every game. The first rapid game he lost, winning with the black pieces, blunders a rook. This game that he lost, needing only a draw, he's the one in driver's seat from the start, so close to winning, and a one-move blunder. It just feels like Levon's been surviving on luck. You make your own luck on the chessboard. He's being resourceful. But these one-move blunders, how do you explain it?
Well, the tension, I told you that Fabiano is incredible, but he can blunder with little time on the clock, and this we have seen 2 times today. On the other hand, this game was tricky because Levon was the one who was trying to create something. The impression why we had like Fabiano is always in control because draw was enough for him, yeah? So Levon was trying to create something, and then suddenly at the time trouble skirmish, Fabiano seemed to be winning, but there was some imbalance. And finally the nerves. Yeah, the nerves decided this.
Levon's used not 1 but 2 of his 9 lives today with these one-move blunders by Fabi. Nicholas, we're going to throw it to you. To perhaps it just the action was coming in so quickly. Take us through some of the critical moments that stood out to you.
Absolutely, yes. So here were the decisive moments. Everything was going fairly well for Fabiano. Of course, with seconds on the clock, anything can happen. He's threatening checkmate on d7, watch out. And black should have actually defended in this way. Aronian chose a more active way, going knight c5, and here swing the rook over, for example, to f7, targeting this pawn would have been a great idea. Black cannot take this pawn on f2, because then c7 is happening. You cannot stop this pawn, and white is winning. So after rook f7, well, white should be in driver's seat, should definitely not lose. But instead we saw c7 threatening to queen, rook came back, and now the blunder rook b7. Even here the position is still equal, but it feels like black is already taking over a bit, threatening rook c8, rook takes c7. And after rook b7, the knight could come back and take the rook, and once again it's all level. And it's somewhat heartbreaking because in all of the 5 games today, Fabiano was winning at some point, and he has lost 2 of them to really big blunders, which are absolutely uncharacteristic for him and can only be explained by the fact that he had seconds on the clock. But even then, still, it's unusual for him, very unusual to see that he just puts pieces on defended squares and loses in that way. He has shown that he can come back from a blunder like that, as we saw earlier when he once again bounced back after in the rapid. And now he has to do it all over. Final game today. Armageddon, Tanya, your wish is coming true.
It is coming true, and it's a format so destructive that it's called the Armageddon, because eventually we will have a winner. It is the final tiebreaker, and there is no more draws. This has been a gladiators battle between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian. Each of the players striking back when it matters the most. Levon in this last game, and it just looked so close to being over, but Kaisa shines on him.
Yeah, incredible. What we are witnessing here, you couldn't have been scripting it. Yeah, it just happens as it is. Insane, completely insane. Blundering 2 rooks from Fabiano. One could argue that, okay, he has blundered 2 rooks. Never ever in his life will he ever blunder anything anymore, because this is just shocking.
See the players together there. They're waiting, Peter, for also to understand how this next process works, because we go into an Armageddon and it's not the usual 5-4 Armageddon. The players are going to bid for the time. And let's also break down the rules of the Armageddon before we get into that action. Black gets the result odds. The player starting with black will have the result odds, which means if it's a draw, black wins the match. White, on the other hand, usually gets extra time on the clock. So whoever wins the bid gets to choose the color, usually black, and we see that the lower time bid gets black. You get the result odd, but how low are you willing to go in a format where in the starting position you have no idea, 1, what position you're starting with, and 2, what your first move will be?
Yeah, on the other hand, we see that in the Blitz section, it's much more random, yeah, because it's the players get much less time. Yeah, it's only 5 minutes to prepare for the next game. Also, you don't have this time to control the situation. Yeah, at some point you have to let it go. You make some move and then the position gets completely wild. In that situation, probably knowing that a draw helps you. So I see benefits, but how low would you dare to go?
And what if both players just... Well, I think 4 has to be the base time for black, right?
No, I don't think
5-4?
so. I think you can start with 5-5.
Well, it depends. What
But
will
in
be
an
the bid? If,
Right.
Yeah, if somebody bids 459, just to make sure that with 459 maybe I can get black, that would be like a dream scenario.
I believe so, yeah, I believe so. So there's no base time. I
So
mean, the base
maybe
time is 5 minutes.
458 is kind of smart, yeah? Or what? And the players have to write it in the envelope, give it to the arbiter. What is the exact procedure? We are not completely sure.
We're waiting for some updates on that. So traditionally in an Armageddon, it's a 5-4 Armageddon. Black starts with 4 minutes, white starts with 5 minutes, an extra minute on the clock, but white has to win on demand. In the bidding Armageddon, and we're going to get a confirmation on this, that can both players actually bid for 5 minutes on the clock? And I'm not sure what happens.
Of course.
I'm not sure what happens then.
I think that's the point of the bidding procedure. Yeah, the big question is if both says 459, then will we see another bid or what?
And actually, imagine if one player bids for 457 or 458 and gets a result odds with only a 2-second loss on the clock.
Yes.
That's actually a big win.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Peter. We have our first ever freestyle chess Armageddon. I'm now going to invite Fabiano and Levon to the stage. They are going to bid for the time. Levon. Fabiano. Okay, so the players are done, and we have from Fabiano.
411.
Or 14.
14. So if I'm not mistaken, that means you're black with 4 minutes 11, 5 minutes for Levon. Thank you to both players and best of luck. And I'm going to invite I'm going to invite to the stage Jan and Tolly for the final drawing of position. Today, this one will determine our finalists. Let's go!
$589.
Thank you so much, Holly. Thank you, Jan. Back to studio. Thank you. We're just going to double check. You should have the position very soon. Best of luck to both players.
I would go higher, probably. I would go over maybe 440 for white, clearly. I would clearly prefer
wow,
white.
for a second we have seen the position. The position already exists, but then the technology can't handle the tension and we don't have screen. I hope that we will get that back. Yes, we have it. So white's king on e1, so at least it's good that it's a central position. Queen on a1, that's a very special queen. It feels like b4 is the move. There is an undefended pawn on g7. The same applies, of course, to the pawn on g2. Wow, this is a very confusing position. Very confusing. Playing an Armageddon here, right now in this position, that's crazy.
And we are getting the bids in. Levon will play with the white pieces. Levon bid for 5 minutes. He did not compromise on even a second. And Fabi went as low as 4 minutes and 11 seconds as the starting time. So almost giving up a minute on the clock. There is no increment. It will be about speed. Peter, I think pieces will be flying off the board.
Yeah, at some point for sure. Wow, but this will hurt Fabi. The big question is, will he be revealed that actually Levon bid 5 minutes, because that will haunt him. He could have actually won the bid with 459 as well. Of course, you never know. He wanted to make sure, it seems like he wanted to make sure that he will get the black pieces, but Levon will put the pressure.
And we do have our position as well. Position number 589. The king starts on its original position on the e1 square, where we see a lot of jump arounds. I see the g7, the g2 pawn, once again the hanging pawns in the position that can come under attack with the queens, with the b pawn moving forward. Nicholas, prediction times before we start off with the games. The players are ready. In just a few minutes we will have, in just a few seconds we'll have our first moves. What do you think? What is the prediction? What will white start with?
Definitely b4. To open up the queen, immediately target this pawn on g7, which probably needs to be defended, and it's already a bit awkward to defend this pawn. So I would definitely expect b4. And the players are
this is a historical moment again. Yeah, this is the first ever Armageddon in freestyle chess, I believe. No?
In the Fischer Random World Championship, there were no armor.
Ah, yes, there were, of course, yeah, between Hikaru and Jan Nepomniachtchi.
In the grand final, right?
Yes, in the grand final. Look at the heart rates. Over 110 for Fabiano.
Already, even the game hasn't even started. The first moves are not even on the boards. The players' hearts are going crazy. We can feel the tension. We can see them from right here, by the way. If we just look down the window, Peter, they are there. The players are right there. So we can feel the tension coming in through. And it will be decided in this game who will be the finalist. The player who faces Magnus Carlsen to fight for the championship of the Freestyle Chess Go Challenge. And it doesn't go further than this. This is the decisive game.
Yeah, and how much Fabiano will be kicking himself when he sees that b4 is hitting his pawn on g7. He has only 4 minutes 11 seconds. White grabs the initiative, and normally it was very good news when black could immediately castle, defending the weakness, but here it's impossible, so he will have to play something like f6, a very unfortunate move in the sense that white might be grabbing the center with, I don't know, c4 and keep on pushing. No, c4 cannot be played. I'm already losing my mind because bishop takes c4, yes. No, that's the point of f6, but anyway, it's somehow very scary to start a game with b4, f6.
And let's also point out how much of a factor energy and fatigue is for these two players. They have had a marathon day of chess, and that is the only explanation for moves like rook b7, rook b8. Fabi blundering the rook twice on the b file on the same day. It doesn't happen, Peter. It's something that you don't get to see. And Levon, he's back in the match. You're looking at c4, so sorry, the move b4. And Peter, we will update our analysis board. There it is. You're predicting 1b4 as well with white?
Yes, it's tempting, but at the same time now I have calmed down because f6 stops c4, then I'm not that worried. Then at least black will somehow get out. Also f6, e5 is a strategical way of occupying the center. Let's not count out black here.
Very tempting to go b4, but as you're saying, because of that bishop placed on the g8 square, black is still doing fine. You just blunt out the diagonal, eventually take out the bishop to f7. You might even jump with the knight to g6 and go short castle.
Yes.
And it's go time. We're off chat. And is that a knight move? I think this could be the first time we're actually seeing the players play the first move with the piece and not a pawn. Levon with a clear strategy. He wants to take out that bishop and go short castle ASAP.
Yeah, but d5, very nice. Black is trying to get that knight to d6 harmony. Will black be able to set up the desired construction? Yeah, b4 played. It's very desirable, opening up the way for the queen. The bishop has already opened up also. Fabi does the same with b6, but the pawn on d5 blocks the black queen. It's kind of scary.
And also the knight from g3 can eventually land on a square targeting the g7 pawn, so you have to watch out for those ideas. I am expecting Levon to try to get his king to the to safety with a kingside castle. Peter, what are the chances of him going bishop f2 short castle here?
It's a bit soft. I think that it's soft. Levon wants something more, and he's also burning a lot of time. Look at this, the clocks are almost evened out. Bishop d4 played. He wants to get castles.
So there's no increment for the players, and you really cannot afford to lose out on time. Fabi, Levon now almost at the same time, still delaying castle. I think he wants to try to put this bishop on f3.
Yes, beautiful regrouping with bishop from g1 to d4. It's like this very special kind of construction, activating that bishop. Maybe bishop h5 check as well somewhere could be an idea just to provoke some weakness. Knight f7 could be met by f5 eventually. There are millions of ideas, but no time to figure them out. You have to rely on your intuition and play. By the way, Fabi's up on the clock.
And Peter, there's so much to do with experience in Armageddon and the way Levon's playing it. It's all going to be about speed in this one. He goes in with the check, but he really needs to speed up his moves.
Yeah, knight f7, okay, f5 if you already give the check. I believe that you have to follow it up with f4, f5. And look at this grip. The f pawn stops any kind of e pawn advance. The b4 pawn stops any kind of c pawn advance. Levon is a great strategist, but he has to control the clock.
The clock is the 17th piece in an Armageddon, and we are seeing it turn towards Fabi's favor. So now Fabi not only with the result odds, but also ahead on the time. It might be time for Levon to go all in, to try to push that pawn to f5, eventually try to get this knight into the game as well. And we see he decides to do that first, eyeing that f4 square at some point.
Yeah, Fabi castles. Fabi keeps on instantly replying.
He's putting the pressure on the
clock. Yeah, we need to update, otherwise we cannot castle. So yes, short castle played d3, bishop d7, regrouping the bishop, castles. Rook c8, tripling c5. There you go, and you can't play b5 because the knight on d6 and bishop on d7 are covering the b5 square. So c5 will be played on the board.
And now c4 is also an idea that you do watch out for after bishop f3, eyeing that d5 pawn. Black,
Also bishop c6.
black is relying on bishop to c6.
This is a dream. Black has fully equalized. Probably black is already even more happy.
Up on a clock by a minute.
Yes. Levon needs a miracle. e4, wow, stepping into this. c4, discover check. Yeah, c4 check played. c takes d3 might happen. Also bishop going back to b7 and then e4 pawn is falling. Wow, Levon in a lot of trouble.
This has gone completely out of hand for white. That bishop b2 queen a1
Bishop
construction
b7.
completely blunted with this pawn on f6.
Exactly. This is fantastic. Yeah, and Levon is
It's a dream position for black.
extremely nervous. Yeah, everything is solid, everything is protected.
It's like a standard chess position, and black's the one who's fighting for the initiative, the position on the clock, and now it's blowing up. You take on d6, you take on e2, and eventually win the pawn on d6.
Yeah, black is basically winning, has a very solid position and is way up on the clock. Yeah, Levon is trying to create some counter chances with knight d4. That was a good move.
Yes, and it doesn't matter objectively whether it was good or not, but from a practical standpoint, it's desperate for Levon. He needs to change the dynamics of the
But knight
position.
c4, yeah, very strongly played by Fabiano. The knight goes to e6, black's knight will go to d2, hitting not only the rooks but also the f3 bishop.
Fabi's taking his time, and I think it's a good moment that Fabi slowed down. He has complete control over the position. He's up on the clock. He wants to be precise right now. He's kept it under control on the board and the clock as well. Fabi close to taking this one. d3 attack, do you just jump in with knight d2?
Yeah, but how many miracles we have seen already? We can never be sure. Yeah, knight d2, rook takes dc, Levon sacrifices the exchange, and he relies on this powerful e6 knight. It's a must-win game for Lev. You don't want to trade that knight so easily for the rook. Yeah.
He's blunder by Fabi.
Well, as long as he keeps that knight, and you never know, this knight joins the battle of the rook on the third rank, but queen e4. Whenever that knight moves, black will jump with his queen to e4 immediately. But you have to watch out, the g7 pawn is hanging.
Maybe now, knight g7 and e6.
Whoa, but he's got no time. He's running under, he's reaching the 1 minute mark. There's no increment. Nicholas, you're pointing out some tactics. Can you quickly break it down for us?
Well, just to try anything. I mean, here you gotta play something, you gotta play it fast. 1 minute on the clock, that's just no time, no increment. And this is also not working, but you gotta try.
No, he took on f6, but this I don't like because it opens up the e5.
Now
okay, he goes for
takes.
the sacrifice. Okay, great.
He has to try.
He wants to put in the knight on h5, I believe, and try and pick up the f6 pawn. Also try to get the queen into the attack.
Yeah, or with rook g3 check. Yeah, let's not forget, king f8 runs into bishop a3 check sometimes, but bishop c5 is still a defense.
Wow, rook c2 now would be really strong.
Okay.
Oof. Rook
It's
c2
impossible.
resignation. Yeah, rook c2 setting
What a
checkmate.
move. What a move.
And then rook e1.
No.
But it's so easy to miss it because you're focused on the king side.
Of course, yeah. So we are seeing this.
This is getting crazy. This is getting out of control, and Levon, his
Only
biggest
move
problem
rook
is the
e2
clock.
now
Only move.
to be winning.
Yeah, but rook e2 is kind of natural. It was also my
But rook g3,
intuition.
what's happening?
Yeah, rook e2, rook g3.
I mean, why is it over?
It's not over till it's over.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
This was
it's,
definitely the best practical chance for Levon.
this could turn around. Fabi now, about a minute and a half, he's reaching out for his move. He goes
Yeah.
rook e2, rook g3 will be played by Levon instantly on the board. Defense g2, watch out for checks on the 8th rank. Also watch out for a sneaky check on the other side of the board. Is
Yeah.
bishop a3 a big threat? Well, you've got bishop c5.
Yes, you have. But can you play king e7, for
Yes.
example? Yes, he plays it. He gets out of this rook g8 check. It was a good move. And bishop a3 check, bishop c. Also, the knight on f6 is hanging. But yeah, black seems to coordinate well. h4, if you have to waste time for this, rook c2, isn't it?
He wants to get his queen into the game, which was stuck to defending the back rank.
Rook c2 is so
I
tempting.
think then, but bishop a3
Bishop
always,
F.
the knight is hanging.
Looks over.
Can you go queen d1?
50 seconds versus 30. Okay, I always have some rook d2s as well.
I think
but
you might have to because otherwise queen d7.
But I can take on b to the bishop and then the
Oh.
knight is hanging. You are running out of pieces. Yeah, Levon tries queen d1. He has to.
Levon's down to 20 seconds, so the threat is queen d7, rook g8, and he simply picks up the bishop because the knight on f6 is hanging, and you can see it on Levon. The attack comes to nothing.
Yes, no, that's it. 10 seconds, ticking down there, no more tricks. Knight g8 check. But even king f8, knight f6, king e7, professional.
And Levon has to keep playing. He has to keep trying because a draw means Fabi goes through.
Yeah, but the knight on f7 protects everything.
But the game is still on. 3 seconds for Lev. He can't make more than... Oh my gosh, Lev's gonna get flagged.
Yeah, that's it. But it's also losing now.
Match and for Levon, what a day it's been, but it comes to an end in the Armageddon, and there is applause for the players. What a fight, Peter.
Knight f5, yeah. It's critical. Like instead of e6, yeah, knight f5, g6, knight f g7.
Yeah,
it should be good for black, but it's tricky.
No, I thought knight g7 should work.
I didn't see, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't, yeah?
Like king on e7 is pretty safe.
Yes, king e7. Bishop a3.
Which one? After rook e2 or?
Yeah.
But can't I play king g7 then?
Yeah. No, it doesn't work.
Opening one looked good for black. Just
Yes.
After bishop e6, it looks very easy to play.
Yeah. It's fun.
Fabiano Caruana versus Magnus Carlsen. A rematch of the 2018 World Championship. Definitely the two deserving players into the final. What a day it was. But Peter, you were making the point that at the end of it, the chess we saw, the quality of chess that we saw just a little bit perhaps, Fabi was the better player today.
Well, not only by playing excellent chess, but the way how he handled all these incredible scenarios, yeah, all the nightmare scenarios, blundering rooks in winning positions and then bouncing back. How do you do that? How do you calm yourself down? How do you get ready for the next game? So just for this fact already, Fabiano deserves to be in the final, and we are feeling very sorry for Levon, who has played a brilliant match and he was so close of reaching the grand final.
Absolutely, and Levon will fight it out for third place against Nodirbek. For Fabi, it was not only mental fortitude of coming back after those blunders, but having winning positions right before the blunder. It wasn't even balanced. So at the end of it all, despite all the comebacks, it is Fabiano Caruana who makes through. But what a match it was. Just an absolutely epic semi-final clash.
Yeah, what a show. Basically, we can't really add anything because we have seen it all. Yeah, it's just fantastic to be part of it.
Incredible action, and this was the final position. It went down to the Armageddon, and Fabi played an incredible fight, keeping it under control on the clock as well. Nicholas, what a day it's been. What a match it's been. It went down to the wire, and we got the Armageddon we were hoping for.
We get Armageddon. I still need to calm down, and we will have Fabiano in the interview with us. I'm so impressed how he managed to reset after two very tough blunders and then bid only 4 minutes and 11 seconds, having confidence to play with the black pieces. And here's the man of the hour. Please, thank you so much for joining us, Fabiano, after a really long day of chess, and congratulations, first of all. What a fight.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a crazy match. Still a bit shaken, to be honest.
We are also shaken for sure, and I was just saying I'm so impressed that you made two really tough blunders in winning positions, or in the second one it wasn't winning anymore, but you were winning before, and then to come back and then to win this Armageddon game. How did you do? How did you reset mentally after that?
Well, I was kind of happy we were playing freestyle chess rather than the normal chess, because at least I knew we wouldn't know the position, and yeah, I felt like I'm playing naturally quite well in the opening today. I felt like my intuition was good. I did donate 2 rooks to Levon today, so that was the main problem. But my opening play, I think, was quite reasonable, and I was outplaying him in the opening in most games, so I was quite confident that I would be able to at least play quickly and maybe get a decent position. A lot depends on the starting position, I have to say. Like I was so lucky in the second rapid game where I had to win that the starting position is really dangerous for black, if not just bad.
Yeah, let's get into the games, and we leave it to you. I mean, it's been a really long day. Do you want to talk about the classical game as well, or should we focus on the rapid? I mean, there was so much action.
Yeah, I think the classical game was my best game. Like, I think that was just a very good game. Okay, I didn't really get much from the opening, but at some point I think I evaluated the position better than Levon here.
We were impressed with this move, Queen E1.
Yeah, I thought this is because I'm preparing Rook D1, and then it stops him from castling. This is the main point. That, like, let's say after he takes, he would like to either castle long or short. Anything is fine. But it's very difficult because my Rook on D1 obstructs his castling, and if he tries to ever trade this Rook, then I castle long and replace it with another Rook. And then it was quite concrete. Yeah, maybe C5 was a mistake.
Yeah, C5. I mean, this was all fine, but then he went into this playing Bishop E6, which I think he maybe misevaluated from far.
Yeah, maybe it's not too bad for luck, but I already thought I'm pressing
no, it is
very
quite
seriously.
Bad, yes.
Yeah, yeah. After this, I thought, like at first I thought, oh, Bishop C5, I can't do this because of Queen C6, but then I realized that I can actually give up the C2 pawn in a variety. Like Bishop A3 was even my first thought instead of Bishop E3, because then after Queen C2, King A2, my king is safe. But then I realized that he frees himself with A6, King A7, and that's why I really need this threat of Rook C1.
Exactly. Bishop E3 was a critical move, and you really played it perfectly, honestly. Queen A6 also an only move to keep the advantage. We were expecting maybe Queen C4 here.
Yeah, I thought I would just take in B3.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he can't, like let's say after Queen C4, take B3, he can't ever take the B3 pawn. Like Rook C2, King B1, Rook C3, Bishop D2, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe even
then
Bishop D4.
But
I thought Bishop D2 is good enough.
Because Rook is trapped.
Yeah, Rook is trapped. And if I get E3, then I solved the only problem in my position, which is an out-of-play bishop.
Right. So he kept queens on the board, but he never really got out. Rook AD1, another good move. And here, yeah, A5. You played this really powerful, and he didn't really have a chance. Also, Rook E8, a very nice touch.
Yeah, here now I have Rook D8 threats, and also I have sometimes Rook D6 ideas. And the main point is, yeah, he can't move. Yeah, and then rapid, I thought, okay, I was just doing extremely well. I don't know. Maybe just winning at some moment.
You were winning, yes.
It felt like that. Yeah, I thought Bishop takes D5 is an impractical decision.
Bishop takes D5. Let's get there.
Yeah, okay. Here he's doing well. I mean, I thought Queen A4 was a strange choice. But let's go later.
Okay.
Like when I played Bishop, it's already when I took on D5. He was down to seconds.
Here.
No, it's CD5. Okay,
all
CD5
later.
is fine.
Okay,
yeah.
Bishop takes D5. Here, yes, because you give him counterplay.
Yeah, okay, maybe it's not a bad move, but nice D5, which is a practical choice. But okay, after Rook E7, I feel like there should be something. But I even after the game, I was trying to think, and I couldn't see anything very clear.
Yeah, Knight C5 or Rook D2. Rook D2 followed by F5. I mean, F5 to open up this diagonal is not so obvious, but at least you keep the queen out of the game. Yeah.
It makes some sense, but I wouldn't have played this even if I saw it. So,
right.
Yeah, and then okay, I gave a Rook away, which was nice.
Yeah, I mean, he kept making it complex, and then, yeah, with 3 seconds on the clock here.
Levon is extremely strong at defending, even when he's low on time. I've noticed this not just from playing him, but also from watching him play. So I knew it wouldn't be easy, but Rook B8 is not the way to do it. And turning, okay, I'm up a pawn. I have to be careful to not allow some tactics, but okay, I should at least be pressing this for a win.
Absolutely. So that was, of course, a tough result for you, and then you came back in the next game with a really strong performance once again with the white pieces here. But Levon also helped you a bit with his second move, maybe, yeah?
Actually, it's interesting. It's an equal position. I was talking to Vincent about the position before the game, and we thought that like B4, Bishop B2 is incredibly good for white. But okay, it's just equal. I mean, the thing is that we were always thinking that like white has some G4 ideas if black ever plays Knight f6, G6. But apparently it's not a big deal. Yeah, Queen E4 is a surprising move.
So then you went into this position with opposite castles. Where do you think?
I think I went wrong at some moment. I don't know where, but I definitely went wrong.
Let's go there. So here was an interesting moment. You could actually go bishop g7 followed by c4
Yeah,
immediately,
I thought
but
about
this is...
But I thought he'll win the bishop. I wasn't sure, like...
Yeah,
yeah,
it's very
f6.
tough to decide.
Okay,
f6, yeah, c takes.
Yeah, rook g7, b8.
g7,
Because I don't have like a
a6.
clear knockout, and he does have some play on the king side. Okay,
Yeah, I
was
mean,
kind of
knight takes
superficial.
a6, queen a2, it's already not very natural.
Yeah. No, I mean, I thought that something like this should be maybe the way, but I just couldn't figure it out, and okay, rook d2 obviously is not very good.
Well, he should have played queen g6 now, but instead of the f5, you get your idea just with a much better
This is
version.
what I was going for. I just wanted to first protect my e2 pawn, and now my bishop doesn't get trapped.
Right, so... Yeah, he played maybe a bit too aggressively here. Maybe he should have played queen g6 first.
I think
but
he was playing on my time trouble, which...
Absolutely.
But it felt like I just have very safe position. Like, he's not even attacking anything. So I wasn't seeing ghosts because my king on h2 can't even be checked in the future. So.
Yeah, knight takes a6, e3 was a very nice move, and yeah, that was pretty much all here.
And then I gave...
then you gave another...
Then I gave another rook.
Wait, no, first you won another game,
First I won
no?
a blitz.
First
I
you
think
won
that was
another
just a good game.
Yeah, that was a really good game. From the opening...
I liked my opening position. I thought I was slightly better, if not much better, once he played this... Yeah, like, okay, e4.
You already, yeah?
Well, even before that, I was already thinking I'm better. Like, after I get b4 in, okay, I just thought I'm
Yeah, this
much better.
sequence, maybe c5, d6, queen c3, and now play flows pretty natural for you. And yeah.
Also, why didn't I play e4 here? I really kill his knights.
Yeah, exactly.
And I realized I also have like knight e7, queen c8, and mating ideas.
Exactly, also, yeah, you have a lot of ideas and just, okay, you won the exchange, and he was also very low on,
Yeah, I
on
thought
the clock, so that was very smooth as well. So we thought you'll finish it up in this Blitz game, but here again the time scramble was just crazy.
That's great.
It's unusual for you to make such blunders, of course.
Apparently not. Twice, and always the rooks. It seems.
Yeah, the rooks.
No, I also did this against Giri once. I just decided to give my rook away in a classical game, which was even more unfortunate. No, but I think like instead of rook b7, yeah, here just I move my rook and he can't take my pawn and he resigns.
Exactly.
And after rook h8, knight a4, and okay, the game is going to be a draw, like 100%.
Yeah. So once again, it's so impressive. Leo is so close to getting a draw or getting the win, and then you make this really heartbreaking blunder. I mean, it's hurting us here to see that, and then you come back in Armageddon. I mean, it's incredible.
Well, I think Armageddon is all instinct. It's you can't really think too much about what happened in the past because you don't have any time to think. And I was very confident at some point because I realized I was even catching up to him on time, and then I was overtaking him on time, and my position seemed good. Like, I was happy before the game thinking I realized that I just play f6 almost against everything, and it's very solid. I just need to take care of this g7 pawn.
What was your thinking process behind the bid? You went with 4 minutes, 11 seconds. We thought it was quite low. We all want to go a bit higher. You want to have black, or...?
Actually, I was thinking that it would most likely give me white. But I was happy with... Because I thought, okay, 5 against 4 is a traditional Armageddon time control.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Levon would maybe go a bit lower. I wasn't 100% sure, but he went quite high, I think, 4-14. And... yeah, I thought I'm happy in either case. If I get white against like under 411, I'm pretty happy. And if I get black, I was also pretty happy. So it's usually what I'm trying to get with my Armageddon bid.
And yeah, the opening went perfectly for you. You caught up on time. I mean, all went really smooth. But suddenly, he was starting to complicate matters with knight takes g7, his best chance.
Yeah,
and forcing you to find some
actually, my second told me about rook c2. I didn't see this. This just, I guess, forces resignation.
Yes.
But I saw that like I can hide on f8. And I saw this rook e2, king e7 when I took the piece, which made me happy. My king on e7, he has no way to check it without further giving away material.
Yeah, those are two really important moves, by the way. I mean, here, rook e2, first of all, and king e7, the only clear moves to win.
And I also realized that if he moves his h1, he still doesn't get away from mating threats because I have bishop g1. So I didn't see any way of... And also, he had no time to even think about a way to cause problems, so it was, I think, already decided.
Yeah, wow. Congratulations, Fabi. Must be feeling really good to come through in the end. Now you're playing against Magnus in the final. What are your thoughts about that?
First, I'll just try to relax a little bit before thinking about Magnus. His road to the final was a bit smoother than mine. Although his first match was really rocky, obviously against Ali Reza, it was quite up and down, and so I'm feeling happy just to be there, and I'll do my best. In general, I'm enjoying the time here. You know, I like playing this kind of chess. It's fun. I don't feel like I'm putting too much pressure on myself, but then when the games start, I do get very into it, very intensely, and quite nervous, especially in this match. Also because this match mirrored one of my previous matches against Levon from the American Cup last year. Mm-hmm. It was like, we drew 2 classical games, then I won a rapid game, he came back, then I won a blitz game, then he won a blitz game, then I came back, and so on and so forth, and getting to Armageddon, and then I lost to Armageddon. So this is a bit of a revenge.
Bit of a revenge, always epic battles between the two of you. Tanya and Peter, do you have any questions for Fabi?
Fabi, firstly, awesome match. It was just incredible to follow the way both of you fought, came back into the match, and I'm sure playing it must have been so many emotions. And I want to ask you that when you have this marathon fight and this long fight and, you know, in winning positions, you've given up you blundered twice. What's the first feeling? What was it? Is it joy, relief when it goes your way at the end?
It was just relief at the end. That was, yeah, that was it. It was just, I even took like a few moments at the board after the game because I was very nervous, of course, and especially when you're blundering. Even if you get a winning position, you realize that you can mess it up at any moment just by blundering a piece. So there was a lot of nervousness and a lot of relief at the end.
Was it frustrating knowing that you have these winning positions and there was no need for the match to go as forward as it did, and then you blundered at this last moment with Rook B7?
Well, it wasn't so one-sided. I mean, also he could have put me away in the classical portion if he hadn't lost that second game. So I was already happy because I thought, okay, I have to win on demand. It's never easy, and probably my chances are not too high in classical. And also, you know, things can just go wrong in Fischer Random from freestyle chess from the start. So I wasn't sure I would get an advantage. It might just peter out to a draw, and so I was even happy to be continuing the match after that.
It was awesome to watch Fabi. Really amazing match. Peter?
Yes, we see you here very calmly explaining everything, but we did see your heart rate reach 170. And then you blunder Rook, and then you somehow come back. Okay, this is truly stunning. We are just stunned, and we are so happy for you that you managed to make this comeback. Please tell us, how do you calm yourself down? Do you feel at all that you are so tense and your heart rate is so high?
Well, I can feel my heartbeat at some point. So I figure it's pretty high. That's usually a sign that it's getting up there. But yeah, I mean, we've all been there. It's chess is an intense game, and when there's a lot riding on it, or even not, I mean, in general, we're trying to do our best, and even if it's sort of a fun and freestyle tournament, I'm still putting a lot of effort into the game. So the stress goes there too, and yeah, maybe I reached the highest.
Yeah, I think so. 170 was definitely a record.
I got the world record already.
Wow, yeah. And yeah, it was amazing. And Fabi, you've got a big final coming up. We're looking forward to that one. How are you going to get ready for it? How are you going to prepare?
I'm going to relax a bit. I'll probably have some dinner and not think about chess for a little while.
That sounds like a good idea after 6 hours of chess today. Fabi, thank you for still joining us here afterwards, and good luck for the final starting tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck, Fabi. What a fight it was between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian. We were treated to freestyle chess at its absolute best. We had classical, we had rapid, we had blitz, and we had an Armageddon. And in the end, it will be Fabiano Caruana, world number 2, taking on the world number 1, Magnus Carlsen, in the finals of the freestyle chess G.O.A.T challenge. Peter, if anyone sat at the start of this tournament, this match was a script you could not have written.
Absolutely not. But also look at the score lines. 5-4. What a stunning result. Yeah, 5-4. Let's just appreciate this epic battle. What a match it has been. Fabiano Caruana, the marathon man, reaches the final and will face Magnus Carlsen. What a final it's gonna be.
It's going to be incredible, and again, they will be fighting it out in a mini match, and we are being updated that Fabi will start with the white pieces against Magnus. As he said, it's time not to think about that match. After over almost 7 hours of play in all these different formats, I can't even imagine the mental exhaustion, the fatigue that the players are feeling. It's time for Fabi to get some dinner. I would agree with that plan. Keep chess aside for a bit.
Yes, also we feel like dinner time, and basically the good news is that this is really freestyle chess, so Fabi does not need to worry about openings for tomorrow, and he has the white pieces. He might be able to get the initiative, so this is a dream spot to be in, not to worry about it. Just enjoy the dinner, then have a good walk, have a good sleep, get as much energy, get as much rest as possible, and then face Magnus Carlsen, who has just been playing some sensational chess. He's in top shape, top form. Wow, this is gonna be an epic final.
Chat, that's some great advice for you as well. Get some rest in. We've got a big final clash coming up between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana. What a fight that will be. If today is anything to go by, we are in for a spectacular finals of the Freestyle Go Challenge. And do not forget to send in your entries to our Freestyle Rap Challenge, which is on Twitter. Use the hashtag Freestyle Chess, come up with some creative, wacky bars, and you could win a very cool freestyle playing cards from Weissenhaus, which will be coming your way. We will announce the winner at the end of the finals. Once again, these are the signed playing cards by the Kings and the Jacks. They're with us. We're really excited about it. We will have the winners at the end of the final. For now, chat, it's time for everyone in Weissenhaus to get some dinner, to get some rest, before the big clash coming up tomorrow. It's world number 1 versus world number 2. It's Fabi taking on Magnus for the championship. We'll see you then.
Already day 5 of full concentration and dedication. Today is the start of the semi-finals of the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge in Weissenhaus.
Today we have a very exciting semi-finals first classical game. I think the chess community has welcomed the tournament warmly, actually. We don't have too many freestyle tournaments. It's an exciting event, also the way it's organized. And I think with the support of Magnus Carlsen, this format will be also more popular, I believe.
Have you ever wondered how large the chess community is? One of the largest chess fan bases is in India. Gukesh Domaraju is one of India's most famous and youngest grandmasters. He, along with all the other grandmasters of this tournament, is the reason why the Chessbase India team is also here to follow the games.
In this tournament, 30% of the people who are following are Indians, but 70% are outside India. They are from all sorts of different countries. I think it's a global content because these are the biggest stars in the world of chess. I think the entire world is wanting to know what's happening.
On the first day of the semi-finals, Vincent Keimer and Alireza Firusha win in the battle for 5th place. Particularly, the game between Ding Liren and Alireza stands out.
He's not in good shape in this tournament, so this blunder is very obvious. So it just shows that he's not at his best. I didn't think about it so much, I just played the logical moves.
In the battle for 1st place, today both Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusatorov, as well as Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian are playing against each other. Levon has been looking forward to facing his opponent even before the start of the semi-finals.
Fabiano is a person who's extremely curious. He loves to analyze. He loves to find new ideas. So I think Chess 960 is ideal for him. And he loves to calculate. He's extremely tricky. All of the qualities of a perfect Chess 960 player. But, I think I can still surprise him and pose a challenge to him.
Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian have won their games, bringing them one step closer to the finals. But can they sustain this success? Stay tuned for the upcoming matches at the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge in Weissenhaus. Three questions on. the Big Greek. What are you doing here at the Freestyle Greatest of All Time Challenge?
I was invited by the organizers. I'm very grateful for that. I'm doing every day 2 videos for my YouTube channel. One immediately after the round, and then afterwards I'm doing a second video where I'm inviting one of the players or one of the spectators to go with me through the game.
How are the players feeling throughout the tournament?
I think the players should feel more free in this context because they don't need to prepare a lot of hours before the game and after the game. Usually top players are working all the day during a tournament. They're preparing for their opponent, they're looking into the database, they're looking into the games, preparing openings, but here it's not possible. You're not preparing any openings, so they should feel much more free, of course. They can spend time with their family, they can spend it with their friends, going relax to the dinner or to the spa here or to the gym. I see Fabiano Caruana is always going to the gym in the morning, like me, and yeah, they should have more time.
Who is your favorite player in this tournament?
Abdul Satorov seems to be in a great position right now. He's very fit, physically fit, mentally fit. He seems to be in a great style here, how he's playing.
Stay tuned. Magnus Carlsen, the Norwegian chess virtuoso, has captivated the world with his extraordinary talent. Demonstrating his skills early on, he became a grandmaster at the age of 13. He swiftly ascended to the top of the world rankings and triumphed as world champion in 2013. Known for his dominance in all chess formats, Carlsen is now vying for the title in Chess 960 at the Weissenhaus Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Times Challenge. His insatiable competitive spirit and commitment to making chess more attractive and accessible worldwide mark him as a pioneering figure and inspiration in chess. Magnus Carlsen, born in 1990, is a chess grandmaster holding Norwegian citizenship. Currently, he boasts an ELO rating of 2830, securing him the top spot worldwide. He reached his career peak with an ELO rating of 2882 and consistently maintains a presence on the global rankings. Please see more at the Freestyle Chess Greatest of All Time Challenge at Weissenhaus.